Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1. The White Phantom's Calling Card. On the third day after Europa learned her true name, the burning chariot fell from the sky, under Clitty's watchful gaze. I will pass through that invisible prison, and kiss the tear of the goddess. Kaitou Kid. At the Gotham City Police Department, Jim Gordon looked down at the white card with text printed on it. In the lower right corner was a cartoon head wearing a top hat and a monocle. Across from him, Curator Zach of the Gotham Museum of Art wore an uneasy expression. This looks like some kind of riddle. After a long moment, Gordon set the card down and looked at Curator Zach. You believe this is a thief's calling card. The target is a precious gemstone called the Tear of the Goddess, worth tens of millions, and the sender is most likely the Riddler. Curator Zach nodded solemnly. But the signature says Kaitou Kid. I've never heard of any Kaitou Kid, and I can't think of anyone in Gotham who would use riddles to write a notice and send it to their target in advance except the Riddler. Only he would do something like this. Curator Zach spoke with absolute conviction, his teeth clenched. Kaitou Kid must be the Riddler's new alias. If he were only considering the riddle itself, Gordon might have agreed with Curator Zach. However, he shook his head. The Riddler was incarcerated in Arkham Asylum a year ago. This notice cannot be his work. Then that means he's going to escape soon. Curator Zach was clearly convinced of his own conclusion. All right, I'll notify the guards at Arkham Asylum and have them keep a closer watch on the Riddler. Gordon did not continue arguing about the Riddler with Curator Zach and simply stated his decision. After all, this was Gotham, where anything impossible could happen. As for this notice, we'll begin investigating it immediately and try to determine its meaning as soon as possible. If you discover any other clues, contact us right away. Please, Commissioner Gordon. The Tear of the Goddess is an extremely precious treasure, not only priceless but also of great historical significance. Please make sure it's properly protected. Curator Zach's tone carried a note of pleading. If someone truly intends to steal this gem, the GCPD will bring them to justice. Gordon gave his promise solemnly. Some time later, after reporting the case, Curator Zach left the Gotham City Police Department. 2 detectives accompanied him to the museum to question the staff and see if they could gather more relevant information. No one noticed that, in an alley not far from the police department, hidden deep within the shadows, a pair of eyes was watching Curator Zach leave in the police car. It seems the GCPD didn't completely ignore my notice. Now I don't have to worry about my debut performance having no audience. A young man stepped out of the darkness. He looked extremely young, only 16 or 17, with black hair, blue eyes, long legs, a slender waist, fair skin, and a handsome face, his proportions nearly flawless. If one were to imagine the ideal prince from a young girl's dreams, it would probably look exactly like him. The young man's name was Darren Greer, a reincarnator with memories of a past life. He had been born in a Gotham hospital 17 years ago. His mother in this life had been frail and passed away less than 2 years after giving birth. His father had also died in an accident many years earlier. Darren's father, Phil Greer, had been a famous escape artist. Each performance brought in a considerable income, and the inheritance he left behind was enough to ensure Darren never had to worry about food or shelter for a long time. Not only that, Darren himself displayed extraordinary talent in magic. With the help of his father's old connections, he was occasionally invited to perform on stage at various theaters. At an age when most children were still playing in the mud, Darren had already earned his first bucket of fried chicken with his own skills. At first glance, Darren's life seemed quite good, but the problem was that this was the DC world. He didn't need to worry about survival, but staying alive was another matter entirely. Gotham was an especially notorious place, and Arkham Asylum was filled with extraordinary individuals. When you walked down the street and met a stranger, they might inexplicably shoot you, or they might hand you a large sum of money. As for the reason, it was most likely decided by the flip of a coin. So why not move? Good question. Leaving aside whether young Darren could easily find another place to live, the outside world was only slightly less insane and not necessarily any safer than Gotham. The DC world was not like Marvel, which had New York, a city packed with heroes and villains that served as the frontline for major events. All kinds of monsters and disasters had to circle New York a few times before spreading elsewhere. Here, danger truly existed everywhere. Fortunately, along with Darren's transmigration came his cheat, the gorgeous Phantom Thief system. The system resembled a monotonous UI interface. It had no complicated tasks and did not speak. It only emitted a prompt sound when operated or when key information was triggered. Host, Darren Greer. Skills, Magic Mastery, Voice Mimicry Mastery, Disguise Mastery, Driving Mastery, Shooting Mastery, Lockpicking Mastery, Escape Artistry Mastery. Items, Playing Card Gun, Bulletproof Cloak, Grappling Gun, Glider, Smoke Bomb, Flash Bomb, Inflatable Mannequin. As its name implied, the Phantom Thief system allowed the user to obtain random rewards by performing actions befitting a Phantom Thief. These actions involved acquiring treasures through methods far more flamboyant than those of ordinary thieves, stunning the audience. The more flamboyant the method, the greater the shock to the spectators. The higher the value of the stolen treasure, the higher the chance of obtaining high-quality rewards. The system did not assign tasks. All targets were chosen and arranged by Darren himself. However, up to this point, Darren had not carried out a single formal operation. All the skills and equipment he currently possessed came from the newbie gift pack. For over a decade, he had practiced these techniques relentlessly, until he had completely mastered them all. During this process, Darren also decided on his Phantom Thief persona and moniker. Since it had to be flamboyant, unique, and capable of astonishing the audience, the most suitable choice was naturally that white phantom who embodied elegance simply by standing there, carried that elegance through to the very end, and possessed a style completely distinct from all other master thieves. The gentleman thief Kaitou Kid. After making all the necessary preparations, Darren discreetly sent the notice to the Gotham Museum of Art, then secretly watched as Curator Zack hurried to the GCPD to report the case. If Curator Zack or the Gotham police had ignored the notice and tossed it into the trash, Darren would have activated his backup plan. Fortunately, this was Gotham, and things rarely unfolded in a normal way. Next, I need to prepare properly for the performance in a few days. The first battle of my debut must be spectacular. Darren watched Curator Zack's car disappear into the distance, then turned and left. Note: MC is an anti-hero, specifically a gentleman thief archetype, not a villain. He avoids killing, bloodshed, and collateral damage. He exposes deception. He honors his own rules and promises. His conflict with Batman is ideological, not destructive. His enjoyment is in craft, performance, and intellect, not domination or chaos. 2. Chapter 2 Barbara's Eclipse. Edward Nygma. At Arkham Asylum, Gordon stormed up to the Riddler's cell. I know what you're planning. Talk. Tell me everything about your scheme to steal the tear of the goddess. The sudden interrogation made the Riddler, standing behind the iron bars, pause in surprise. What tear of the goddess? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh Jim, my dear old friend, have you finally cracked under the pressure of working in this godforsaken city? Started having delusions, have you? The Riddler sized Gordon up and down, sneering. Looks like we'll be neighbors soon. Look at this. Aside from you, who else in Gotham has the habit of using riddles to announce their crimes? Gordon placed Kaitou Kid's notice in front of the Riddler. Wait, what did you just say? Using riddles to announce a crime. The Riddler's expression changed instantly. He took the notice, examined it closely, and then flew into a rage. This is no different from a child's puzzle. You dare call this a riddle? Don't insult the word riddle, Jim Gordon. You actually thought I would write something this third-rate. Who is Kaitou Kid? I'm going to kill him. Seeing his reaction, Gordon immediately pressed on. So you already know what it means. Nonsense. Even a 3-year-old could understand this. How could I not know? It says wait, don't tell me you still haven't solved this pathetic riddle. The Riddler once again put on a mocking smile. Want to know the meaning of the notice? Let me out, and I'll tell you. I don't trust you. Gordon bluntly rejected the Riddler's insincere attempt at a trade. Behave yourself, Nygma. I'll be watching you. He stood up, shot the Riddler a warning glare, and then left Arkham Asylum. Although the visit hadn't uncovered the secret behind the notice, it at least confirmed for Gordon that Kaitou Kid was not the Riddler. He wasn't sure whether that was good news or bad. Late that night, Gordon returned home after work, still turning the contents of the notice over in his mind. The third day since Europa learned her true name. Does that mean the third day after Europe was born? Heaven knows what day that would be. And even if I did know, what would be the point? So far, the only part he fully understood was the final line, kiss the tear of the goddess. That line undoubtedly referred to the tear of the goddess the Gotham Museum of Art had recently acquired, a priceless and renowned gemstone. Starting from that clue, he could roughly infer the meaning of the second-to-last line, I shall pass through that invisible prison. Invisible meant unseen, likely referring to something transparent. Prison and goddess were easy to associate with the image of a goddess confined and stripped of her freedom, shedding a tear as a result. Putting it all together, the prison confining the goddess most likely referred to the glass display case holding the gem. In other words, Kaitou Kid would pass through the protection of the glass case to steal the tear of the goddess. It sounded like a perfectly reasonable explanation. Yet Gordon always felt that something was off. To steal the tear of the goddess, Kaitou Kid would naturally have to break the glass case anyway. There was no need to emphasize it so deliberately. The final line alone would have conveyed the entire meaning. Wasn't the line about passing through the prison redundant? Could it be that he simply wanted to make the notice sound more poetic? Gordon was reluctant to believe that. "Hey, Dad, what are you looking at?" A quiet voice suddenly pulled Gordon out of his thoughts. At some point, a red-haired woman in a wheelchair had appeared in front of him. "Barbara, when did you come in?" Barbara, Jim Gordon's daughter, had once been an able-bodied young woman with athletic ability far above average. She was also a top graduate from a prestigious university, holding a low-stress, high-paying position at the municipal library. Her future had once been incredibly bright, and that was only the side Gordon knew. He was unaware that his daughter also had a secret identity. She was one of Batman's partners, Batgirl. In either identity, Barbara could be described as an exceptional young woman. However, 2 years ago, a brutal incident occurred. Gordon himself was kidnapped and tortured, and during the same event, Barbara's legs were left paralyzed. Since then, she could only move about in a wheelchair, and Batgirl had disappeared from Gotham. "I've been watching you for a while, but you were so focused you didn't even notice me come in." Barbara's gaze flicked to the notice in Gordon's hand. "What's that? Mind if I take a look?" "No, this is important evidence related to a case." Gordon rejected his daughter's request without hesitation. Barbara wasn't surprised by his response. In the past, Gordon might occasionally have allowed her to get involved in certain cases, but after she lost the use of her legs, that was no longer possible. "All right, I just came to remind you that it's getting late. Make sure you get some rest soon." Barbara turned her wheelchair, preparing to leave the room. "Barbara," Gordon suddenly called out to her. "Yes." The third day since Europa learned her true name. The burning chariot falls from the sky. Under the watch of Citywide, I shall pass through that invisible prison, and kiss the tear of the goddess. Do you have any thoughts on this? He didn't show Barbara the notice, nor did he mention Kaitou Kid. He simply recited the contents aloud. "Is this some kind of modern poetry?" Barbara asked, sounding uncertain. "Let's just say it is. Do you have any idea what this poem is trying to convey?" At that, a faint glint flashed in Barbara's eyes. Rather than poetry, it felt more like a code to her. Was it the Riddler? But the style didn't quite match. In Greek mythology, the name Europe comes from the Phoenician princess Europa. Zeus once transformed into a bull and abducted her. Later, the two were united and had 3 children, and the continent beneath her feet was named Europa. Barbara explained after a moment of thought. Taken literally, it refers to the third day after Europe was named, but that specific date can't be verified and has no practical meaning. So we should look at the moment when Europa learned her true name. That would be Zeus. The bull he transformed into is the symbol of Taurus. The day Europe received her name can be seen as the first day of Taurus, so the first line should mean the third day of Taurus, April 22nd. In Greek mythology, the burning chariot is the chariot of the sun god, symbolizing the cycle of sunrise and sunset. When the sun chariot falls from the sky, the earth loses its light, meaning it becomes dark before sunset. It's a total solar eclipse. Gordon suddenly remembered that the meteorological station had issued an announcement months earlier stating that a total solar eclipse would appear over Gotham, and the date was exactly April 22nd. Barbara nodded and continued her analysis. Citywide symbolizes the sunflower. The direction she watches is the direction of the sunrise. At that point, the meaning of the entire notice became clear. Kaitou Kid would arrive at the Gotham Museum of Art from the direction of the sunrise during the total solar eclipse on April 22nd, then pass through multiple layers of protection to steal the tear of the goddess. Like it? Add to library. 3, Chapter 3, 1 hour to totality. April 22nd, morning. Darren, disguised as an ordinary tourist, wandered through the Gotham Museum of Art. Kaitou Kid's theft notice hadn't made the museum's atmosphere particularly tense. It remained open as usual, with no additional searches imposed on visitors. That said, the Gotham Museum of Art's standard security checks were already quite strict, so it was natural that their intensity hadn't been increased further. On the surface, Darren moved along with the other visitors, occasionally stopping to admire the exquisite exhibits. In reality, he was carefully observing the museum's layout. In fact, he had been coming here every day during this period, changing his appearance each time to scout the location. He already knew the connections between the exhibition halls and the placement of the security cameras like the back of his hand. Even so, to minimize any unexpected variables, he wanted to make one final confirmation in the last few hours before taking action. That final check allowed him to notice several subtle changes. The guards and patrols near the museum's east gate have been reinforced quite a bit compared to usual. Looks like my notice has been deciphered. I just don't know whether there's a capable person within the GCPD, or if they've brought in outside help. The fact that the notice would be decoded had already been part of Darren's plan. From the very beginning, he had designed the first notice with the intention that someone would solve it. After all, if the notice had been written too obscurely and its criminal intent wasn't immediately obvious, it would likely have been dismissed as a prank and ignored by everyone. At this stage, Kaitou Kid was still nothing more than an unknown petty thief. Expecting to be taken seriously without any track record was simply wishful thinking. If not for the association with the Riddler, Curator Zack would never have taken such a threatening letter seriously. Meanwhile, inside the curator's office, Gordon and Curator Zack sat facing each other. "Commissioner Gordon, are you certain that today is the day he predicted?" Curator Zack asked anxiously. I'm not Kaitou Kid, so I can't know what he's thinking, but there's no more logical interpretation than this. Gordon replied. What about the Riddler? Although Gordon believed the chances of Kaitou Kid being the Riddler were extremely low, Curator Zack still couldn't let go of his concerns. Please rest assured. I've already sent people to keep watch at Arkham Asylum. If there's any abnormal activity, I'll be informed immediately. Gordon wasn't trying to placate Zack. He had truly assigned officers to monitor the Riddler. When it came to the inmates of Arkham, no precaution was ever excessive. Hearing this, Zack visibly relaxed. By the way, Curator, how is that matter you were handling coming along? At that moment, Gordon seemed to recall something important and asked with a serious expression. It's already been handled according to your plan. Kaitou Kid will absolutely not be able to steal the tear of the goddess today. As he said this, Zack's face was filled with confidence, completely different from his anxious demeanor earlier. That's good. No matter who Kaitou Kid really is, if he shows up today, I will definitely bring him to justice. Gordon made his promise. After that, the two began checking the museum's security arrangements for any possible gaps. At the same time, inside the office, in a hidden corner beyond their notice, an almost invisible tiny dot was transmitting a signal. Kaitou Kid will absolutely not be able to steal the tear of the goddess. In a museum corridor, Darren listened to the voice coming through his earpiece, a questioning look appearing in his eyes. Several days earlier, when he had first delivered the notice, he had planted miniature listening devices in several key rooms, including the curator's office. As long as he remained within range of the museum, he could receive signals from the bugs. At the time, he had simply wanted to leave himself a backup and hadn't truly expected to overhear any crucial information. After all, he couldn't stay hidden in the museum eavesdropping around the clock. Absolutely can't steal it. Interesting. I'd like to see what preparations you've made. Darren walked down the corridor toward the final stop of his reconnaissance, the gemstone craft exhibition hall where the tear of the goddess was displayed. Contrary to his expectations, there didn't seem to be any obvious changes in the exhibition hall. The number of guards was the same as before, unlike the eastern area, where a large number of personnel had been added. No matter how he looked at it, something felt off. Although the notice stated that Kaitou Kid would appear from the direction of the sunrise, it made no sense to reinforce only the eastern side while neglecting the tear of the goddess itself. Were they truly confident they could stop him at the entrance with absolute certainty? But what if Kaitou Kid didn't come from that direction? What if the notice was merely a ruse meant to lull them into a false sense of security? Darren knew he wouldn't break his promise, but on what basis did Gordon and the others believe that? This was Kaitou Kid's first crime. No one knew his habits, and his reputation hadn't been established yet. Logically speaking, they should have assumed he wouldn't follow the notice at all. If security in the exhibition hall hasn't been reinforced, then they've probably tampered with the tear of the goddess itself. After entering the gemstone craft exhibition hall, Darren didn't head straight for the tear of the goddess. Instead, he blended in with the other visitors, admiring the dazzling display of luxurious jewelry. Even the least valuable items here were worth over $1 million, each protected by thick bulletproof glass. After observing for a while, Darren followed the flow of people toward the display case holding the tear of the goddess. At first glance, he noticed that this display case was different from those used for the other gems. The shape of the stand, the thickness of the glass, and even the degree of wear were all different. It was clearly a newly installed setup. He also noticed that the glass case containing the tear of the goddess was not separate from the display stand but formed a seamless whole. To remove the gem from inside, one would have to cut it open with specialized tools. It couldn't be pried apart. Not only that, inside the glass case, thin red laser beams extended from both sides of the small stand supporting the tear of the goddess, converging on the gem itself. The moment the gem's position shifted, the alarm would be triggered instantly. These two layers of defense alone were enough to stop 99% of thieves in the world. Moreover, even if someone managed to break through both defenses, that still didn't mean they could actually take the gem. I see. There's a hidden third line of defense inside. No wonder Curator Zack and Gordon are so confident that no one can steal the tear of the goddess. Darren stared at the tear of the goddess for a moment, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. If this were an ordinary thief, this setup would indeed be perfect. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. He took out his phone and checked the time. There was still more than an hour before the solar eclipse predicted by the weather station. At this point, all the backstage work is finished. It's time to prepare to step onto the stage. Meanwhile, Gordon and Curator Zack left the office and walked to a massive floor-to-ceiling window on the east side of the museum's first floor. From there, they had a clear view of everything happening on the eastern side of the museum. As soon as anyone suspicious appeared, they would be discovered immediately. Before long, an hour passed. The once bright sky suddenly began to dim. Looking up, the sun was gradually being swallowed by a dark shadow. The solar eclipse had begun. Chapter 4, The White Phantom's Descent. Time's up. Watching the sky grow darker, the curator glanced nervously at Gordon beside him. Gordon pulled out his walkie-talkie, his expression grave. All units, take your positions. Starting now, evacuate all tourists from the Gemstone Craft Exhibition Hall. Close the hall under the pretext of maintenance. No one is allowed to enter. Anyone entering through the east gate, whether tourist or staff, if you notice any suspicious behavior, detain them immediately for identity verification. As he issued one order after another, the police officers and security guards throughout the museum sprang into action. What's going on? Why did so many security guards suddenly show up? They even sealed off the gemstone craft exhibition hall, saying it needs maintenance. But I was just in there. Nothing was broken at all. These sudden changes made the tourists in the museum sense that something was wrong. Some of the more alert visitors had already started rushing toward the exits. In a place like Gotham, the moment you feel that something is off, the best choice is to leave immediately and put as much distance between yourself and the situation as possible. Don't worry about what's actually happening, and don't be curious. Because by the time you figure out what's wrong, it's usually just about time to meet your ancestors. Under these circumstances, those who remained in the museum were either out-of-towners or people directly involved. Hundreds of tourists rushed toward the main entrance. Just as they stepped outside, the sun was completely swallowed by shadow, and the sky instantly darkened as if night had fallen. As darkness descended, a striking white figure appeared against the sky. The stark contrast immediately drew everyone's attention. Is that a giant bird? Or a plane? It looks like a person. That's Kaitou Kid. Gordon stared in shock at the white figure gliding toward them. He hadn't expected a thief to choose such a high-profile method of entry. High-profile to the point of outright flamboyance. What kind of thief dressed entirely in white while committing a theft, soaring through the sky on a hang glider in full view of everyone? Sending an advance notice could be interpreted as confidence in one's abilities or a deliberate provocation toward the museum and the incompetent GCPD. While abnormal, it was still understandable. But appearing this openly, as if afraid people might not notice him, was utterly incomprehensible. This wasn't theft. It was practically turning himself in. If Catwoman saw this, she would definitely say in exasperation, "That's not how you steal things." Theft was supposed to happen under the cover of night, wearing a bodysuit that blended into the darkness, slipping past guards with silent footsteps, sneaking into the vault, opening the safe with exquisite skill, calmly taking the treasure, and escaping without anyone ever noticing. That was real theft. For a moment, Gordon even wondered if some rich playboy was out in the city attempting an extreme stunt for fun and had just happened to coincide with Kaitou Kid's scheduled time. Fire a warning shot and intercept him. Gordon issued the order to the guards on the balcony. Bang! As soon as the words fell, a loud noise rang out. But it wasn't a gunshot. What the hell? That person in the sky just exploded. Curator Zack exclaimed beside him, completely stunned. They watched as the Kaitou Kid who had just glided over the museum suddenly expanded and burst apart like an overinflated balloon. In the plaza in front of the museum, the hundreds of tourists who had just fled were startled by the explosion. They instinctively crouched down, tightly shielding their heads with their hands. It took a long while before anyone dared to move, touching their own faces in disbelief. Jesus, I'm still alive. I almost thought someone was trying to blow up the whole museum. Luckily, it wasn't that this time. Oh my god, what just happened? If you want to commit suicide, just do it. Why come here to scare everyone? After confirming that they were truly unharmed, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing the person who had just self-destruct. Gordon, who had witnessed the entire scene, was equally stunned. Wasn't Kaitou Kid supposed to be here to steal the tear of the goddess? Why would he self-destruct before even reaching the target? He had come to arrest a criminal, yet the criminal had died before committing the crime. What kind of situation was this? Sir, we've reached the crash site, but... Soon, a report came from the guard who had gone to check Kaitou Kid's body. Kaitou Kid isn't here. We didn't find any remains, not even a trace of blood. Hearing this, Gordon's heart skipped a beat. Not good. The explosion outside was a decoy from the very beginning. As if confirming his fear, the moment the thought crossed his mind, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the museum. The laser alarm system protecting the tear of the goddess had been triggered. Gordon spun around and sprinted toward the gemstone craft exhibition hall, pulling out his walkie-talkie as he ran. Team 3, report the situation on site immediately. There was no response. The unease in his chest grew heavier. Gordon immediately issued another order to his other subordinates. Seal off all museum exits at maximum speed. No one is allowed in or out. After making the emergency arrangements, he rushed toward the gemstone hall at full speed, cursing his own carelessness. I've been a cop for so many years, and I'm still this stupid. How could a thief really wear something that flashy to steal? He must have blended into the museum long ago and waited until now, deliberately making us think he was some eccentric lunatic, then seized the chance to steal the tear of the goddess. A wave of irritation surged through Gordon at being thoroughly outplayed. Yet despite his anger, he wasn't actually worried about the tear of the goddess being stolen, because he was certain that Kaitou Kid could not take the tear of the goddess out of the museum. Even if the bulletproof glass and laser alarms failed to stop him, the final third line of defense was bound to make him fail. Gordon wasn't far from the gemstone hall. After sprinting for less than 2 minutes, he burst into the exhibition hall. The first thing he saw was the members of Team 3 lying scattered across the floor. No one was injured, and there were no signs of a struggle. They had clearly been knocked out by gas. "You arrived a little later than I expected, Commissioner Gordon. I thought you'd be here sooner." A voice suddenly reached Gordon's ears. Above the display stand that had once held the Tear of the Goddess, an elegant and mysterious figure appeared before his eyes. The man's attire was exactly the same as the white figure that had exploded in the sky earlier. A spotless white suit, a white top hat, a blue shirt paired with a red tie, and white gloves that ensured he would leave no fingerprints behind. Over his right eye was a monocle that seemed to emit a constant backlight. It gave the strange impression that one could see his face clearly, yet when trying to recall it afterward, no details would remain. And inside the glass case beneath his feet, the Tear of the Goddess was already gone. "You're Kaitou, kid? Where is the Tear of the Goddess?" Gordon raised his pistol and aimed it at him as he demanded an answer. Chapter 5, A Fake for a Fake. "Are you talking about this?" In response to Gordon's questioning, Kaitou kid flipped his left hand, and a crystal-clear blue gem appeared in his palm. Gordon didn't look at the Tear of the Goddess. Instead, he issued a direct warning. "Kaitou kid, the Gotham Museum of Art has already been sealed off. You won't be able to escape." His gaze was firm, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. "Judging from the notice you designed and your actions today, I believe you're a very talented person. Why resort to theft?" Gordon suddenly began to sincerely persuade Kaitou kid to surrender. "Considering this is your first offense, if you return the gem, I can persuade Curator Zack not to press charges. At most, you'll be detained for a short time before being released, as long as you promise not to commit any more crimes." Kaitou kid could tell that Gordon wasn't lying to buy time. He genuinely wanted him to turn over a new leaf. There weren't many good people left in Gotham, and Jim Gordon was definitely one of them. Without his tireless efforts in the GCPD over the years, Gotham's police force would still be as dark and corrupt as ever, perhaps even worse than the Falcone family. Although there were still plenty of scum and lowlifes within the department, at least the teams personally led by Gordon were made up of real officers who could actually get things done. Without the support of these people, it would have been impossible for Batman alone to suppress Gotham's murder rate so effectively. "You make a lot of sense, Commissioner Gordon, but I don't plan on surrendering to you, nor do I believe this museum can trap me." Kaitou kid let out a light chuckle. "Perhaps you don't know this yet, but the Tear of the Goddess in your hand is a fake." Gordon suddenly revealed the shocking truth. What was even more shocking was Kaitou kid's response. "I know. From the moment I first saw it, I could tell it was a forgery." He casually tossed the Tear of the Goddess in his hand onto the floor. A crisp sound rang out as the fake gem shattered on the spot. "I didn't expect one of Gotham's largest museums to be so frightened by a mere thief that they'd replace the genuine article with a fake. That's nothing short of deceiving the tourists. Or was there never a real one to begin with?" Kaitou kid's tone was filled with mockery. "I persuaded Curator Zack to do it. The genuine one has been hidden somewhere safe by him. This Tear of the Goddess was bait, used to lure you in." So this was the plan overheard earlier in the Curator's office, the one that had led Curator Zack to confidently say, "Kaitou kid will absolutely not be able to steal the Tear of the Goddess." "But," Gordon's voice suddenly rose, "even if what you took was a fake and only counts as attempted theft, because of the immense value of the Tear of the Goddess, you'll still be sentenced. So don't do anything foolish. You still have a chance to turn back now. No, you have no more chances." At that moment, Curator Zack rushed in and roared, "Commissioner Gordon, I know you want to save a lost lamb, but you must understand that what he attempted to steal was the Tear of the Goddess. That's a treasure worth over $10 million. No matter the reason, I cannot forgive a criminal who commits such an act. Stop negotiating with him, Commissioner. Arrest him now." As he spoke, Curator Zack looked at Kaitou kid with open disdain. "At first, I thought that messy notice was written by the Riddler, and it kept me on edge for days. I never expected it to really be nothing more than a petty, attention-seeking thief." Seeing that Kaitou kid had no intention of surrendering, Gordon gave up on persuasion and efficiently pulled a pair of silver handcuffs from his belt. With his gun in one hand and the handcuffs in the other, he walked toward Kaitou kid. You seem to have misunderstood one thing." Faced with a situation where arrest seemed inevitable, there wasn't a trace of panic on Kaitou kid's face. He maintained the same confident smile, as if everything were still under his control. "The one just now was a fake you deliberately used to lure me. But what about this one?" As he finished speaking, Kaitou kid flipped his hand again, and another Tear of the Goddess appeared in his palm. It looked almost identical to the previous one, with only an extremely subtle difference in its luster. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Gordon couldn't see it either. Curator Zack could see it, but he refused to believe it. "Impossible. The real Tear of the Goddess is hidden in a place only I know. How could you have stolen it? That must be another fake you deliberately made. An hour ago, when you were making your rounds in the staff lounge on the museum's second floor, you took a short nap for about 10 minutes. You still remember that, don't you, Mr. Curator? Don't you find that drowsiness a little strange? You weren't tired at all, yet you fell asleep during a high-alert patrol." The moment Kaitou kid said this, Curator Zack froze in place. Terrifying possibilities surged uncontrollably through his mind. Could it be? "That's right. You were hypnotized by me at the time, and I asked you for the real hiding place of the tear of the goddess. No, impossible. If you had already stolen the real tear of the goddess, why would you come here just to steal a fake? It makes no sense. You're lying. You must be lying. Curator Zack glared fiercely at Kaitou Kid, desperately trying to find even a trace of guilt on his face. But all he saw was confidence. The only one panicking was himself. Is that really so hard to understand? Kaitou Kid asked calmly. Taking the genuine article was to achieve my goal. Coming here to steal the fake was to keep my promise. Besides, if I hadn't exposed the true nature of this fake, I'm afraid the genuine article in my possession would have ended up being replaced by a fake as well. Curator Zack's face darkened instantly. Kaitou Kid, don't get ahead of yourself. If you really have the genuine article, then this is no longer just attempted theft. Being caught now means you're caught red-handed with the stolen goods. You wouldn't want to spend the rest of your life in Blackgate Penitentiary, would you? Then hand over the tear of the goddess immediately. I promise, I won't press charges afterward. Curator Zack's attitude did a complete reversal, his tone even carrying a hint of pleading. The reason was obvious. It was because Kaitou Kid had just smashed the fake gem. What if he smashed the real one as well? The tear of the goddess was a relatively brittle gemstone. While it wouldn't shatter into countless pieces like the fake, it would certainly be damaged, and its value wouldn't merely drop slightly. It would be utterly ruined. No one would ever want a damaged gemstone. By then, forgetting about sending Kaitou Kid to prison, even shooting him on the spot wouldn't recover the loss. Kaitou Kid ignored Curator Zack and casually made a gesture as if checking the time on his watch. It's about time for my exit. Until next time, everyone. Until next time. Gordon and Curator Zack stared at Kaitou Kid in disbelief. Was he joking? He was surrounded, with guards posted everywhere outside. Even if he had wings, there was no way he could escape. Where did this "until next time" come from? See you in jail. Clatter, 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 clatter. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the exhibition hall. Chapter 6, The Safest Place. The next second, a large group of guards rushed into the exhibition hall and charged straight at Kaitou Kid without hesitation. Move, capture that thief. The sudden turn of events stunned Gordon for a brief moment. Bang! In that instant, Kaitou Kid hurled an object to the ground with astonishing speed, and a thick cloud of smoke instantly engulfed his entire body. The exhibition hall was spacious and not fully enclosed, so the smoke dispersed completely after only a few seconds. But Kaitou Kid, who should have been standing at the center of the encirclement, was gone. I'm not seeing things, am I? He just vanished. Everyone present stood frozen in place. The smoke had dissipated far too quickly. Kaitou Kid shouldn't have had enough time to escape the exhibition hall, and his white suit was so conspicuous that someone should have noticed him fleeing. Yet the undeniable fact was that no one in the hall had seen how Kaitou Kid disappeared right before their eyes. What are you standing around for? As they remained stunned, Gordon strode over, his face dark. Hurry up and chase him. The guards who had rushed in so confidently moments earlier now scrambled out in a flurry. The rest of you, stay here. After that, Gordon called over the lead guard captains and angrily reprimanded them for abandoning their posts. Didn't I tell you to seal off all museum exits? Who ordered you to come here? Now the exits are unguarded, and Kaitou Kid can escape from anywhere. What exactly are you thinking? The captains froze and exchanged confused looks. Sir, didn't you personally order us to gather all personnel in the museum here to capture Kaitou Kid? You also told us to avoid damaging the museum's collections and not to fire indiscriminately. Gordon let out a bitter laugh. When did I ever give that order? His voice cut off abruptly, and his expression changed. Did you see me give that order with your own eyes? Painful memories surfaced in his mind. No, sir. You gave the order over the walkie-talkie. I see. Gordon let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed Kaitou Kid wasn't a shape-shifting mutant like Clayface. He must have used a voice changer to imitate him. Wait, if it was over the walkie-talkie, then I should have heard that order too. He quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie and examined it closely. Strangely, his walkie-talkie looked perfectly normal. It could be turned on, the channels could be adjusted, and there were no signs that it had been tampered with. Gordon thought for a moment, switched to the channel of the Team 2 captain standing in front of him, and called out, Team 2 captain. Team 2 captain. The response came immediately, but it didn't come from Team 2 captain's walkie-talkie. At that moment, even the dullest person realized something was wrong. Everyone began looking around, searching for the source of the sound. Then, almost simultaneously, their gazes shifted to the glass display case that had held the tear of the goddess. Or rather, to the spot where Kaitou Kid had been standing just moments earlier. A black walkie-talkie, identical to the one in Gordon's hand, lay quietly on the ground. The message Gordon had intended for the Team 2 captain had not been received by him at all, but by this walkie-talkie instead. Could it be? As the realization struck him, Gordon switched to the channel for the Team 1 captain. Once again, the signal was transmitted to Kaitou Kid's walkie-talkie. Not only that, but any message from anyone else trying to contact Gordon was also broadcast through this walkie-talkie. This is my walkie-talkie. Gordon picked up Kaitou Kid's walkie-talkie, and a massive wave of realization crashed over him. It turned out that his own walkie-talkie had been swapped out by Kaitou Kid from the very beginning. Every one of his commands had been transmitted to Kaitou Kid first, who then relayed them to the various guard teams. That was why Gordon hadn't heard any of the orders Kaitou Kid issued in his name. But when exactly was it swapped? No matter how hard Gordon tried to recall, he couldn't figure out when Kaitou Kid had managed to replace his walkie-talkie. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. As he pondered this, Gordon suddenly felt that something was missing from the scene. Has anyone seen Curator Zack? Meanwhile, on the third floor of Exhibition Hall 2, two people arrived at a room marked Archives. One of them was Curator Zack, who had been in the Gemstone Craft Exhibition Hall just moments earlier. Kaitou Kid has already escaped with the Tear of the Goddess. Shouldn't we issue an arrest warrant immediately? Is it really necessary to come here and check? Curator Zack asked hesitantly. Of course it's necessary, Curator. After all, Kaitou Kid might have deliberately created a convincing fake to make us believe he escaped with the real item, drawing all our attention to the pursuit. That way, he could search for the Tear of the Goddess here without any interference. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. We can't rule out the possibility that Kaitou Kid would use such a tactic. A steady male voice sounded from behind Curator Zack. The Archives. This doesn't seem like a suitable place to hide a jewel. The man glanced around the room as he spoke. It may not be a hard place to find, but just as you said, the most dangerous place is the safest, Commissioner Gordon. With that single sentence, Curator Zack revealed the man's identity. It was Jim Gordon. Not long ago, when a large number of guards flooded into the exhibition hall and Kaitou Kid used a smoke bomb to escape, Curator Zack, overwhelmed by the chaos, suddenly felt someone pulling him away. If he hadn't heard Gordon's voice, he would have thought he was being taken hostage by Kaitou Kid. Afterward, Gordon told Curator Zack that he needed to personally confirm whether the Tear of the Goddess had truly been stolen. When Kaitou Kid displayed the gem earlier, the distance between them had been considerable, and even a professional appraiser couldn't have guaranteed a 100% accurate judgment of its authenticity. If the Tear of the Goddess was still here, transferring it immediately would ensure that the museum suffered no losses today. Curator Zack found Gordon's reasoning perfectly sound and led him to the location where the Tear of the Goddess was hidden. From a stack of old archives, he pulled out a small metal safe. After entering a password and retrieving a key, he finally opened it. When he saw the jewel case inside, Curator Zack's face lit up with joy. Sighed Commissioner Gordon, Kaitou Kid really was deceiving us. I knew there was no way he could have known the Tear of the Goddess was hidden here. Good. Now please hand the Tear of the Goddess over to me. The GCPD will ensure its protection. Gordon coaxed him gently. Curator Zack was about to agree without hesitation, but a sudden sense of unease made him pull his outstretched hand back. But Kaitou Kid has already escaped, hasn't he? It seems unnecessary to insist on taking the jewel back to the GCPD for safekeeping now. Halfway through his sentence, a heavy wave of drowsiness swept over him. Curator Zack swayed, and his vision went completely black. The jewel slipped from his hand. Fortunately, a hand clad in a white glove caught it just in time. Ha! Liked his debut? Add to your library. Working on a Patreon ACC for this FIC. Don't worry, it'll still be free to read here. Patreon will be just for the people who want to stay at least 12 chapters ahead of WN. 7, Chapter 7, That Damned Smile. Thank you, Curator Zack. If it weren't for you, I might have come back empty-handed this time. Jim Gordon, no, Kaitou Kid, said teasingly as he looked at the sleeping Curator Zack. That's right. Earlier in the exhibition hall, not only was the Tear of the Goddess in the display case a fake, but the second Tear of the Goddess Kaitou Kid showed to Jim and Curator Zack was also fake. He had spent a great deal of effort crafting that replica long ago, even before sending the notice to the museum. It wasn't foresight. In fact, his original theft plan already required the use of a replica, but after Curator Zack hid the real Tear of the Goddess, Kaitou Kid had no choice but to alter his plan. There was no other way. Plans always lag behind reality, and adaptability is a necessary quality for a phantom thief. By the time Kaitou Kid realized the gem had been swapped, there was less than an hour before the eclipse began, making it nearly impossible to locate the real Tear of the Goddess within such a tight timeframe. So he could only find a way to trick Curator Zack into personally leading him to the gem. And in the end, Kaitou Kid succeeded. The real Tear of the Goddess was now in his hands. Item acquired. Mission accomplished. After putting away the gem, Kaitou Kid grabbed his collar and tugged it downward. His clothes instantly transformed into a standard police uniform, identical to those worn by the guards frantically searching the museum. Putting on his hat, he calmly walked away, blending seamlessly into the search party without drawing any attention. Then, when no one was looking, he quietly slipped out of the museum. Officer, we've searched the entire museum and frisked all the tourists, but we haven't found Kaitou Kid or the Tear of the Goddess. After an unknown amount of time, having found no trace of Kaitou Kid, the guards could only abandon the search and report back to Jim. All the surveillance footage has also been reviewed, but there's too little footage of Kaitou Kid. We can't determine which direction he escaped in. At this point, the guard cautiously glanced at Jim. There's one more thing. In the surveillance footage, we saw Curator Zack at the entrance to the archives, and next to him was someone. Who? Jim frowned, pressing for an answer. You. In Gotham's Central District, an ancient clock tower stood tall. It was one of Gotham City's oldest landmarks. However, most people knew little about the clock tower, only that it was property of Wayne Enterprises. Very few knew that behind the massive clock face at the top of the tower lay a hidden room. At that very moment, inside the clock tower's secret room, a red-haired woman in a wheelchair stared intently at computer screens that covered an entire wall. The screens displayed nothing but surveillance footage from the Gotham Museum of Art. Interesting. At the same time, my dad appeared in 2 different locations. Barbara stared at the image of Jim Gordon entering the archives with Curator Zack, a glint of light flashing across her glasses. Although she was no longer Batgirl after being paralyzed, she hadn't given up her heroic path. Now, her codename was Oracle, specializing in hacking and intelligence coordination. It seems Kaitou Kid has abilities related to disguise or transformation. Oracle had watched the entire process of Kaitou Kid stealing the tear of the goddess through the surveillance feeds. Although he deliberately avoided cameras, he inevitably left behind some footage. Oracle tried to extract any image that might reveal Kaitou Kid's face. But in the end, she found nothing. Kaitou Kid had not allowed a single surveillance camera to capture his face. For now, this is the closest footage we have to Kaitou Kid's true identity. Using the archives footage as a starting point, Oracle began calculating Kaitou Kid's possible escape routes. 2 people entered the archives, but 3 people came out. Kaitou Kid must have used the chaos of the search party as cover to escape. The museum has 3 exits, and quite a few guards had the opportunity to slip away. It looks like I'll have to start searching outside the museum. Oracle quickly tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and the footage on the screen switched from indoor to outdoor surveillance. Over a dozen guards slipped out of the museum during the search. Most of them went out to smoke, and a few were just slacking off. Suddenly, Oracle's gaze locked onto one of the video feeds. A young guard was jogging out of the museum. He wasn't heading out to smoke, nor was he chatting with the slackers. Instead, he ran straight toward an empty area. As he ran, he kept glancing left and right, as if on alert. Even more noticeable was the way his left hand kept covering his jacket pocket. It was unclear what he was hiding. This person is suspicious. No, too suspicious. So suspicious you can tell at a glance that something's wrong. Oracle frowned slightly. Judging by Kaitou Kid's performance inside the museum, he wouldn't normally behave like this under surveillance. The next second, Oracle's eyes widened. The young guard stopped mid-run and, without warning, turned his head toward the camera, openly revealing his face and even smiling at the lens. For some reason, Oracle had the distinct feeling that he was smiling directly at her. It was as if he had known all along that someone was watching through the surveillance feed. After that moment, Oracle could no longer find the young guard anywhere in the footage. Buzz buzz. Just then, Oracle's communicator suddenly rang. "Hey, Oracle, what were you trying to contact me about earlier?" A young, cheerful voice came through the communicator. "Robin, you've already destroyed Penguin's armory? That was fast." "Actually, I think I could be even faster. There are just a few points that still need improvement." Robin spoke with a grin in his voice. "I contacted you earlier because I have a case to tell you about." Ding. When Darren returned home, the system's notification sound rang in his ear. "Congratulations to the host for completing the objective, steal the tear of the goddess. Completion difficulty, easy, easy, medium, hard, extremely hard, desperate, hell, impossible mission. Item quality, mortal, mortal, common, treasure, rare, legendary, divine artifact, inestimable. Style index, so flashy, explosive, sensational, showtime, cool and awesome, utterly insane, smoking hot. Overall rating, E. Obtained random reward, golden finger. Golden finger greatly enhances the flexibility and stability of the user's fingers. Comment, it will be more convenient to do things in the future. 8. Chapter 8, the hottest topic in the city. Sorry for the short chapter. Claim reward? Why, of course. There was no need to hesitate. Darren simply clicked yes. Immediately, a warm sensation flooded his hands, arriving swiftly and vanishing just as quickly. He flexed his fingers experimentally and felt an unprecedented smoothness, as though every joint now moved at the lightest whim. With a casual twirl of 2 fingers, a vivid red rose appeared out of thin air. A slight flick of his left hand produced a coin that danced between his knuckles. Neither trick was difficult. Darren had mastered them years ago, but never with such effortless grace. Delighted, he tossed the rose aside and produced another, then another, accelerating until roses gave way to playing cards that sprayed from his hand like machine gun fire. Meanwhile, his left hand kept the coin spinning faster and faster until it blurred into a silver ghost that never slowed. No matter how hard he pushed, there was no strain at all. A magician's hands were already nimbler than most. The golden finger made that gap impossible to bridge. Before long, card flourishes and coin rolls grew boring. He decided to test raw speed in the crudest way. He extended his middle finger and began twitching it back and forth. At first, it managed barely a dozen flicks per second, but with each passing moment, that number multiplied. At full speed, his finger blurred like an electric toothbrush, vibrating far beyond what the naked eye could follow. He dipped it into a glass, and the water exploded upward, white spray splashing across the floor. And even then, Darren felt he was still holding back. With the golden fingers enhancement, he could take anything from anyone without being noticed, at least not immediately. The heist went smoothly, but only because no one knew Kaitou Kid could change his voice and face. I relied on that advantage. Next time won't be so easy. After claiming the reward, Darren glanced at the tear of the goddess on the table and replayed the operation in his mind. A gemstone worth more than $10 million lay there like discarded trash, without even a velvet box to hold it. And this thing, what should I do with it? The next day, Darren got up early. He hated mornings, but today he had no choice. Even as Kaitou Kid, some things were unavoidable. School, for example. Perfectly reasonable. What else should a 17-year-old be doing? Fortunately, high school life in Gotham carried none of the academic pressure he remembered from his previous life. There was even the occasional thrill of dodging live fire. Campus life was nothing if not colorful. The moment he stepped into the classroom, gossip erupted around him. Hey, did you hear? Heard what? Did you? Of course. If even he knows, how could I not? So everyone's in the loop. Obviously. Who doesn't know about Kaitou Kid by now? It took Darren a full minute to realize they were talking about him. Since last night, news of Kaitou Kid had saturated the city. Open any feed, and a dozen headlines leapt out. Shock. Priceless gem stolen. Thief calls himself Kaitou Kid. Jim Gordon leads manhunt, outwitted by one petty thief. Warrant 1412 issued. GCPD vows to bring Kaitou Kid to justice. GCPD can't handle a burglary. Someone call Batman. Stat. Unlike ordinary thieves, Kaitou Kid never hid. Flamboyant and elegant, he appeared and vanished like magic under the spotlight. Crystal clear photos captured a handsome face that made young women swoon, many vowing to attend his next appearance just to see whether reality matched the images. And throughout the entire spectacle, there were no explosions, no gunfire, and no blood. Coupled with the tradition of sending advance notices, the Phantom Thief quickly became the hottest topic in the city. Teenagers talked about nothing else. Darren slipped into his seat by the back window and stayed out of the chatter. Hey, Darren, you're late today. The greeting came the moment he sat down. Since when do I ever come early, Tim? He turned to the black-haired, blue-eyed boy beside him. Tim Drake, his classmate and childhood friend. Their friendship began when their fathers were still alive. Jack Drake, CEO of Drake Industries, had once hired Darren's father, Phil Greer, to perform at a banquet. Back then, Darren had tagged along as a stage assistant. Young Tim had been impressed, and the two boys quickly became inseparable. Not long after, Phil died in an onstage accident. The Drakes handled the funeral and estate arrangements, sparing no kindness. Years later, when Darren's own magic career began to take off, he repaid the favor by performing free shows at Drake corporate events. To his classmates, Tim was the friendly, down-to-earth rich kid, without a trace of arrogance. Darren, however, knew the truth was far more complicated. Tim was also Batman's partner, the third Robin. And not just any Robin. A Robin with parents. A Robin who wore pants. In Gotham, having both parents alive when joining the Bat family was practically a miracle. Well, Tim's biological mother had since passed away, but Jack remarried a stepmother who genuinely liked him, with no secret half-brother plotting for inheritance. Close enough to both parents, Darren figured. During the heist, although the city had been darkened by the eclipse, it was still daytime. Totality lasted less than 10 minutes. So he hadn't worried about running into Tim or Batman last night. Future jobs, though, might draw the Bat family's attention, especially with the tear of the goddess now missing. Tim, have you ever heard of Kaitou Kid? Darren asked casually. With the whole class buzzing, it was the most natural question in the world. 9. Chapter 9, The White Coat Theory. Kaitou Kid? He's the thief who stole the tear of the goddess during yesterday's solar eclipse, right? I heard Commissioner Gordon of the GCPD suffered quite a setback at his hands. Tim answered naturally. Besides, even if I hadn't been online or watching the news these past few days, I would have found out after spending just a few minutes in class today. Everyone's discussing it so intensely that it's hard not to hear. What do you think of this phantom thief who dresses even more flashily than Robin? Darren asked next. He noticed that when Tim heard the words Robin and flashily dressed, his eyelid twitched. It was a completely subconscious reaction, so slight that someone with ordinary eyesight might not have noticed it even if they were staring straight at Tim's face. Well, to be honest, I think Kaitou Kid's choice of attire is very clever. Tim replied calmly. Clever? How so? Darren pretended not to understand. Shouldn't a normal thief wear dark clothes? That way it's easier to use the night and shadows to hide and steal without being noticed. White clothes are so conspicuous in the dark. Wouldn't that make him easier to spot? Kaitou Kid probably just thinks the outfit looks cool. How is that clever? That's why he doesn't operate in the shadows. A faint, appreciative smile appeared on Tim's face. Ordinary thieves avoid drawing attention to themselves, so dark clothing is naturally the perfect choice. But Kaitou Kid flips that logic on its head. Because white is eye-catching, he deliberately draws everyone's gaze toward himself. When people focus all their attention on one spot, they inevitably overlook what's happening elsewhere. Kaitou Kid exploits those momentary blind spots to commit his crimes. And because his white outfit is so striking, when he escapes, people instinctively search for someone dressed in white. But by then, Kaitou Kid only needs to discard his white coat and walk straight past them in broad daylight, and no one would recognize him. When Tim finished, Darren put on an expression of sudden realization. I see, when you put it that way, it really is a clever approach. Tim, you've loved detective novels since you were a kid, and you really do sound like a detective now. I think you could even become Robin for Batman. At those words, Tim suddenly coughed twice and let out a dry laugh. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be Robin? True, Robins are always young boys. Every time one grows up, Batman replaces him with a new one. You're not exactly young anymore. Batman definitely wouldn't like you. Darren kept a perfectly serious expression. Cough, 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 cough. Tim's coughing only grew more intense. Are you okay? Why are you coughing so hard all of a sudden? Darren asked with concern. It's nothing, I just choked a bit. Tim looked at Darren helplessly. This friend of his was outstanding in every aspect, excellent grades, superb magic tricks, and a face that could make anyone jealous. He was usually very steady, yet from time to time he would say things so off the wall that people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, if it were just harmless nonsense, Tim wouldn't care much. But Darren's off-the-wall remarks often involved superheroes, whether gossip, dark humor, or even the occasional conspiracy theory. The truly frightening part was that Tim knew most of it was made up, yet after hearing it, he often felt that it somehow made a bit of sense. Tim genuinely wanted to know where Darren picked up all this messy information. Even Oracle didn't have access to such a vast range of intelligence. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the school bell rang. Darren and Tim ended their conversation and switched into good student mode. While listening to the lecture, Darren thought to himself, judging by what Tim just said, he's clearly looked into Kaitou Kid. In Gotham, you really can't avoid the Bat family, even over something as minor as petty theft. Stealing a treasure as valuable as the tear of the goddess could hardly be considered petty theft. It was grand theft. But since I've already decided to do it, there's no need to fear the Bat family. Fear is pointless anyway, and it's still better than dealing with the guy who wears his underwear on the outside. Having made up his mind, Darren began to think about his next move. Beside him, Tim was also contemplating the same problem. Last night, Oracle had combed through all the surveillance footage from the Gotham Museum of Art over the past week, trying to identify potential candidates for Kaitou Kid. After discussing it with Oracle, they both agreed that Kaitou Kid must have conducted a thorough investigation of the museum before the theft, continuing right up until recently. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he knew in advance that the tear of the goddess on display was a fake. Gordon's suggestion to curator Zach to swap out the tear of the goddess had only occurred a few days before the incident, so Kaitou Kid must have visited the museum within that narrow window. Therefore, if they could identify visitors who had frequently come to view the tear of the goddess during that period, one of them would likely be Kaitou Kid. It was a good idea, but putting it into practice was far from simple. Tim and Oracle had reviewed the footage several times from start to finish, yet they couldn't find any recurring individuals. Given Kaitou Kid's suspected ability to disguise himself, they could only conclude that he had used a different appearance each time he visited the museum, making it impossible to determine who was more suspicious. Or rather, anyone who had seen the tear of the goddess was a suspect. With no additional information to narrow the list, the only option left was the method of elimination. Yes, Tim had spent the entire night going door to door, investigating everyone on the list Oracle had compiled. If someone hadn't actually visited the museum that day, or if someone appearing in the surveillance footage had no traceable identity, they immediately became a priority target. Of course, the young guard who had previously smiled directly at the security camera was also among the suspects. However, after Tim tracked down the real person, he was the first to be cleared. One night was naturally not enough to check everyone. By dawn, Tim hadn't even finished half the list, and the number of suspects requiring further attention had actually increased by more than a dozen. The reason Tim arrived at school so early each day wasn't because of good habits, but because he hadn't slept at all. I need to improve my efficiency. I'll start with the one closest to the school and use the shortest route to check as many people as possible. While mapping out his route in his mind, Tim took a large gulp from his coffee-filled thermos. The debut was just the warm-up. If you enjoyed the chapters so far, you can now read 12 chapters ahead on Patreon. Think of it as advanced intel. While the audience is still wondering how the trick was done, you'll already be watching the next heist unfold. 10, Chapter 10, Incomprehensible. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Corbo White for becoming the first Patreon member. When the dismissal bell rang, Tim quickly said goodbye to Darren and rushed out through the school gates. He had a heavy workload waiting for him tonight. Darren watched Tim's retreating figure, then calmly tidied up his desk before leaving the classroom. What should the next target be? Should I keep focusing on museums? He walked along the street, thinking to himself, that feels a bit unoriginal. Darren wandered aimlessly to the plaza in the center of Gotham, his gaze drifting between jewelry stores, antique shops, and art galleries. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the massive electronic display mounted on a building at the center of the plaza. An interview was playing on the screen. When Darren noticed the object hanging around the beautiful woman's neck, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Got it. That's the one. Several days later, late at night, at GCPD headquarters, Gordon was tirelessly poring over the case files related to Kaitou Kid's theft of the Tear of the Goddess. He had barely slept over the past few days. But no matter what clues he uncovered, the results of the investigation were always the same. None of them had anything to do with Kaitou Kid. Nearly a week had passed since Kaitou Kid's debut, yet the police still knew nothing about him. His appearance, age, nationality, even his name. Not a single detail was confirmed, and there was no information at all regarding the whereabouts of the Tear of the Goddess. Logically speaking, a theft involving such a priceless treasure was unlikely to be an impulsive act, especially when it came from a major museum collection. Even after successfully stealing it, fencing the item would be a far more difficult problem. Therefore, Kaitou Kid should have negotiated with a buyer in advance before making his move. Otherwise, why would he specifically steal the Tear of the Goddess instead of other artifacts in the museum that were even more valuable? Following this line of reasoning, after successfully obtaining the gem, Kaitou Kid should have attempted to sell it as soon as possible. But he did not. A few days earlier, Gordon had personally gone to the Iceberg Lounge, hoping to learn the identity of the buyer from Penguin. Once the buyer was identified, tracking down Kaitou Kid would not have been difficult. Gordon disliked Penguin, but he was well aware of how powerful Penguin's intelligence network and underworld connections were. Often, even Batman had to rely on Penguin's information to deal with formidable enemies. Yet unexpectedly, Penguin claimed he had not heard of any buyers looking for the Tear of the Goddess, nor had he encountered anyone attempting to sell it. That was strange. If he hadn't stolen the gem for profit, then why did Kaitou Kid take the Tear of the Goddess at all? Gordon couldn't make sense of it. Did he plan to steal it first and then slowly look for a buyer? That didn't seem right either. When it came to fencing stolen goods in Gotham, was there anywhere better than Penguin? If Kaitou Kid had truly approached him, Penguin would have, at most, told Gordon that he couldn't disclose client information, not that there were none. In other words, in the nearly week since Kaitou Kid stole the Tear of the Goddess, he had never intended to sell it. Could it be that he simply fell in love with the gem and stole it to add to a private collection? Gordon's heart sank. That possibility was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. If Kaitou Kid was satisfied after obtaining the Tear of the Goddess and then vanished without further activity, catching him with the limited clues the police currently possessed would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. However, Gordon didn't truly believe that scenario. After all, Kaitou Kid had previously produced a flawless replica of the Tear of the Goddess, so perfect that even curator Zach, who had the original, couldn't tell the difference. If he truly only wanted to satisfy a collector's impulse, the replica would have been more than sufficient. Why risk being caught, or even killed on the spot, to commit the crime? Not to mention that he had brazenly sent out a notice beforehand. Doing so only increased the difficulty of the theft, which ran completely counter to that goal. The more Gordon thought about Kaitou Kid, the more incomprehensible he seemed. He even had the strange feeling that Kaitou Kid enjoyed the act of stealing itself more than actually possessing the object. That realization left Gordon unsettled. He couldn't quite describe his current state of mind. Worry, doubt, unease. Sitting in his office chair, Gordon let out a long sigh. As far as he knew, even within Arkham Asylum, there were very few individuals as utterly incomprehensible as Kaitou Kid. He could only hope that these uneasy feelings were nothing more than groundless worries. Perhaps the situation was actually very simple. Kaitou Kid's buyer wasn't in Gotham, and he couldn't leave immediately, which was why the Tear of the Goddess couldn't be traced. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Gordon said without lifting his head. A black-haired female officer with wheat-colored skin walked in, holding a package. Montoya. Gordon glanced at the newcomer and asked, "What do you have there?" Renee Montoya was one of Gordon's most capable subordinates. Despite being female, her marksmanship and combat skills ranked among the best in the department, and she possessed a sharp mind, making her one of the GCPD's finest detectives. An agent just brought this back. They said it contains evidence related to Kaitou Kid and asked me to deliver it to you immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Gordon's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet, rushed over, snatched the package from Montoya's hands, and immediately began unwrapping it. After opening the first layer, another package appeared inside. Gordon stared at the nested package in silence for a moment, then continued unwrapping it. Once that layer was removed, a third package was revealed. Fortunately, the agent hadn't gone too far. Beneath the third layer, there was no further wrapping. Instead, there was a small box, only slightly larger than the palm of a hand. The box wasn't locked. It was simply secured with a clasp and could be opened with a little effort. Gordon carefully opened the box a crack and peered inside. What? This is. The instant he saw what lay inside, Gordon's eyes widened. Because resting in the box was exactly what he had been investigating for the past week. A crystal-clear blue sapphire. The tear of the goddess. But why? Why was the tear of the goddess here? Shouldn't it be in Kaitou Kid's possession? Had Kaitou Kid failed to fence it and lost it by accident? Or could it be that he had suddenly decided to turn over a new leaf and voluntarily returned the gem? Countless questions surged through Gordon's mind. Then he remembered what Montoya had mentioned about the agent. Montoya, go call the agent who found this. I need to ask him. His voice abruptly trailed off. At some point, Montoya, who had been standing there just moments ago, was gone. Gordon was alone in the office. Montoya. Montoya. Gordon stepped out of his office and called toward the lobby downstairs. Sir, 2 hours ago there was a homicide in the Audiobook district. Montoya went out to investigate and hasn't returned yet. Someone downstairs answered. In an instant, Gordon felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. If Montoya hadn't been at the police station 2 hours ago, then who was the person who had just delivered the package? Gordon, what will he do with the tear of the goddess? How will he sell it? MC, here's a gift. Take it or, take it. I've created a P tier for those who want to stay 2 weeks/12 chaps ahead of WN. 11, Chapter 11, Naked Contempt. Kaitou Kid. It could only be him. Jim Gordon's face instantly darkened. Just moments ago, Kaitou Kid had brazenly walked into Gotham City Police Department headquarters, delivered something to the commissioner's office, and then calmly walked out again. Not a single person in the entire police department noticed. Even Jim Gordon himself had failed to realize that Montoya had been impersonated. Until now, Kaitou Kid had always appeared as a man. Gordon had never expected him to be able to disguise himself as a woman, or rather, to transform into one. Although Gordon had long suspected that Kaitou Kid might possess superpowers similar to shapeshifting, that had only been conjecture. Every disguise Kaitou Kid had used so far had been male, something that could be achieved without shapeshifting abilities. Because of that, Gordon had never considered the possibility of Kaitou Kid turning into a woman. Thinking back, Montoya's tone earlier had indeed been slightly different from her usual manner. If he had paid closer attention at the time, he might have caught Kaitou Kid on the spot. But no matter how much Gordon regretted it now, it was too late. Kaitou Kid had already vanished without a trace. Helpless, Jim Gordon returned to his office. Fortunately, the tear of the goddess had been recovered, which could at least be considered a blessing in disguise. Kaitou Kid had deliberately come to the police station to deliver the gem, so it was unlikely to be fake. But why? Jim Gordon was completely baffled by Kaitou Kid's decision to return the stolen item. Did he really intend to turn over a new leaf? With lingering doubt, Gordon took the tear of the goddess out of the box to examine it. Unfortunately, he was no expert in gemstone appraisal and couldn't tell whether it was genuine or not. What's this? Just then, he noticed a white card tucked at the bottom of the box. The moment he saw the familiar-looking card, Gordon's heart skipped a beat. He picked it up, flipped it over, and his expression changed drastically. When SKLL and the Norse wolf cross paths for the 13th time, the fragile mistletoe is stained with blood. I will tread the swaying path to heaven, ascend to Valhalla's eternal feast, and take the cursed May stone. Respectfully, Kaitou Kid. Jim Gordon's premonition was correct. This was indeed Kaitou Kid's notice. He hadn't brought the tear of the goddess here to turn over a new leaf, but to announce his next crime. The police station itself held no particularly valuable treasures, so Kaitou Kid clearly had another target in mind. And yet, he had personally delivered the notice to Jim Gordon. This is a provocation. He's challenging the GCPD. Gordon's hand clenched tightly around the notice, his expression even grimmer than when he had realized Kaitou Kid was disguised as Montoya. He had served as a police officer in Gotham for over 20 years, and this was the first time a criminal had deliberately come to police headquarters to issue a challenge. Even deranged supervillains like the Joker, Two-Face, or Black Mask wouldn't do something like this, because by the time they sent a notice, they would have already blown up the police station. In short, Gordon felt nothing but naked contempt in those words. It was as if Kaitou Kid were saying to him, I'm telling you my next target in advance. If you want to catch me, go ahead and try, but it's impossible for you police to succeed. Fine. I'll show you, Kaitou Kid. You're underestimating the Gotham police. Gordon lowered his gaze to the notice in his hand. The immediate priority was to identify Kaitou Kid's next target. He fixed his gaze on the end of the notice. The cursed May stone this refers to. Have you finished checking? Under the night sky, Tim, dressed in his Robin uniform, sat on the rooftop of a tall building with a hamburger in hand. He stuffed it into his mouth while listening to Oracle's question through his earpiece. At least everything within Gotham has been checked, Tim replied, sounding deflated. From your tone, the results aren't very good. I think you can burn that suspect list now. Well, that does sound terrible. Clearly, a simple and crude exhaustive search wasn't going to turn up Kaitou Kid. In the end, we know far too little about Kaitou Kid. He can change his appearance, or at least he's extremely skilled at disguise. He could be anyone, and he can switch identities at any time. Continuing this kind of aimless investigation is guaranteed to lead nowhere. Tim shook his head helplessly. Oracle, are you really sure Kaitou Kid hasn't sold the tear of the goddess? I borrowed the Bat computer in the Batcave. I can assure you there hasn't been any financial transaction matching the value of the Tear of the Goddess in recent months, not just in Gotham, but worldwide. In the clock tower's secret room, Oracle spoke with a serious expression. Unless the deal was done entirely in undocumented cash, through barter, or using an anonymous transfer method that exceeds the Bat computer's decryption capabilities, the Tear of the Goddess is still in Kaitou Kid's possession. Like her father, Jim Gordon, Oracle was also actively tracking the whereabouts of the Tear of the Goddess. After using the Batcave's technology, she was even more certain than the GCPD that Kaitou Kid had no intention of selling the stolen gem. Interesting. Penguin also said Kaitou Kid never approached him looking for a buyer. If it's not for money, then Kaitou Kid's motive for stealing the Tear of the Goddess becomes very intriguing. Tim's expression grew interested. Huh. Suddenly, Oracle let out a surprised sound. What's wrong? Robin, you won't believe this. I just found the whereabouts of the Tear of the Goddess. What? Then stop teasing me and tell me. Who bought it? Tim asked quickly. No one bought it. About 50 minutes ago, Kaitou Kid delivered the Tear of the Goddess to the GCPD and issued his next crime notice. By the way, he also sent this notice to several newspaper agencies, so news of it has already spread. Wait, what did you just say? Who delivered the Tear of the Goddess to where? You heard me correctly. Kaitou Kid personally brought the gem to the Gotham City Police Department. Oracle repeated herself. That's impossible. Why would he do that? Tim said in disbelief. Just now, I was thinking the exact same thing as you. Then what about Kaitou Kid's second notice? I've uploaded it to your phone. Hearing this, Tim immediately pulled out his phone to check. The difficulty of this notice is significantly higher than the last one, but there's no need to rush to fully decipher it yet. First, we need to figure out what Kaitou Kid plans to do next. Ascend to Valhalla's Eternal Feast, and take the cursed May Stone. May Stone refers to the most precious emerald among green gemstones, right? I remember some of Gotham's more well-known emeralds include 12, Chapter 12, Are We Overthinking It? VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Max and Jacob Mo for joining the inner circle. Inside a lavish manor, Gordon sat ramrod straight, his expression grave as he explained his purpose to the stunning woman seated opposite him. She had beautiful golden curls, delicate features, and creamy skin. Dressed in an opulent gown, the beauty mark at the corner of her right eye added a touch of irresistible charm. Most striking of all was the necklace around her neck, a near-flawless emerald with perfect color and clarity. I understand your meaning, Mr. Gordon. After listening carefully to his explanation, the woman gave a faint shake of her head. But I'm sorry. I cannot accept your proposal. Why not, Ms. Samantha? Kaitou Kid has almost certainly set his sights on your necklace. Gordon asked, his brows tightly furrowed. The woman before him was Samantha Vanafor, the sole heiress of the Vanafor family and currently unmarried. The Vanafor family was an ancient aristocratic lineage that had existed on this land long before Gotham became a city, before the name Gotham even existed. To this day, they remained one of Gotham's most influential clans. Had Bruce's great-grandfather, Alan, not founded Wayne Enterprises and led the development of half of Gotham's districts, propelling the Wayne family to unprecedented prominence, the Vanafor family might well have been Gotham City's foremost household. The Vanafors had always maintained a low profile and rarely appeared in public. But that had changed recently. As the sole heiress, Samantha suddenly announced to the press that the Vanafor conglomerate's 150th anniversary was approaching. She would host a grand banquet at her private estate and had invited every notable figure in Gotham. A few days earlier, Darren happened to see Samantha promoting the event while walking down the street and, on the spot, chose her emerald necklace as his next target. After several days of consideration, Darren finished writing his notice and, for good measure, delivered the Tear of the Goddess he had grown tired of looking at to Gordon. From the notice, Gordon learned that Kaitou Kid had set his sights on the emerald and quickly connected it to the widely publicized Samantha. He paid a personal visit, hoping to persuade her to let the police safeguard the necklace for the time being. He had not expected Samantha to refuse outright. I appreciate your good intentions, Mr. Gordon, but this necklace was the founder's favorite adornment and the emblem of our family heirloom. I must wear it at the banquet. Samantha explained calmly. Couldn't you use an identical substitute? A flicker of displeasure crossed Samantha's eyes. You want me to wear a fake? The guests would spot it immediately, and as a Vanafor, I could never agree to such a scheme. Then at least allow the GCPD to assist with on-site security. Gordon asked, settling for the next best option. Very well, but I don't want to see a single uniformed officer in the banquet hall. I won't have my guests alarmed. Samantha's tone was adamant. Understood. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Vanafor. With no other option, Gordon agreed. Once Gordon had left, Samantha's expression shifted instantly. Kaitou Kid. I hear he stole the Tear of the Goddess from the Gotham Museum of Art. A mere thief daring to covet my necklace. Find out everything about him. She issued the order to what appeared to be an empty room. The next moment, a deferential voice replied, Yes, my lady. Then the room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, atop Gotham Clock Tower, Tim and Barbara sat together, each holding an identical white card Kaitou Kid's notice. An emerald. No matter how you look at it, the Vanafor necklace is the most likely target. It's priceless, and rumor has it that it carries a terrible curse. Every wearer dies an unnatural death. In every respect, it fits the description of the cursed May stone. Tim gave his conclusion. I agree, Barbara nodded. Tim, how much of this notice have you deciphered? Almost all of it. Only the last line still has me stumped. Tim answered, sounding vexed. Then let's hear it. Maybe it's the same line I'm stuck on. Barbara looked at him expectantly. Tim didn't keep her waiting and began his analysis. When SKLL and the Norse wolf cross paths for the 13th time, the fragile mistletoe is stained with blood. I will tread the swaying path to heaven, ascend to Valhalla's eternal feast, and take the cursed May stone. Respectfully, Kaitou Kid. First, the final lines, May stone, clearly points to the Vanafor necklace. The line before it, Valhalla's eternal feast, obviously refers to the banquet Samantha Vanafor is about to host. Next, SKLL and Heitai are the twin wolves of Norse mythology that chase the sun and the moon. Each crossing marks a day-night cycle. 13 crossings equal 13 days. Barbara nodded appreciatively and continued, the tender mistletoe stained with blood is also from Norse myth. That seemingly fragile plant was Baldur's only weakness. Through Loki's scheming, Baldur was slain by his blind brother Hr with a dart of mistletoe. Ordinary mistletoe was thus drenched in a god's blood. So, mistletoe stained with blood foretells Baldur's death, and Baldur's death brings everlasting darkness. Kaitou Kid obviously can't plunge Gotham into endless night, so the phrase must refer to the instant sunset ends and night begins. Putting their conclusions together, they now understood the message. 13 days from now, Kaitou Kid will appear at the Vanafor commemorative banquet and steal the emerald necklace Samantha is wearing. In truth, the lines they had already deciphered provided more than enough information. The time, location, and target were all clear, leaving little room for doubt. Only one line remained that neither Tim nor Barbara could fully interpret. I shall tread the swaying road to heaven. The swaying road to heaven must refer to the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost, which connects the realms. But what does it signify here? The two of them were stumped. Do you think this thief might have some kind of space-crossing ability like the Rainbow Bridge, and this line hints at his method? Tim ventured uncertainly. If he had a power that strong, why didn't he use it when he stole the tear of the goddess? Barbara countered. Then maybe he'll literally create a rainbow-colored bridge. Tim mused, resting his chin in his hand. Or are we overthinking it, and the line has no practical meaning at all? 13, Chapter 13, Robin's Misery. Again, a small chapter. No real significance. Maybe, but my gut says Kaitou Kid wouldn't waste a single line in his notice. The swaying road to heaven has to mean something specific. The question is, what? This is the last piece. If I can crack it, I'll probably see Kaitou Kid's entire plan and ambush him on his only escape route. Yet I just can't pin it down. Tim racked his brain, but a heavy drowsiness kept intruding, snapping his thoughts in half. He hadn't slept properly for days. Even though he had downed a cup of coffee half an hour ago, this was only natural. Caffeine has its limits. Tim, tonight's patrol ends here. Go home and get some real sleep. Barbara spoke the moment she saw his condition. With riddles like this, the harder you force it, the farther the answer slips away. Besides, we still have 13 whole days. Yeah, the same goes for you. Tim nodded and reminded her in return. You've been digging nonstop too. You're not exactly well rested yourself. With that, Tim left the clock tower. Easy to say, but when he got home, quietly slipped past his parents, and collapsed onto his bed, his thoughts still revolved around Kaitou Kid's notice. The swaying road to heaven, Bifrost crossing time and space, Kaitou Kid, how do they connect? His consciousness slowly drifted away. Tim, half asleep, Tim heard a faint voice calling out to him. Who's there? Who's calling me? He asked from within the dream. There was no reply. Or rather, someone was calling him, but not answering his question. The mysterious voice kept repeating his name, growing clearer each time. Tim, Tim Drake. As the sound sharpened, Tim sensed something was wrong. It sounded familiar. Hey, wake up. The voice suddenly spiked, jolting him out of the dream. His eyes flew open, and a thoroughly familiar figure stood right in front of him. Height, 5 feet 6 inches. Weight, 192 pounds. Age, 52. Female. Dressed in old-fashioned clothes, clutching a textbook. Mrs. Holmes, the math teacher at Gotham High. There was nothing suspicious about her identity. Tim knew her well. The problem was, why was she here? Shouldn't he be in bed? Wait, bed? His bed at home was never this hard, and he wasn't lying down. He was sitting upright. Could it be? A frightening guess surfaced. He glanced left and right, his eyes widening in shock. He was in a classroom. When had he come to school? He had no memory of it at all. All he remembered was thinking about the notice as he drifted off to sleep. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was sitting at his desk, like a skipped frame in a film reel. Am I still dreaming? He wondered, pinching his thigh beneath the desk. The sharp pain told him he was very much awake. Finally awake, Mr. Drake. Mrs. Holmes spoke, her expression blank. Is my lecture so sleep-inducing? Honestly, yes. A whole semester with her couldn't compare to a week of self-study. Tim swallowed the retort. Now that he was awake, he knew better than to say it out loud. Sorry, Mrs. Holmes. I studied late last night. Humph. This isn't your first offense. She snorted coldly. I swear it's the last. It won't happen again. Tim vowed. Once she turned back to the blackboard, Tim glanced to his left. Darren was grinning at his misery. Darren, why didn't you wake me when she came over? Tim whispered in complaint. I tried. You were out cold. Darren protested. What did you do last night? You've looked like a zombie since the school gates opened. Nothing. Studied too late, like I said. Tim forced a laugh, unable to tell his best friend that he was Robin. Oh, really? Since when do you love studying that much? Darren eyed him suspiciously. He already suspected Tim's exhaustion was partly his fault. Their earlier conversation about Kaitou Kid's outfit had tipped Darren off that Tim was investigating him, and no one knew better than Darren how thoroughly he had erased his own trail. The Bat family's only option was to check every face in the museum footage, an endless task. Given their nocturnal habits, Tim clearly hadn't gotten a decent night's sleep in days. Sending out a new notice yesterday had only made things worse. If Tim were well rested, that would have been the real surprise. 13 days until the next move, long enough for Tim to recover. Odds are I'll be facing Robin directly this time, Darren thought. I wonder how much of the notice they've deciphered. Not that 13 days will be enough to see the whole picture. His confidence wasn't unfounded. When he had drafted the notice, Darren had slipped in a tiny trap, one line that could never be decoded correctly. Hey, that Vanafor family memorial banquet in 10 days is all anyone's talking about. Your dad's the CEO of Drake Enterprises. He must have gotten an invitation, right? Darren whispered. Yeah, I'll go with him. You were invited too, right? Tim looked at Darren. Me? Don't joke. I'm no socialite. Why would they invite me? Darren pointed at himself, incredulous. Cut it out. You're the escaped king's son and Gotham's rising magic star. Half the guests won't be as high profile as you. Tim rolled his eyes. Who knows? Maybe they don't like magicians. No invitation came. Darren shrugged. And you know me. Even if it had, I'd probably skip it anyway. 14, Chapter 14, Everyone is a suspect. Exactly. You've always hated banquets, so I already knew you didn't want to go. Tim spoke in the tone of someone who had seen it coming. He disliked watching those wealthy people trade hypocritical smiles, but as the only son of the Drake family, some events were unavoidable. And with Kaitou Kid involved, entering openly under his public identity was far easier than sneaking in from the outside. By the way, I heard that Kaitou Kid plans to make a scene at the Vanafor banquet. It'll probably be dangerous. Honestly, I'd advise you to stay away. Darren delivered the warning with utmost seriousness. Tim thought for a moment. You might find it hard to believe, but I actually kind of want to meet him. Aren't you curious? Every time he steals something, Kaitou Kid sends out a notice in advance, as if he's afraid people won't know he's about to commit a crime. After taking such a huge risk to steal the item, he drops the loot a few days later and gains nothing from the whole affair. Why does Kaitou Kid do it? What's his goal? Tim's gaze shifted to the window beside Darren, staring into the distance through the glass. Compared to deciphering the riddle on the notice, that was the fog he most wanted to clear. Curious? Of course I'm curious, but not so curious that I'd ignore my own safety. The moment he finished speaking, Darren quietly straightened up and leaned closer, whispering to Tim. Hey, stop staring outside. Mrs. Holmes is coming. Oh shii, startled, Tim snapped his head back. Too late. His eyes met Mrs. Holmes's gloomy expression head-on. Mr. Drake, your performance today disappoints me. I believe you need to stand outside for a while. Tim had no retort and obediently went out to stand as punishment. Mrs. Holmes's class ended quickly, and Tim returned to his seat. But instead of continuing the Kaitou Kid discussion with Darren, he chatted about everyday matters as usual. After all, Darren was just an ordinary person. Treating it as idle curiosity was enough. Digging any deeper would only put him in danger. After school, Tim dashed out through the gate, eager to prepare for his nightlife. Although Kaitou Kid would not make a move for another 10+ days, that did not mean Robin could relax. Patrols and crime fighting never stopped. As for Darren, he went straight home to rest and conserve his energy. This time, the venue was not a public place like a museum but the Vanafor family's private estate. He could not scout it daily as he had before. So during these first few days, Darren would not go anywhere near the Vanafor family estate. He would wait until 2 days before the event, when the banquet preparations were nearly finalized, before slipping in to gather intelligence. Only then would the information he obtained be complete. Time passed quietly. 12 days went by. No good. I still can't figure out what the swaying road to heaven means. Could the phrase be meaningless? Tim sat in his room, scratching his head as he stared at the white card bearing Kaitou Kid's notice. The banquet's about to start, and I still don't have a single clue. Tim, are you dressed yet? We should leave. A voice called from outside the door. Almost ready. Just a second. Tim tucked the notice away and straightened his collar. At the moment, he was wearing an exquisite tuxedo prepared for the banquet. When he stepped out, he saw a middle-aged man in formal attire waiting outside. It was his father, Jack Drake. "Nice fit. You look much better in it than I do." Jack looked him over and nodded approvingly. "Let's go. Time to head out." Father and son walked outside and got into the waiting car, heading toward the Vanafor family estate. Normally, banquets were held at night, but Samantha's commemorative event began at 2 in the afternoon and would last a full 3 days. Guests were free to stay on the estate during that time. Calling it a banquet, it felt more like a party, just far more solemn. According to the notice, Kaitou Kid would not appear on the first day, but on the second. The Vanafor family keeps a low profile but wields enormous influence. Many people in Gotham don't even know they exist, yet they're affected by them every day. Our businesses overlap with theirs, though I've never met a Vanafor in person. Jack explained what he knew as they drove. Today is their first public appearance in decades. So Gotham has a family like that. Tim already knew, probably more than Jack, but he still put on a look of surprise. As the car neared the estate gate, a temporary checkpoint blocked the road. "What's this?" Jack asked in confusion. Several officers approached. The lead officer spoke in a formal tone. "Sorry, sir, all vehicles entering the estate must be searched." "Oh, Mr. Drake, is that you?" Recognizing Jack, the officer sounded surprised. "Officer Bullock? Why is the GCPD here?" Jack recognized him as well. Harvey Bullock, a veteran of the GCPD, had been on the force even longer than Gordon. When Gordon first arrived in Gotham, Bullock was the partner assigned to show him the ropes. Running a company in Gotham meant dealing with crime from time to time. Bullock had handled several cases involving Drake Enterprises, so Jack knew him well. Kaitou Kid announced that he'll steal the Vanafor emerald necklace. He might be hiding among the guests, so everyone has to be searched before entering. "I see. I've heard of him. He even stole the tear of the goddess. Not some petty thief." Understanding, Jack stepped out of the car with Tim and allowed Bullock to search them without complaint. "Officer Bullock, I heard Kaitou Kid sent out a notice that's hard to decipher. How much have you figured out?" Jack asked casually while being checked. "Need you ask? With the GCPD's capabilities, of course we've cracked it completely." Bullock puffed out his chest with confidence. "But I can't tell you what it says. Just wait and watch Kaitou Kid get caught." 15, Chapter 15, The Server's Secret Glance. 15, Chapter 15, The Server's Secret Glance. What? The GCPD has cracked every line of the notice. Bullock's self-assured words sent shockwaves through Tim's mind. Every line naturally included the one that had stumped him for days. Someone inside the GCPD actually solved it. Gordon, Barbara, but I spoke to her not long ago. She was stuck at the same point. Tim itched to ask how the GCPD had interpreted the notice, but Bullock had already declared the analysis confidential. Pushing further would only make him look suspicious. No matter how intense his curiosity, Tim had to keep quiet for now. It did not matter. Once inside the estate, he had his own ways of prying the details loose. "All done. No problems. Please go ahead, gentlemen." The inspection of both car and passengers was completed in minutes, and Bullock waved them through. They got back into the car and continued forward, soon arriving at the main gates of the Vanafor family estate. Servants of the Vanafor family were waiting to escort Jack and Tim, introduce the grounds, and point out the areas off-limits to outsiders. Along the way, they passed countless guards, GCPD officers interspersed with the Vanafor family's own professionals. The sentries covered every corridor. Calling it a post every 3 steps might have been an exaggeration, but there were no blind spots left. Sneaking through was impossible. Security's tighter than a drum. Kaitou Kid really thinks he can pull this off. Jack clicked his tongue in amazement at the sight. If I were the thief and saw this many guards, my knees would buckle and I'd scrap the whole crazy plan. Tim felt the same. Even a veteran like Catwoman would think twice before facing a wall of uniforms like this. And all of it had been brought about by Kaitou Kid himself. Frankly, Tim doubted he could lift the emerald necklace under these conditions, and he was certain Kaitou Kid would find it no easier. That only made the puzzle gnawing at him even deeper. Motive. What motive could Kaitou Kid have for sending a notice, giving everyone time to fortify their defenses, and then still attempting the theft? He was not the only one asking that question. At that very moment, in the vast garden west of the estate, Gordon stood motionless by a railing, yellow trench coat draped over him, pipe in hand, lost in thought. In his mind, he replayed the night Kaitou Kid, disguised as Montoya, had pressed the package containing the tear of the goddess into his hands. Why? Why give the tear back? In all his years in Gotham, Gordon had encountered every kind of criminal, including madmen whose motives defied reason. But Kaitou Kid, though they had met only once, felt nothing like those vicious lunatics. What is he really after? Gordon's brows knitted as the thief's objective baffled him. Just then, a tawny-skinned policewoman approached. "Chief, the banquet is about to begin. Aren't you coming inside?" Gordon answered with a question of his own. "Montoya, do you honestly believe Kaitou Kid will appear here?" The officer standing before him was Renee Montoya, the very person the Phantom Thief had once impersonated. "Honestly, I can't be sure," she said, shaking her head, "but nothing else fits the Rainbow Bridge clue. A swaying road to heaven, a rainbow bridge. Gotham has no bridge with actual colors, so the word has to be symbolic. The key is rainbow. Yet he appears after dark, so it won't be a real rainbow. That leaves only the multicolored hot air balloon tethered here in the garden. Following her gaze, Gordon spotted the massive, brightly colored envelope spread out on the nearby lawn, and a balloon drifting in the sky fits the idea of a swaying road to heaven. In short, Kaitou Kid will slip into the banquet from this garden at sunset tomorrow and steal the emerald necklace from Ms. Samantha's neck. Montoya concluded. Sounds solid enough, Gordon murmured, running through the logic and finding no obvious flaws. As she had said, it was not perfect, but no better interpretation existed. Time to go. I'll head to the banquet hall, he said, glancing at his watch. Montoya, secure the garden. If you spot Kaitou Kid, arrest him. No matter where the thief entered from, the true focal point was the necklace on Ms. Samantha herself. Gordon would stay close to her inside. The garden would have to be left to his subordinate. Don't worry, Chief. I still owe him for impersonating me last time. Montoya's eyes flashed with resolve. Gordon nodded and strode toward the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Tim arrived with his father. He scanned the crowd with a detective's wariness, convinced that any one of them could be Kaitou Kid. Inside, the atmosphere was sharply different from the grounds outside. Uniformed guards were few, with ordinary servers moving everywhere. But that was only on the surface. Tim quickly spotted plenty of plainclothes officers blending in among the guests. Ms. Samantha had insisted that no uniformed police intrude on her party, so Gordon had ordered his officers into tuxedos and cocktail dresses. Welcome to the Vanafor family commemorative banquet. May I offer you something to drink? As Tim scanned the room, a server approached Jack, balancing a tray one-handed. The tray held a dozen assorted glasses. Most people would struggle to keep even one glass steady on a platter, yet the server's hand did not waver, not a single drop spilled. He was no exception. Every waiter here possessed the same uncanny poise, clear proof of the Vanafor family's exacting standards. You came, just as I predicted, Tim, the server thought, casting the boy an almost imperceptible glance. Like lambs to the slaughter, you finally stepped into the trap laid by the notice. 16, Chapter 16, Hidden in Plain Service. VIP shout-out, many thanks to Charlie Puente for their patronage. The waiter who appeared before Tim and the others was none other than Darren, the real Kaitou Kid. It had to be said that security at the Vanafor family estate had been extremely tight over the past 2 days, and Darren had spent considerable effort sneaking in. The Vanafor family's commemorative banquet was scheduled to run for 3 consecutive days, with hundreds of guests invited in total. Obviously, to ensure that all of these distinguished guests received proper service, the number of servants normally employed at the estate was far from sufficient. After all, a banquet on this scale could not be held every day. So Ms. Samantha had brought in a large number of people from the family's servant training institution. As a result, many of the waiters at the banquet were unfamiliar faces, even to the estate's internal staff. Without a doubt, this was excellent news for Darren. As long as his professional skills were solid and his service attitude impeccable, even without deliberately altering his face to match a specific waiter, simply wearing the uniform was enough to keep suspicion at bay. Of course, the cautious Darren still did his best to avoid eye contact with the other waiters, and there was no chance he would reveal his true appearance. Thus, while acting as a waiter and serving drinks to the guests, he quietly observed the layout of the estate and, when no one was watching, set up several small traps that were difficult to detect. Not long ago, he had happened to see Tim entering the venue with his father, Jack, so he took the initiative to approach them. In fact, he had no choice but to go over. Because Darren had been deliberately keeping his distance from the other waiters, he was the only one near Tim and his father. At a moment like this, pretending not to notice them would have been a dereliction of duty. I'll take this glass, and bring a glass of orange juice for my son while you're at it. Jack picked up a glass of wine from the tray, then ordered orange juice for Tim. In most states, people could legally own their first rifle at 18, but drinking was not permitted until 21. Tim, still a high school student, naturally could not touch alcohol. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Just as Darren was about to turn and head to the beverage area for the orange juice, Tim suddenly called out to him. Wait. No need for the orange juice. I'm not thirsty right now. Is there anything else you need? Please feel free to ask. We will do our best to meet the needs of our distinguished guests. Darren asked politely. It's nothing major. I just have a few questions I'd like to ask. Tim spoke with a calm expression. Please go ahead, though I am only a member of the service staff and may not be able to answer them. It's fine. The questions I want to ask happen to be related to you. Many guests are attending today's banquet, and they'll be staying here for 2 nights. Do you have enough staff? Hearing Tim's question, Darren remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he could not help praising him. He went straight to the key point. He had only been here for a few minutes and had already noticed this. As expected of the smartest Robin, please rest assured, the Vanafor family will not allow any guest to feel neglected. Darren answered indirectly. Do this many waiters usually work at the Vanafor family estate? Tim pressed on. Of course not. A large number of staff have been temporarily transferred here for this week. However, Please be assured that all the waiters at the banquet are professionals, and the quality of service will not decline. Darren answered honestly. With his suspicion confirmed, Tim immediately fell into thought. Then, if there's nothing else you need, I won't disturb you further. After saying that, Darren carried the tray and moved on to the next guest who had just arrived. What's wrong, Tim? What are you thinking about? Jack, holding his wine glass, noticed that his son had been silent for a while and asked curiously. Nothing, just some minor, unimportant things. Jack did not pay much attention to Tim's evasiveness. For a long time now, Tim had often fallen into deep thought at odd moments, and he was more or less used to it. Suddenly, Jack spotted an acquaintance at the banquet and cheerfully tried to introduce him to Tim. Ah, look over there, Tim. That's former diplomat Mr. Tom Hudson, an alumnus of mine. He has a very beautiful daughter. You two should get to know each other. Hey, Tim, where are you going? Before he could finish, Jack saw his son running off. I saw a friend. I want to go say hello. Tim replied without looking back. A friend? From which family? A boy or a girl? Jack wanted to ask more, but Tim had already vanished into the crowd. The aging father shook his head helplessly and went over to chat with Hudson instead. As for Tim, he quietly made his way toward the estate's internal monitoring room. This place was, of course, not open to the public, but Robin's infiltration skills were no worse than those of any master thief in the world. Using a small trick, he lured the personnel inside the monitoring room away. Then, with lightning speed, he plugged a USB-like device into the server and pulled it out just as quickly. He slipped away without a trace. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. After leaving the restricted area, Tim took a communicator from his pocket and put it to his ear. Can you hear me, Oracle? Tim asked in a low voice. All set. I've hacked in. The entire monitoring system of the Vanafor family estate is now under my control. Inside the clock tower, Oracle smiled with confidence. How is it on your end? Any discoveries? I have a lead. There's a high probability that Kaitou kid has already entered the estate, and most likely he's disguised as one of the waiters at the banquet. Tim explained his deduction, and Oracle agreed with him. I see. Disguising himself as a temporarily transferred waiter would indeed make him hard to notice. The fact that Kaitou kid's notice clearly stated the date of the operation makes it easy for people to fall into a trap, assuming he'll only appear on that day. Before the banquet officially began, security at the estate was probably much looser than it is now. Kaitou kid must have used that window to sneak in. Tim's reasoning was largely accurate. If the thief had tried to infiltrate the estate today, facing GCPD officers and Vanafor family bodyguards at peak alertness, even if he managed to blend in eventually, the effort and risk involved would have been on an entirely different level. By the way, if we secretly have the police gather all the waiters in the Vanafor family estate and search them, wouldn't we be able to catch Kaitou kid in one move? Oracle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 17, The Blind Spot of Logic. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Mason Daly for joining the inner circle. No, I thought about that just now as well, but many guests have already gathered at the banquet. Kaitou kid could simply change his disguise and blend into the crowd. It would only work if everyone currently in the estate were searched. Both Tim and Oracle knew very well that such a plan was unrealistic. The only person on site with the authority to do that was Commissioner Gordon of the GCPD, and there was no way Gordon could approve it. Everyone attending the banquet was a high-ranking official or member of the upper class. Treating them as suspects without concrete evidence or justification would inevitably cause a massive backlash against the GCPD. And most importantly, no one could guarantee that Kaitou kid's true identity was not one of those very guests. All of Tim's current conjectures were based on the assumption that Kaitou kid was not an invited guest. It was the most likely deduction, but not necessarily the correct one. Although the chance of a social elite being a phantom thief was low, compared to a billionaire donning a bat cowl and going out every night to beat up criminals, the former actually seemed more reasonable no matter how one looked at it. If Kaitou kid were originally one of the invited guests, then he would not need any disguise at all. In that case, what criteria could be used to determine whether someone was Kaitou kid? There was none. So even if everyone were checked now, there was no guarantee of catching Kaitou kid with absolute certainty. Gathering everyone for a search required evidence, not mere conjecture. But that doesn't matter. Kaitou kid's ultimate goal won't change. He will definitely approach Ms. Samantha to look for an opportunity to steal the necklace. We only need to keep our focus on Samantha. Tim spoke with confidence. Now the entire estate is under our surveillance. Anyone who approaches Samantha won't escape our notice. Kaitou kid certainly doesn't know that we're already inside the estate. When the time comes, just as he thinks he's about to succeed and is feeling smug, I'll step in and catch him off guard. Unfortunately, Tim did not know that at this very moment, his every move had long since been exposed right under Kaitou kid's nose. After that, Tim wandered around the estate several times, memorizing the layout while mentally simulating the escape routes Kaitou kid might choose. In the process, he also made his way to the back garden, where Montoya had set up numerous ambushes. When Tim saw the colorful hot air balloon, he finally understood what Bullock had meant earlier at the gate when he said that the GCPD had completely solved the notice. Interpreting the swaying road to heaven as a colorful hot air balloon floating in the sky isn't necessarily wrong. It's just that the balloon hasn't even taken off yet. How can it sway when it's deflated and lying on the ground? And why would Kaitou Kid come here before going to the banquet hall? That makes no sense at all. Tim could not help but complain inwardly. Even if the notice really meant that, it had to be a decoy meant to divert the guard's attention. He did not linger there, only taking a quick look before leaving. It's almost time for the opening ceremony of the banquet. I should head back. After Tim had more or less mapped out the architectural layout of the Vanafor family estate, he returned to the banquet hall. There was nothing particularly unusual about the opening ceremony. The host, Samantha, stepped forward to introduce the history of the Vanafor family, recounting the glory their ancestors had built generation after generation, while also showcasing the current prosperity of the family's industries. A bit of flexing, outlining several future plans, incidentally drawing in some investment and new partners, and then it was time to eat, drink, and enjoy the festivities. Tim kept his eyes on Samantha the entire time, memorizing every waiter and guest who came into close contact with her. It was worth noting that from the moment Samantha appeared, Gordon had stayed at her side like a personal bodyguard. Before long, the first day of the banquet came to an end. Guided by the waiters, the guests headed to the guest rooms that had been prepared for them in advance. The Vanafor family estate covered a vast area and would not feel crowded even if 1,000 people lived there at the same time. In the dead of night, Robin, set out. He began checking the people who had been in close contact with Samantha during the banquet one by one, quietly sneaking into their rooms to search for anything suspicious. Under Oracle's cover, every move Robin made stayed within the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. Even if the guards in the monitoring room watched the screens with complete focus, they would not detect his presence. The search continued until the latter half of the night. Robin stepped out of the room of the last suspicious person. TSK. This Kaitou Kid really knows how to hide. I can't find a single flaw. It seems I'll only be able to truly catch him after Kaitou Kid makes his move tomorrow. With a trace of frustration, Robin silently returned to his own room. At that moment, a pair of eyes appeared in the shadows, quietly watching Robin's retreating figure. Since I already realized you might have guessed that I infiltrated the banquet early, how could I possibly leave such an obvious flaw? Darren stepped out of the darkness, amused to himself. You think you're in the dark, but it's exactly the opposite. The next day, at dusk, there were less than 30 minutes until sunset. As for that evening's banquet, there was still an hour and a half to go. Mr. Gordon, I appreciate you going to such lengths to protect my necklace, but is it really necessary for you to stay glued to my side? Samantha frowned slightly as she spoke to Gordon beside her. Since early that morning, Gordon had been following her everywhere, treating himself entirely as her personal bodyguard. It is absolutely necessary, Ms. Samantha. If the protection around you is relaxed, Kaitou Kid will seize the opportunity to steal the necklace. Gordon replied with a serious expression. The banquet started yesterday, and up until now, Kaitou Kid hasn't appeared. I don't think he's coming. Samantha did not take Kaitou Kid seriously and spoke in a relaxed tone. The notice stated that Kaitou Kid would appear at sunset today. That time is very close. Gordon explained. Well, there are probably very few people in all of Gotham who can have Commissioner Gordon as their personal bodyguard. I'll gladly accept it, then. Seeing Gordon's persistence, Samantha finally relented. At this moment, Gordon was not the only one feeling tense. Throughout the estate, all of the security personnel were on high alert. As the sun sank lower and lower, the tension only grew heavier. Tim had already hidden himself in the shadows, ready to move at any moment in his guise as Robin. In the back garden, Montoya's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. According to the prearranged plan, her position was the front line for intercepting Kaitou Kid. Amid everyone's held breath and intense vigilance, the sun finally disappeared below the horizon. The sky darkened in an instant. And then, nothing happened. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, more than 10 minutes passed. Kaitou Kid did not appear as everyone had expected. Chapter 18, it's showtime. Chapter 18, it's showtime. VIP shout out, massive thanks to Zengun for joining the inner circle. In the back garden, Montoya stared blankly at the empty space before taking out her walkie-talkie to contact Gordon. Commissioner, there's been no sign of Kaitou Kid. He may have changed his point of entry. Just as Montoya finished her report, subordinates from other positions began sending in updates to Gordon one after another. There was no trace of Kaitou Kid anywhere in the Vanafor family estate. What was going on? Gordon's brow furrowed deeply as he glanced back at Samantha. That priceless emerald necklace hung quietly around her neck. See, Mr. Gordon, I told you Kaitou Kid wouldn't actually show up. He's just a thief. How could he possibly break through the defenses of this estate? Samantha was not surprised in the slightest that Kaitou Kid had failed to appear as promised. The last time he managed to steal the Tear of the Goddess from the Gotham Museum of Art was probably only because the museum's security was outdated and hadn't been upgraded in time, giving him a loophole to exploit. Gordon neither agreed nor disagreed with Samantha's assessment. Others might not know, but he had personally witnessed the elusive methods Kaitou Kid had used to obtain the tear of the goddess. There was no point in arguing with Samantha about it, so Gordon said nothing. The question now was, where exactly was Kaitou Kid? Was it really as Samantha believed, that he had been intimidated by the heavy security of the Vanafor family estate and abandoned his plan to steal the emerald necklace? Or was Kaitou Kid planning to violate his own notice and appear suddenly once everyone was convinced he was not coming? For some reason, Gordon felt the truth was not that simple. Alright, the Kaitou Kid situation is over, and it's time to prepare for the banquet. I still have some arrangements to make for tonight, so please don't follow me for now, Mr. Gordon. After saying that, Samantha turned to leave. Wait, what if Kaitou Kid is just waiting for us to lower our guard? Before Gordon could finish his warning, Samantha interrupted him. It's fine, Mr. Gordon. The Vanafor family isn't so strapped for resources that we can't afford a personal bodyguard. William will be responsible for my protection. As she spoke, a burly man with a cold expression appeared seemingly out of nowhere and bowed respectfully to Samantha. Who is this? Gordon was startled by the man's sudden appearance. This is my bodyguard, William. He has actually been nearby protecting me these past 2 days, Samantha introduced. Gordon sized William up in surprise. He had never noticed this man at his side. How could someone with such a large build conceal himself so effectively? Then again, Batman was even bulkier and still moved like a ghost. Thinking of Batman's elusive nature, Gordon's mind settled, and the shock no longer seemed so great. Inside the banquet hall, Tim sat at a dining table, cutting into a steak while a wave of frustration welled up inside him. It's been over an hour since nightfall, and tonight's banquet has already begun, yet there's still no sign of Kaitou Kid. Did he really give up? His eyes kept sweeping over the waiters moving back and forth around him. No. Although Kaitou Kid only has one previous record, judging by his actions during that first crime, he's not just bold. He's extremely intelligent. He must have planned everything thoroughly before acting. The security at the Vanafor family estate is indeed tight, but I don't think it's enough to make Kaitou Kid retreat. He will come today. He definitely will. Tim was certain of it. But why didn't he show up when night fell? Could the notice have been a feint? Had Kaitou Kid never intended to follow it from the beginning? If that were the case, a week ago would have been the most suitable time to target the necklace. There was no reason to delay until now. Unless our interpretation of the notice is wrong. The thought suddenly surfaced in Tim's mind. But how could that be? When SKLL and the Norse mythology wolf cross for the 13th time, the fragile mistletoe is stained with blood. I shall step upon the swaying road to heaven, and attend the eternal feast of Valhalla, to take away the cursed May stone. 13 crossings meant 13 cycles of day and night. Mistletoe stained with blood was a metaphor for the arrival of night. The eternal feast referred to the commemorative banquet, and the cursed May stone was the emerald necklace Samantha wore. As for the swaying road to heaven, the GCPD interpreted it as a colorful hot air balloon. Tim had reservations about that explanation. But even setting aside the controversial third line, the interpretations of the other parts should not have been wrong. Otherwise, there was no explanation that fit better. No matter which road to heaven Kaitou Kid intended to take, he should have appeared in the banquet hall the moment night fell today. However, the reality was that he had not. Let's assume for now that our understanding of the other lines is flawed. If that's the case, then no one can be certain when or where Kaitou Kid will appear. Wait, the timing might be uncertain, but the location was not. The emerald necklace. Since he could no longer intercept him at the starting point, the only option left was to wait for the target at the destination. Miss Samantha's location is. Tim's eyes immediately began searching the crowd for Samantha. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from above. Samantha, dressed in a magnificent gown, slowly descended the stairs and appeared before everyone in the hall. William followed closely behind her, keeping exactly 3 steps of distance. You have all spent a day and a night at the Vanafor family estate. I hope our hospitality has met your expectations, Samantha said with a smile as she addressed the crowd. Guests throughout the banquet hall responded one after another, voicing their satisfaction. At yesterday's banquet, we discussed quite a bit of business, which made the atmosphere a little too serious. That was not the full intent of this commemorative banquet, so today, everyone should relax and treat this as a gathering among friends. I've decided that in a little while, we will hold a ball. Clank. Whoosh. At that very instant, without any warning, a sudden change occurred. The lights throughout the entire banquet hall abruptly went out, plunging the scene into darkness. At the same time, a magnetic voice echoed through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen. It's showtime. As the voice rang out, a magical scene unfolded. Within the darkened hall, a brilliant rainbow appeared out of thin air, arcing across the ceiling above the crowd and extending all the way to the podium at the back of the banquet hall. On that stage, a white figure, dazzling even in the darkness, suddenly materialized. Chapter 19 The Realization. A pure white suit without a single blemish accentuated a slim, elegant waistline that would make any woman jealous. The monocle over his right eye caught the light with a mysterious gleam, and a confident, unchanging smile curved his lips. It's Kaitou Kid. I was just thinking about it. I didn't expect him to actually show up. Quick. Photographer, start shooting. Whether we get tomorrow's headline depends on you right now. Many of the guests in the hall were reporters from major news outlets. The moment Kaitou Kid appeared, they leapt to their feet in excitement, pulling out anything capable of taking photos and frantically pressing their shutters at him. That's Kaitou Kid? So he really exists. I thought he was just an urban legend cooked up by the GCPD, like Batman. Another group of guests stared in astonishment at the figure who had suddenly appeared on the stage. From the beginning, they had not believed he was real. The recovery of the tear of the goddess had led them to think that this so-called Kaitou Kid was merely a spectacle scripted and staged by the Gotham Museum of Art to create publicity and draw in tourists. After all, no thief in the world would steal something and then voluntarily return it. Not even the lunatics in Arkham would do something so self-contradictory. Except for Two-Face. But Two-Face only robs. He does not steal. Wow, I'm actually seeing Kaitou Kid. He looks even more handsome in person than in photos. It's incredible. Even though I can't see his face clearly, I just feel like he's unbelievably handsome. It was definitely the right decision to come to the banquet with Dad. I actually got to see Kaitou Kid. This trip was worth it. There was no shortage of young women among the guests. They might not have cared much for the Vanafor family's commemorative banquet, but a mysterious, elegant, handsome, and dangerous man was another matter entirely. Robin, the surveillance feed for the Vanafor family estate has gone completely black. What's happening on your end? Oracle's anxious voice came through Tim's earpiece. We've been played. Kaitou Kid cut the power to the estate. The hall is pitch dark right now. Tim quickly explained the situation on site. So it's a power outage. I thought Kaitou Kid had blown up the entire estate with a bomb. It's good that nothing serious happened. But without live surveillance, it'll be hard for me to give you effective support now, Robin. Oracle sounded apologetic. If her legs were still functional, she would have rushed to the scene to fight alongside her partner. But now, she could only do her best from behind the scenes. I'm hacking into the street cameras around the Vanafor family estate. If I spot Kaitou Kid escaping outside, I'll notify you immediately. It's okay, that's enough. After replying to Oracle, Tim quickly left his position. As he ran, resentment surged through him. So that's how it is. I finally understand the meaning of that notice. You sneaky Kaitou Kid, to actually pull off a word trap like this. The instant the banquet hall lost power, Tim understood everything. The swaying road to heaven that he and Oracle had obsessed over was actually the least important part. That phrase truly had no metaphor at all. It was simply a literal rainbow. The real trap lay in the second line. Baldur, killed by mistletoe, was the god of light, but he was not the sun god. Baldur's death did not herald night, but darkness. That was why Kaitou Kid did not appear when night fell. As long as the lights were on, the interior of the hall was still bright. Only when the power was cut and the hall truly sank into darkness did it become time for Kaitou Kid to make his entrance. In the end, Kaitou Kid had not violated his notice at all. He had done exactly as he promised. The sudden, unanticipated power outage left even Tim momentarily stunned. Others were even more shaken, including the dozen or so plainclothes officers hidden among the crowd. It was not until the sound of the first reporter's shutter clicking as they photographed Kaitou Kid that everyone snapped out of their shock. Kaitou Kid, this estate is surrounded. No matter what you intend to do, there's no way you're escaping from here. At that moment, Gordon rushed to the foot of the stage, raised his pistol, and aimed it at Kaitou Kid in warning. Surrender now, and we won't hurt you. A dozen plainclothes officers hurried after him, surrounding Kaitou Kid on the stage. Surrender? That makes it sound like I don't have any other choice. Faced with a dozen dark gun barrels, Kaitou Kid showed not the slightest hint of panic. But I refuse. Kaitou Kid smiled as he spoke. A mere pistol. Who do you think that's going to scare? I have one too. The moment the words left his mouth, Kaitou Kid's right hand blurred, and a uniquely shaped white pistol appeared seemingly out of thin air. As he produced the weapon, Kaitou Kid casually spun it a few times in his hand, the motion smooth and effortlessly stylish. With a soft swish, he raised the muzzle and aimed it directly at Gordon. My apologies, Commissioner Gordon. If you move carelessly, you might die. A gun. Kaitou Kid actually had a gun. Gordon stared at the oddly shaped white pistol in disbelief. From the outside, it looked almost like a toy, but in a place like Gotham, the more harmless a weapon appeared, the more terrifying its true power could be. Gordon did not dare gamble on whether the gun was real or fake. No one present dared to gamble either. Kaitou Kid, what are you trying to do? Before, you were only committing attempted theft, but once you use a gun, the nature of the crime changes completely. Gordon warned him with a grim expression. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ah! Gordon felt a sharp pain in the center of his forehead before his body toppled backward. Thud! Kaitou Kid fired. He actually fired. Commissioner! The dozen plainclothes officers nearby flew into a rage, pulling their triggers at the same time as they fired at Kaitou Kid, determined to avenge Gordon. However, not a single bullet was fired. Do you find it strange? Why are there no bullets in your guns? At that moment, the corners of Kaitou Kid's mouth curled upward. He raised his left hand into a fist, then slowly opened it. It's simple. Ahaha, because they're with me. A string of bullets slid from his palm, clinking against the floor as they fell. The entire hall fell silent. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for one hand to hold that many bullets, but at this moment, no one cared about such a detail. Even my gun has no bullets. I clearly checked it half an hour ago. How did you do it? And when did you make your move? After an unknown amount of time, someone finally spoke up. The instant that voice was heard, the dozen plainclothes officers and all the guests in the banquet hall froze. Isn't that the commissioner's voice? Chapter 20, only magic works like that. VIP shout out, massive thanks to Corrupt for joining the inner circle. Everyone turned toward Gordon, who had just collapsed, only to see him standing upright again. What the hell? Jim Gordon had just come back from the dead. Chief, you're not dead. The dozen plainclothes officers around Gordon stammered in disbelief, their voices overlapping in a stunned chorus that echoed faintly through the grand banquet hall. Oh. For a moment, I thought I really was about to die. Kaitou kid, that gun of yours was never real, was it? Gordon raised his right hand slowly, his fingers trembling just a little from the lingering shock, and produced a playing card, the Ace of Hearts, its edges crisp and gleaming under the stage lights. The bullet that hit me was actually this. Ahaha, just a little prank. I hope the commissioner wasn't too shaken. Kaitou kid chuckled, the sound light and teasing, carrying effortlessly across the hushed room. But don't underestimate a playing card bullet. Used properly, it can still hurt. Like this. Snap. The moment the words left his lips, Kaitou kid fired downward with a sharp flick of his wrist, the card gun emitting a soft, whip-like crack. Ah. A card shot out and struck the wrist of an officer who had been reaching for a loose round. The man cried out in pain, jerking his hand back as a sharp sting radiated up his arm, the card embedding itself just enough to draw a thin line of blood before fluttering to the floor. Moments earlier, the officer had edged off the stage while Kaitou kid was speaking with the resurrected Gordon, hoping to gather the scattered cartridges near the podium. His heart pounded with opportunistic excitement as he moved, convinced his stealthy shuffle would go undetected amid the confusion. He believed his movements were subtle enough, far enough within Kaitou kid's peripheral vision to go unnoticed. Maybe he could even circle behind Kaitou kid and, together with the others, launch an ambush and claim the credit. Unfortunately, Kaitou kid had not only noticed him but had chosen the precise moment he bent down for the first round to stop him, timing it with flawless precision that left no room for error. Sorry. No live rounds allowed. Kaitou kid announced calmly, his voice steady and almost amused, as if lecturing a child. No bullets means no bullets, Kaitou kid. You still don't understand the situation, a powerfully built officer said as he stepped forward with a shrug, his broad shoulders rolling under his ill-fitting suit jacket. We've got a dozen trained cops. You've got a toy that stings. You really think that's going to stop us? Guys, you haven't forgotten your takedown drills, right? Yeah, rush him. Take him down. He charged first, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden stage, the others following close behind, forming a crescent to cut off any escape. Their faces were set in determined grimaces, breaths coming quick and heavy with adrenaline. Just what I was waiting for. Kaitou kid grasped his cape and snapped it forward with a dramatic flourish. The white fabric billowed out like a sudden sail in the wind, turning into a curtain that instantly cut off sight lines on both sides, filling the air with a soft whoosh and casting fleeting shadows across the stage. You think a scrap of cloth will hide your escape? Useless. Behind you is nothing but a wall, and we've sealed every exit. The officers charged straight through the billowing fabric without hesitation, pushing past it with grunts of effort, the material brushing against their faces and suits. The lead officer yanked the cape aside and froze, his hands still clutching the fabric as he stared at the empty space before him. Empty? How can no one be here? Where's Kaitou kid? Did anyone see him? He turned to the others, his eyes wide with confusion. Not even a shadow. Every face was filled with disbelief, brows furrowed and mouths agape as they scanned the stage frantically. Can he turn invisible? Teleport? Wait, he's disguised as one of us. Who remembers how many plainclothes officers we had? A bold theory was shouted out, the voice cracking slightly with rising paranoia. In an instant, every officer on the stage looked at the others with suspicion, hands hovering near holsters, the tension thick enough to feel in the air. Off stage, Gordon was just as stunned. He had held his position and kept the entire stage in view, his sharp eyes never wavering despite the chaos. Yet he had not seen anyone leave, nor could he explain the disappearance. His mind raced through possibilities, rejecting each one as improbable. After counting heads, he confirmed that every person on the stage was one of his own. Kaitou kid was not among them. So how could this be explained? How had Kaitou kid vanished in plain sight? Magic? This had to be magic. There was no other explanation that fit, no rational thread to pull on in the face of such impossibility. While the GCPD wrestled with reality, the banquet guests were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, murmurs and exclamations rippling through the elegantly dressed crowd like waves. Amazing. He just flicked that cape and vanished. That was better than any Van act I've ever seen. How did he do it? Exactly. If this were an ordinary trick, I'd say trapdoors or doubles, but there's nothing like that on the stage, and the GCPD certainly aren't his accomplices. He must know real magic. Only magic works like that. And the bullets. Over 100 rounds from a dozen officers. When did he take them without anyone noticing? Right. Picking out the plainclothes officers in a hall of hundreds, brushing past them, stealing spare magazines and clearing chambers, all without a single witness. That's impossible. High above them all, Kaitou Kid lay flat atop the massive chandelier, careful not to set it swaying, his body pressed low against the cool metal framework as crystals tinkled faintly around him. Fortunately, the Vanafor family had built the banquet hall like a cathedral. Lofty and expansive, with an enormous chandelier sturdy enough to support his weight, its intricate arms sprawling out like a frozen explosion of light. Gone was the white suit. He now wore dark stealth gear that blended seamlessly into the shadows, the fabric matte and silent against any movement. The vanishing act was no magic spell, just a rapid costume change beneath the cape and a grappling ascent toward the lights, executed in the split-second blindness provided by his own distraction. Between the sudden darkness and the white distraction below, no ordinary eyes could have spotted him, even if they had been staring straight up. Listening to the crowd's odd reactions, the gasps, the excited whispers, the scattered applause, Darren Greer felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins like electricity. He had once performed on stage before thousands, earning thunderous applause time and time again, the roar of arenas filling his ears night after night. At first, every ovation had thrilled him, but after a few years, it had all become routine, the cheers blending into a familiar hum that no longer sparked joy. Tonight was different. A few hundred gasps sent a thrill through him that no packed arena ever had, raw and immediate, laced with genuine wonder and disbelief. Especially when, as Kaitou Kid, every single gaze was fixed on him, even if they couldn't see him now, the knowledge that he commanded their attention so completely. In that instant, he relived the first time he'd ever faced an audience. Excitement he'd thought long forgotten, bubbling up fresh and intoxicating from deep within. 21, Chapter 21. Now it's time for Step 2. The operation went pretty smoothly, but my fingers are still a bit sore. Darren flexed his hands. This was the after effect of removing the bullets from Gordon and the others earlier. About half an hour ago, he had still been disguised as a banquet waiter, quietly approaching the plainclothes officers who believed they were perfectly concealed and swiping their bullets one by one. Fortunately, the last operation involving the tear of the goddess had earned him the golden finger reward, which greatly enhanced the flexibility of his hands. Otherwise, completing this task would have been impossible. Even so, he had not yet fully adapted to the golden finger. Forcing his fingers into extreme flexibility to achieve inhuman hand speed came at the cost of frequent strain. Even without cramps, soreness was inevitable. Now, everyone's attention in the banquet hall is focused on the podium. Step 1 of the plan is complete. Darren glanced down at Gordon and the others, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Now it's time for Step 2. Below, the dozen plainclothes officers checked each other again and again, finally confirming that Kaitou Kid was not among them. Although Gordon had confirmed that the head count was correct, he could not rule out the possibility that Kaitou Kid had already incapacitated someone and taken his place among the plainclothes officers. When dealing with a criminal who could change his appearance at will, constant identity checks were necessary. Calling all units, this is Commissioner Gordon. Kaitou Kid has been spotted in the banquet hall. Everyone, assemble here immediately. At that moment, the walkie-talkies of every GCPD officer in the estate crackled to life. All except one. The plainclothes officers looked at Gordon in surprise. His face had darkened so much it seemed as if ink might drip from it. Commissioner, did we just hear your voice? It's gone. My walkie-talkie is missing. Gordon searched his entire body but could not find it. He did not even need to think to know it must have been stolen by Kaitou Kid. After all, the man had managed to take the bullets from so many people without missing a single one. Swiping a walkie-talkie would have been effortless. This is the second time Kaitou Kid has taken my walkie-talkie. Thinking of how he had been led around by the nose with a fake walkie-talkie last time, Gordon trembled with anger, veins standing out on his face. All units, this is the real Jim Gordon. That order just now was sent by Kaitou Kid. Do not leave your posts. He angrily snatched a walkie-talkie from the person beside him, desperate to set things straight. But the moment Gordon finished speaking, another voice identical to his rang out again. Don't listen to him. He's the real Kaitou Kid. His target, Miss Samantha, is in the banquet hall, which is why he's trying so hard to stop you from assembling here. The words nearly made Gordon spit blood in rage. What made it even worse was that Kaitou Kid's logic was sound. For a brief moment, Gordon did not even know how to refute it. And just as Gordon was about to turn the situation into a farce of a mimic spotting game, a scream suddenly rang out from the guest seating area. It's Kaitou Kid. Hearing that cry, Gordon's expression changed instantly as he snapped his head toward the source. Sure enough, on the left side of the guest section, he saw a white figure moving toward Samantha, seemingly about to reach his target. Seeing this, Gordon no longer cared about using the walkie-talkie to clarify things with his subordinates outside the hall. He immediately sprinted toward Kaitou Kid at full speed. Wait, Commissioner. There's another Kaitou Kid over there too. Halfway through his sprint, Gordon heard his subordinates shout that they had spotted Kaitou Kid again. Startled, he turned in the direction they were pointing and was shocked to see another Kaitou kid on the right side of the guest seating, directly opposite the first. This one was also moving quickly towards Samantha. What in the world is going on? Gordon was stunned by the sight of two Kaitou kids. Can Kaitou kid clone himself? Or is he actually a group of criminals? No matter what the truth was, the priority was clear. They had to stop Kaitou kid from getting close to Samantha. Gordon and a dozen plainclothes officers split into two teams and charged after the two Kaitou kids. Miss, please step back. On Samantha's side, the bodyguard William stepped forward, placing himself in front of her to shield her. These two Kaitou kids, why do they feel a little strange? Samantha frowned as she watched the two white figures rushing toward her and murmured to herself. Although the hall was dim without the lights, there was still some illumination from the candles on the dining tables and the flashlights carried by a few waiters. If not for the white outfits standing out in the darkness, it would have been hard to make out the two Kaitou kids at all, so feeling unsettled by what she saw was only natural. But the strangeness Samantha sensed had nothing to do with the lighting. If she had to put it into words, those two Kaitou kids felt a little off. Uncoordinated. Oh my god, why is there another Kaitou kid over there? Suddenly, a voice from the guest seating announced the discovery of a third Kaitou kid. No, not just a third. A fourth, a fifth, and a sixth appeared in quick succession, with more and more showing up by the second. Ah, I see a Kaitou kid here too. Holy crap, Kaitou kid is less than 2 meters away from me. Good heavens, they're everywhere. Bang! At that very moment, the doors to the banquet hall burst open, and a large number of people rushed in from outside. They were GCPD officers who had assembled after hearing Gordon's command. Generally speaking, when the surroundings change suddenly, people instinctively look for the source of that change. Just like when someone walks into a house without saying hello, very few people would remain so indifferent as to not glance over. And now, a large group of people had burst through the doors of the banquet hall. Naturally, everyone inside turned to look at them. Even the Kaitou kids running around stopped in their tracks. The only ones who did not pause were the source of the disturbance themselves, the assembled GCPD officers. Unlike Gordon and the others earlier, Kaitou kid had not had a chance to steal their bullets, so they were now fully armed and loaded. At this moment, they were here to arrest Kaitou kid, and Kaitou kid was right in front of them, frozen in place. Although the number of Kaitou kids was unexpected, it did not matter. The officers had the advantage in numbers. The all-white Kaitou kids were practically living targets in the current environment. No, the Kaitou kids had stopped moving. They were sitting ducks. And so, the officers who had just entered took the most natural action. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted everywhere. Dozens of Kaitou kids were struck by bullets, without exception. Pop, 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 pop. Strangely, the sound of the bullets hitting them did not resemble flesh and blood at all. It sounded more like balloons popping. Wait, something's wrong with these Kaitou kids. Cease fire. 22, Chapter 22, A Gentleman's Deception. 22, Chapter 22, A Gentleman's Deception. Gordon, who had been the first to charge toward Kaitou kid, was also the first to discover the truth about these kids. They were not real people at all, but realistic-looking inflatable dummies. The only reason they were moving was that electric roller skates had been fitted to their feet. No wonder their movements had seemed unnatural. These inflatable dummies were extremely fragile. Gordon poked one, and it burst immediately. The moment it ruptured, the kid dummy released a plume of acrid smoke that made him cough uncontrollably. Realizing something was wrong, Gordon shouted at once, trying to stop the GCPD officers from firing at the dummies. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. By the time Gordon managed to get out his first word, gunfire was already echoing through the hall. By the time he finished his sentence, the shooting had already stopped. In its place came the sound of balloons bursting. Thick smoke spread throughout the entire hall in an instant. Cough, cough, what is this stuff? It's so pungent. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Those idiots from the GCPD must have triggered some kind of trap by firing randomly. They always know how to mess things up. Cough, cough, cough. I can't take this anymore. If I stay here, I'll get lung disease. Hey, move aside, I need to get out of here. The guests in the seating area could no longer endure the environment. They scrambled in panic, pushing and shoving as they rushed toward the exits. In the blink of an eye, the banquet hall descended into complete chaos. That chaos quickly spread and reached Samantha, who was positioned behind the guest seating. William covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, scanning his surroundings vigilantly, though it was almost useless. Although the lights in the hall had gone out earlier, there had still been candlelight on the tables and moonlight from outside to provide some illumination, so it had not been completely dark. But now, thick smoke blanketed the entire hall, plunging it into true darkness. It was no exaggeration to say that you could not even see your own hand in front of your face. At this moment, William could only rely on his hearing to judge what was happening around him. Someone's coming. Soon, William heard the rapid sound of footsteps nearby, the noise drawing closer and more distinct by the second. He held his breath and focused all his attention on the direction the sound was coming from. Swish. A white figure darted out of the smoke. It was Kaitou Kid. William instinctively reached for his pistol to fire. But just as he raised the gun, a second Kaitou Kid suddenly burst out of the smoke from the right and kicked William's gun hand. Completely caught off guard, the pistol flew from his grip and fell somewhere out of sight. The Kaitou Kid in front had been nothing but a decoy. The one on the right was the real one. William swung his fist angrily at Kaitou Kid. But the thief had no intention of fighting. After disarming him, he immediately retreated and vanished back into the smoke. William chased forward a short distance, but he could not find any trace of Kaitou Kid. Not even the sound of footsteps. Cough, cough. The smoke is too thick, I can't see anything anymore. William, where are you? Suddenly, Samantha's voice rang out nearby, calling for William again and again. I'm here, miss. Please don't move around. I'm coming to you right now. William immediately ran toward the sound of her voice. Just then, he vaguely caught sight of another white shadow flashing through the smoke in the direction he was heading. The next instant, Samantha screamed. Ah, William. Damn it. Hearing that cry, William was seized by panic and rushed headlong into the smoke. There, he saw Samantha lying unconscious on the ground, her clothes slightly disheveled. Miss. William hurried over and lifted her, anxiously checking her condition. PSSSH. At that very moment, Samantha suddenly raised her hand and pressed something toward William's face, releasing a burst of spray. Ah, what the thud. Caught completely off guard, William inhaled it and collapsed instantly. My special sleeping spray. The effect is pretty good, wouldn't you say? Samantha smiled strangely at William, then stood up, brushed herself off, and reached for her neck, peeling away her entire face and hair as if removing a mask. What appeared was a mysterious, handsome face framed by a monocle. The Samantha standing there was, in fact, Kaitou Kid in disguise. After removing the mask, Kaitou Kid grasped the collar of the woman's dress with one hand, gave his body a slight twist, and the gown instantly transformed into his signature outfit. When he was done, Kaitou Kid turned around, removed his top hat, and bowed elegantly to the newcomer. A pleasure to meet you, Ms. Samantha. Unbeknownst to him, the real Samantha had already arrived. She looked at Kaitou Kid calmly. Every time I see you change outfits just by turning around, I can't help wondering how you manage to do it. It's just a small trick. Kaitou Kid replied with a smile. I didn't realize Kaitou Kid was such a modest person. Samantha removed the necklace from her neck and held it out to him. This is what you wanted, isn't it? Oh, isn't that a priceless treasure of immense significance to the Vanafor family? Ms. Samantha, you're handing it over to me so generously. Kaitou Kid asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. What else can I do? Samantha replied. My personal bodyguard has been knocked out by you, the GCPD is busy trying to contain the chaos in the hall, and now no one is left to protect me. Even if I didn't give it to you willingly, you could easily knock me out and take the necklace anyway, couldn't you? Besides, I should warn you, Kaitou Kid. This necklace carries a curse. Taking it will only bring you misfortune. When she said this, Samantha's expression was calm, with no trace of intimidation. It was as if she were simply stating a fact. Whether it truly was a fact or not, Kaitou Kid did not know. But according to rumors, very few people who had worn this emerald necklace had died of natural causes. Most had met violent ends in fits of madness. If this necklace is really that dangerous, why would you keep it so close to yourself? Unbothered by the curse Samantha mentioned, Kaitou Kid calmly took the necklace from her hand. Swoosh. The moment Kaitou Kid reached out, a sharp whooshing sound struck from behind. Kaitou Kid reacted instantly, dropping low. A dark shadow swept past him from above. After rushing by, the figure landed in front of him, facing him head-on. Don't think you can escape, Kaitou Kid. Standing before him was a young man holding a long staff, dressed in a costume of red, green, and black, with a yellow and black cape and a green mask over his eyes. A bold capital letter R was emblazoned on the right side of his chest. It was Robin's unmistakable emblem. 23, Chapter 23 Robin's Electrifying Attack. VIP Shoutout, massive thanks to AP and Sahib Ibrahim for joining the inner circle. Robin, are you operating alone today? Where's your guardian? Kaitou Kid looked at the boy across from him and asked with a smile. Batman has more important things to do. Dealing with you doesn't require his involvement. Robin snorted coldly. And besides, Batman is not my guardian. As he declared this, he swung his long staff and charged at Kaitou Kid. Robin's staff technique was remarkably sharp, fast, precise, and ruthless, each strike aimed squarely at vital points. Kaitou Kid dodged by the narrowest of margins. Seeing this, Robin's attacks grew even fiercer, leaving Kaitou Kid almost no room to retreat. Interesting. Kaitou Kid's movements look frantic on the surface, but he always avoids the strikes at the last possible moment. That means his reflexes are outstanding, but he lacks real combat experience. As Kaitou Kid continued to evade every blow, Robin analyzed the situation in his mind. Then let's see if you can dodge this one. Robin twisted the end of his staff, and sparks of electricity suddenly flared from both ends. He attacked Kaitou Kid again, even faster than before. With a sharp whoosh, the sparking staff came within centimeters of Kaitou Kid's face. Clang. At the critical moment, Kaitou Kid raised his card gun and barely managed to block the strike. Hey, isn't this thing a little too dangerous? Kaitou Kid complained, eyeing the crackling sparks at the tip of the staff with lingering fear. A mysterious smile appeared on Robin's face. There's something even more dangerous. Seeing that expression, Kaitou Kid sensed trouble and hurried to retreat. But before he could move, Robin's staff suddenly split into 3 short sections, linked together by thin metal chains. The foremost section whipped toward Kaitou Kid's neck in a way that seemed almost impossible. In the next instant, Kaitou Kid's body jerked violently as electricity surged through him. With a heavy thud, Gotham's rising phantom thief, who had toyed with the GCPD time and again, collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Robin approached cautiously, step by step. Even when he reached Kaitou Kid, there was still no sign of him waking up. The unconscious Kaitou Kid still had a steady heartbeat. He was a real person, not a dummy. What? I thought Kaitou Kid would be harder to deal with. Is this all he's got? Looking down at the thief lying face down on the ground, Robin did not know whether to feel pleased or disappointed. I went through so much trouble and stayed up so many nights for this guy, only for him to be taken down in a few moves. Robin let out a hollow sigh and took a pair of bat cuffs from his belt, preparing to restrain Kaitou Kid. Wait, something feels off. Just then, Samantha, who was standing nearby, spoke up. What? Robin looked at her in confusion. This place, it feels strange. Like something is missing. Samantha said uncertainly. Something is missing. Robin quickly scanned the surroundings. Aside from himself, Samantha, and Kaitou Kid lying on the ground, there was nothing else. But there had not been much here to begin with, so what could possibly be missing? I remember now. It's William. William is gone. Samantha cried out. William, who had been lying on the ground just moments earlier, had vanished. How could a living person disappear into thin air like that? No. Suddenly, Robin realized something. He quickly flipped over the unconscious Kaitou Kid. Sure enough, the face that appeared before Robin and Samantha was William's. No wonder Kaitou Kid had been lying face down. The white cape on his back concealed the difference in build between William and the real thief, making it impossible to tell them apart in the darkness. How is this possible? Robin stared at the unbelievable scene in shock. The person he had just fought had definitely been Kaitou Kid himself, and Robin had kept his eyes on him the entire time. He had never left Robin's sight from the moment he was electrocuted and collapsed. There was no way Kaitou Kid could have had the time to dress William up as his double. And when had the two of them switched? He could not figure it out at all. The situation before him was completely beyond Robin's understanding. None of the scientific logic he relied on could explain what he was seeing. Does Kaitou Kid really know magic? Robin thought in disbelief. When you encounter something you can't understand, you just call it magic. Is that how Batman taught you? A voice echoed from all around. That's Kaitou Kid's voice. Robin kept scanning the area, trying to locate him. Flutter. A strange sound came from above. He's up there. Robin tightened his grip on his 3-section staff and looked up. Then he saw it. A white pigeon. Not Dove from Hawk and Dove, but a pure white pigeon. No, not just one. Robin murmured. The first pigeon hovered overhead. A second flew in from slightly to the left, a third from farther away. A fourth, a fifth, a sixth. Countless white pigeons came from every direction, gathering and circling above Robin. When no more pigeons appeared, the flock descended together and clustered tightly. And in the very center of that flock, where there had been nothing just moments before, Kaitou Kid's figure appeared out of thin air. The sight before them was so astonishing that Robin and Samantha stood speechless for a long time. Robin, I've heard that you, like Batman, enjoy thinking of yourself as a great detective. In that case, listen carefully. With his back to Robin, Kaitou Kid turned his head slightly, a proud smile playing on his lips. If a phantom thief is a creative artist, then a detective is nothing more than a critic who follows behind, nitpicking at everything. What did you say? Robin caught the disdain in Kaitou Kid's tone and felt a surge of anger. He snapped his 3-section staff back into a single long staff and charged straight at Kaitou Kid, who stood surrounded by the pigeons. A second later, Robin burst through the flock and emerged on the other side. Not only had he failed to touch Kaitou Kid, he had also startled the birds. Coo, coo, coo. The white pigeons fluttered and scattered. And Kaitou Kid was already gone. Only a white card drifted down to Robin's feet. I'll be taking the emerald necklace. Until next time, little bird of the bat family. 24, Chapter 24, Amber Gold and Court of Owls. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to Absolute Zero and Dinero 1121 for joining the inner circle. Just as I thought. There's no way Kaitou Kid would let himself be caught on surveillance. 10 minutes later, Robin sat alone on the rooftop, the cold wind whipping his yellow and black cape. Moments earlier, Oracle had sent him a message. She had checked every surveillance record within a 1-kilometer radius of the Vanafor family estate, but none of them showed any trace of Kaitou Kid. Robin was not surprised by the result. After witnessing Kaitou Kid's magic-like performance with his own eyes, Robin's view of him had completely changed. Kaitou Kid was definitely not an opponent to be underestimated. Expecting to catch him with ordinary investigative methods was nothing more than wishful thinking. Kaitou kid, this time I was completely played by you. But, next time, I will definitely uncover your true face. Recalling the arrogant words Kaitou kid had spoken to him earlier, Robin clenched his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, several kilometers away by a river, Darren, still dressed in his phantom thief attire, landed on an open grassy field. He took out the necklace, pinched the gemstone set into it between 2 fingers, and tilted his head slightly, lifting it toward the moon in the sky. There was no real purpose behind the gesture. Darren did not need some mystical gem that changed under moonlight. It was simply a matter of ritual. Just then, the system's notification sound echoed in his ear. Congratulations to the host for completing the objective, steal the Vanafor necklace. Completion difficulty, medium. Treasure quality, common. Style index, explosive. Comprehensive evaluation, D+. Just like the last time he stole the tear of the goddess, the system first announced the mission evaluation. Next came the automatic draw for a random reward. Darren was looking forward to what he would get this time. Although the golden finger from before was highly versatile and useful in many situations, it did not offer much improvement to his actual combat ability or survival chances. He knew very well what kind of dangerous world he lived in. Relying solely on magic tricks, disguises, and clever gadgets to look impressive would never be enough to last long. No matter how hard Darren tried to avoid direct confrontation, he would eventually have to face superheroes and supervillains alike. It was only a matter of time, so he hoped to draw an item or skill that could strengthen him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when it really came time to stand against that group of gods, his little tricks would not be worth mentioning at all. To his surprise, the notification for receiving the reward did not sound right away. What's going on? Is the system lagging? Just as Darren was feeling puzzled, a brand new notification reached his ears. Detected trace amounts of amber gold radiation on the Vanafor necklace. Prolonged exposure will cause the wearer's mind to descend into madness. Option available, absorb the amber gold radiation to enhance the quality of this random reward. Do you wish to proceed? The moment he heard this, Darren's expression changed. He had just heard a term he should not have heard at this point in time. Amber gold. A mysterious metal infused with supernatural power. It could grant living beings immortality, yet at the same time drove them into extreme madness. This metal was controlled by the legendary Court of Owls and used to create their immortal assassins, the Talons. And behind the Court of Owls lurked a hidden, terrifying evil god of multiversal scale. This necklace actually carries amber gold radiation. It wouldn't be like this unless it had been kept in an environment with a large amount of amber gold for many years. Darren studied the necklace in his hand with a serious expression. In that case, the Vanafor family must also be connected to the Court of Owls. Thinking about it, there are hardly any old families in Gotham that have nothing to do with the court. The long-standing legends about the curse on the Vanafor necklace now made sense. It had all been because of the amber gold. No wonder Ms. Samantha had been willing to hand the necklace over to Kaitou Kid and had even warned him so bluntly. Knowing the secrets of amber gold, the Vanafor family's status within the Court of Owls was likely quite high. This is troublesome. It looks like I've unknowingly offended Gotham's real power behind the scenes. Just moments ago, Darren had been worrying about when he might clash directly with a supervillain. Now he was being told the conflict had already begun. Could his luck get any worse? Since things had come to this, all he could do was see what reward the system would give him. System, absorb the amber gold radiation from the necklace, then draw the reward. Absorption beginning. Absorption complete. Random reward draw beginning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Silver Cat Ring. Silver Cat Ring negates fall damage that would not result in instant death. Review, as long as it doesn't kill you, just keep falling. After the draw, the system notification fell silent once more. With a flash of white light, a ring appeared on Darren's right index finger. Negates non-lethal fall damage, so what about lethal falls? Darren turned the Silver Cat Ring on his finger and could not help complaining. You could not say it was extremely useful, but you could not say it was completely useless either. When gliding through the air or being forced onto a rooftop while escaping, as long as the height was not enough to kill him instantly on impact, even if he was left with only one breath afterward, he would be guaranteed to suffer no injuries. In certain situations, its value was actually quite high. At the very least, it counted as an improvement to his survival ability. And the biggest benefit was that when Darren wanted to perform more daring up and down stunts in the future, he would not have to worry about whether his knees could handle it. The question now is, what should I do with this thing? Darren took one last look at the Vanafor emerald necklace, which had completely reverted to an ordinary piece of jewelry after the system absorbed the amber gold radiation. Setting aside his phantom thief instincts for the moment, just knowing that it came from the Court of Owls meant it should be thrown as far away as possible. Return it to the Vanafor family estate? That doesn't sound wise. Now there might already be a bunch of Talons hiding there, waiting for me to walk into a trap. Hand it over to the GCPD. I gave them something last time. Going back again would feel a bit anticlimactic. Tisk, forget it. I don't feel like overthinking this anymore. I'll just toss it somewhere. Whatever happens, happens. After thinking it over, Darren made his decision. He lifted the necklace high and hurled it toward the small river nearby. The necklace sank slowly into the water. Darren was not worried that it would stay there forever. The river was shallow, the current was gentle, and people often came here to walk or fish. And even if no one ended up finding it, he had plenty of ways to guide people here later for a little treasure hunt. After getting rid of the necklace, Darren straightened his clothes and left the area without another glance. 25, Chapter 25, Headlines and a Perfect Candidate. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Anonymous Chris and Riritson for joining the inner circle. Late at night. Vanafor family estate. After 2 hours of repairs, the power supply damaged by Kaitou Kid was finally restored, and the entire estate lit up once more. Because of Kaitou Kid's disruption, the commemorative banquet that had been scheduled to last 3 days was forced to end on the second day. One by one, the guests left the estate and returned home. After apologizing to Ms. Samantha for failing to protect the necklace, Gordon led the GCPD back to headquarters. At this moment, inside a dimly lit room in the estate, Ms. Samantha sat on the sofa, while her personal bodyguard, William, stood respectfully before her. Logically speaking, as a bodyguard, William's failure in his encounter with Kaitou Kid should have resulted in severe punishment in a family like this. Yet Ms. Samantha's expression toward him did not suggest that at all, and William's face showed not the slightest hint of guilt. "What do you think of Kaitou Kid?" she asked calmly. "He has great potential. His physical condition is excellent. He just lacks proper training." William replied indifferently. "Moreover, his disguise skills are very strong. At the time, I truly did not notice that Kaitou Kid had disguised himself as you." "Oh." Hearing this, Miss Samantha's interest was piqued. "That surprises me. I thought you let Kaitou Kid knock you out on purpose. The difference in build between Kaitou Kid and me isn't small. With your eyesight, you still didn't recognize him. That's exactly what makes Kaitou Kid impressive. He uses his surroundings, expressions, and posture to make people overlook the discrepancies in his physique." Hearing this, Miss Samantha nodded in understanding. "In that case, do you think Kaitou Kid is a suitable candidate?" "Yes, that's exactly what I think," William answered without hesitation. "Ever since the incident at Harley Circus years ago, we lost a perfect candidate. We've been searching for a replacement ever since, but all of them have failed, including those whose physical metrics surpassed Kaitou Kid's." Ms. Samantha asked in a low voice, "Do you think Kaitou Kid has a chance of passing the trial?" "That depends on Kaitou Kid himself. I can't say for certain," William replied honestly. "Humph, fair enough. As long as he's caught our attention, regardless of the outcome, Kaitou Kid has already become one of the candidates." Ms. Samantha let out a soft snort. "Have someone investigate Kaitou Kid's true identity. I want him to appear at the ritual within this month." "I'll take care of it immediately." William accepted the order, turned around, and left the room. The next day, media outlets and newspapers all across Gotham were reporting the same news. Kaitou Kid dominated every front page. Among the coverage were both serious reports and sensational entertainment pieces. Miraculous skill. Kaitou Kid breaks the line between stage tricks and real magic. Shocking. Large quantities of pigeon feathers found at the crime scene. Is Kaitou Kid not even human? Did you know? Kaitou Kid released the smoke just to do this to Ms. Samantha. Look closely. The first major clash between Robin and Kaitou Kid. Guess who will have the last laugh? No prizes for guessing. More than 20 reporters from different media outlets had been among the guests at the Vanafor family estate. By sheer coincidence, they had been right on the front lines, capturing close-up shots of Kaitou Kid from every angle and witnessing his dazzling tricks firsthand. Their vivid descriptions made readers feel as though they had been there themselves. After this operation, the name Kaitou Kid echoed throughout Gotham. On every street and in every alley, people spoke with excitement about the mysterious figure who had appeared out of nowhere. People argued endlessly over whether Kaitou Kid used stage tricks or real magic. Greer residence. Darren woke up, washed, got dressed as usual, and headed to school with his backpack. The sun was shining brightly, and girls smiled at him as he passed. With his handsome looks and well-built physique, he turned heads wherever he went. Especially on the way to school, he often ran into female classmates heading in the same direction. Every time they saw Darren, they greeted him with surprise and struck up a conversation. After more than 10 years since getting his past life memories, Darren had long grown used to this. He chatted easily with the girls, occasionally performing a small magic trick, drawing delighted exclamations and earning more than a few admiring looks. Although he had made an enemy of the Court of Owls the day before, Darren did not feel much psychological pressure. He believed that even with all their influence, the Court of Owls could not uncover his true identity with the information they currently had. And despite the Court of Owls acting as if they were untouchable with Barbados behind them, in truth, it was questionable whether Barbados even knew they existed. Among Barbados's subordinates, the Court of Owls was little more than a fringe organization on the outermost edge. Their only real trump cards were Amber Gold and the Talons. Very few of them even understood black magic. Although the power held by the various families within the court and their immortal Talon army was indeed troublesome, unless someone with precognitive abilities got involved, no matter how thoroughly the court investigated Kaitou Kid, they would never be able to trace him back to Darren. That said, Darren also knew this situation was only temporary. As Kaitou Kid's activities became more frequent, the amount of information and clues in the outside world would inevitably grow. By then, it would be hard to guarantee that his identity would remain hidden. And this was not just true of the Court of Owls. The Bat family and even the GCPD were the same. Of course, it was also possible that along the way, Darren would obtain new rewards from the system that could conceal his identity perfectly once and for all. On this matter, Darren chose not to be overly pessimistic, nor blindly optimistic. Arriving at school, he smiled and said goodbye to the girls before heading toward his classroom. The boys nearby who witnessed the scene could not help but cast envious looks at him. Who is that? Why does it seem like every time I see him, he's surrounded by a bunch of girls? Someone muttered sourly. He's Darren Greer, one of the big names at school. You seriously don't know him? The person beside him replied. Greer? Oh, right. The genius young magician everyone's been talking about has that name. So it's him. After learning the truth, his mood turned even more bitter. Is he even human? It's one thing to be insanely talented at magic, but he's also that handsome. I heard his father is a famous master magician too, and his family must be loaded. Why did I have to run into someone like this the moment I started school? Don't be so down. If Darren makes you feel like this, then if you'd enrolled 20 years earlier and met that guy, wouldn't your inferiority complex have been even worse? 20 years ago? Who? Bruce Wayne. 26, Chapter 26, Gotham Never Stays Quiet. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to CHONMA and Mackenzie Rouse for joining the inner circle. In the classroom, Tim sat at his desk with his elbows propped up and his chin resting in his palms. His eyes stared blankly ahead, completely unfocused. Yo, Master Drake, which girl are you thinking about to be so lost in thought? A teasing voice drifted into Tim's ears, pulling his wandering mind back to reality. I'm thinking about where I should hit you when I punch you later, Darren. The owner of that voice was far too familiar. Tim did not even need to turn around to know who it was. I'm worried about your mental health, and you want to hit me for it. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. Darren shook his head and sighed. Gotham's moral standards have really gone downhill lately. Heh, you'd better be worried. Tim let out two flat chuckles. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned to Darren with a look of surprise. Huh, you got here much earlier than usual today. Does a sleepyhead like you actually have days when you wake up early? Unexpectedly, the moment Tim finished speaking, Darren looked at him as if he were staring at an idiot. You're the one who hasn't woken up yet, my boy. Take a good look at the time. Hearing this, Tim immediately sensed something was off. He quickly pulled out his phone and checked the screen. Good grief, there were less than 3 minutes left before the bell for first period. What? It's already this late. How is that possible? When I got to the classroom just now, the sun wasn't even up. Tim stared at the time in disbelief. In such a short span, nearly 2 hours had vanished. He thought he had only been at school for 10 minutes at most, yet in the blink of an eye, class was about to begin. Only then did Tim notice that the classroom had long since filled up, and outside the windows it was already bright daylight. What on earth were you thinking about just now to forget the time like that? It couldn't be your dad's company going bankrupt, could it? Darren asked cautiously. Of course not. Can you stop making these kinds of wild assumptions? Tim pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Then what was it? I was just thinking about some personal stuff. What's with that look? It's not the kind of personal stuff you're imagining. I mean, wait. All of a sudden, Tim paused and stared at Darren with intense seriousness, his gaze growing sharper by the second. Hey, what are you trying to do? Don't look at me like that. Darren quickly raised his guard and backed off a little. Darren, your magic skills are really good, right? Tim asked, ignoring Darren's reaction. Yeah, they're pretty amazing. Darren replied with mock modesty. How amazing, exactly? I remember when you won that award at the last magic competition, the judges said your technique was already on par with a world-class master magician. Is that true? Tim pressed further. I can't really say. I haven't met many world-class master magicians. Then what about Kaitou Kid? What do you mean? Darren narrowed his eyes, looking at Tim in confusion. Doesn't Kaitou Kid love using magic tricks during his heists? I want to know, in the eyes of an upright magician like you, what level would his magic be? Or rather, can you expose the truth behind the tricks Kaitou Kid uses? Tim looked at Darren expectantly. Darren did not answer right away. Instead, he stared at Tim with a blank expression. Tim, you seem unusually interested in Kaitou Kid lately. The moment those words left his mouth, Tim's pupils constricted and the hairs on his arms stood on end. Oh no, had he sounded too eager just now and made Darren suspicious? No, his identity as Robin absolutely could not be exposed. Sensing danger, Tim hurried to cover himself. I'm just curious. Kaitou Kid is the hottest topic in Gotham right now. Look around the classroom. Who isn't interested in him? Being interested is fine. I'm just worried you might get the wrong ideas. Darren reached out and placed a hand on Tim's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Tim, magic is meant to bring people joy, not to be used as a tool for crime. Even if your father's company really does go bankrupt one day, you must never try to follow Kaitou Kid's example. Tim finally relaxed and let out a quiet breath of relief. Get lost. The first class ended, and it was now the break between periods. What? So you were shocked by the methods Kaitou Kid used at the banquet and just wanted to figure out how he did it? You should have said so earlier. You had me worried you were heading down the wrong path. After Tim explained everything, Darren finally understood. To be honest, in my opinion, what Kaitou Kid uses can't even be called magic anymore. Maybe he really is a wizard or something. Even now, when Tim thought back to everything Kaitou Kid had done that night, he still felt deeply shaken. Darren closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said seriously, I haven't seen Kaitou Kid with my own eyes, so I can't say whether he's really using magic. But there's one thing I'm sure of. The things you mentioned, whether it's turning into someone else after falling or disappearing into a flock of pigeons, can all be achieved with magic. Hearing this, Tim's face lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Quick, tell me, what's the principle behind it? Actually, the principle is surprisingly simple. You just have to first. Gotham, Municipal District, GCPD headquarters. Still haven't found it. Inside the commissioner's office, Gordon was questioning a subordinate. Reporting to the commissioner, the whereabouts of the Vanafor necklace still haven't been discovered. Gordon nodded and dismissed the officer to return to his duties. Left alone at his desk, Gordon frowned and fell into deep thought. The tear of the goddess that was stolen last time was voluntarily returned by Kaitou Kid in less than a week. But now, 10 days have passed since he took the necklace, and there hasn't been a single word about it. Could my previous judgment of Kaitou Kid have been wrong? Is he actually committing these thefts for profit? Was returning the tear of the goddess last time just part of a long con, using that act to make us misjudge his motives as not being about money, while secretly aiming for his real target, the Vanafor family's emerald necklace? After all, because of the previous incident, people had already formed the assumption that Kaitou Kid would return the stolen gems. As a result, the vigilance and search for the necklace would inevitably slacken, making it easier for him to get away with it. If this was Kaitou Kid's plan from the start, then we're in serious trouble. Gordon felt a heavy sense of unease. Commissioner, something terrible has happened. Just then, another officer rushed in with a panicked expression. Is it Kaitou Kid? Did he get away with the necklace? Gordon stood up reflexively. It's not Kaitou Kid, it's the Riddler. The officer shook his head frantically. The guards at Arkham Asylum just called. They say the Riddler isn't in his cell. He's escaped again. 27, Chapter 27, The Riddler. Wee woo, wee woo. Several police cars sped into Arkham Asylum. Gordon led his team as they jumped out of the vehicles and rushed into the facility. At first glance, everything seemed normal. No fires, no explosions, no hordes of deranged criminals running riot. From the looks of it, the Riddler must have escaped alone without freeing the others. The captain of the guard at Arkham Asylum soon came out to brief Gordon on the situation, leading him and his team to the Riddler's cell. It was already empty. All that remained was a crooked sentence scrawled on the wall in green paint. Gotham will forever have only one Riddler. This cage the cell looks completely intact. How did the Riddler escape? After carefully inspecting the room, Gordon voiced his confusion. The Riddler somehow bribed a patrolling guard to let him out. We've already taken that guard into custody. You can escort him to the GCPD at any time. The captain said with a troubled expression. What? Didn't I order that every patrol team in Arkham must have at least 3 people, with no more than 15 minutes between rounds? And that speaking to those lunatics is strictly forbidden. Gordon was instantly furious when he heard the captain's explanation. It's mainly because things at the asylum have been very stable over the past year. None of the situations you warned us about ever happened, so everyone gradually let their guard down. And honestly, the manpower pressure of 3-person patrols every 15 minutes is pretty heavy. The captain of the guard lowered his head in shame. There was nothing he could say in his defense. Arkham Asylum was not a subsidiary of the GCPD. It had originally been a private institution before becoming a public psychiatric hospital. Only because of the special nature of its inmates did it maintain frequent contact with the GCPD and the Bat family. Although most of the asylum's guards were professionally trained at the police academy, they had never faced supercriminals firsthand the way frontline GCPD officers had. Many of them did not truly understand how dangerous the lunatics they guarded were. Their knowledge of supercriminals came mostly from news reports and rumors, lacking any real sense of danger. They might strictly follow regulations at first, but when nothing unusual happened for a long time, relaxation became inevitable. Even though this so-called lax state would still be considered extremely strict in an ordinary prison. Kenneth, maybe you've forgotten how your predecessor lost his life. The day before his throat was torn open, he was still insisting that the killer's mental condition had returned to normal. Gordon reminded him coldly. You have no idea what kind of monsters you're living with. I will be taking the guard who was manipulated by the Riddler with me, and you should prepare yourself for disciplinary action as well, Captain Kenneth. With that, Gordon left Arkham Asylum at once and issued a warrant for the Riddler's arrest as quickly as possible. When dealing with the Riddler, Gordon's attitude was completely different from when he faced Kaitou Kid. The level of danger these two posed to Gotham was not even comparable. If necessary, Gordon was prepared to light that signal at any moment. What did that sentence the Riddler left behind really mean? Gotham can only have one Riddler. When did a second Riddler ever appear? Sitting in the police car, Gordon pondered the only clue the Riddler had deliberately left behind. Then he remembered how, when Kaitou Kid sent his first notice, curator Zack had mistakenly thought it was written by the Riddler. Because of that, Gordon had gone to question the Riddler about it in person. At the time, after seeing Kid's notice, the Riddler had reacted with extreme agitation. He had even threatened to kill whoever wrote it. Could it be that the Riddler escaped this time just to go after Kaitou Kid? A bold idea formed in Gordon's mind. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But the problem was that the GCPD had not been able to uncover Kaitou Kid's identity for so long. How could the Riddler, who had been locked up in Arkham, possibly know who Kaitou Kid was? Without knowing Kaitou Kid's true face or whereabouts, where would the Riddler even go to kill him? This question did not trouble Gordon for long. Because the very next day after the Riddler's escape, a trophy emblazoned with a green question mark was delivered to Gordon by a courier. The moment he saw that symbol, Gordon knew exactly where it came from. In all of Gotham, aside from the Riddler, no one would use a question mark as their mark. Or rather, no one would dare to. Gordon immediately made 2 calls. The first went to the bomb squad. The second to the hazmat team. They moved the Riddler trophy to an open training field before beginning their inspection. Fortunately, there was no explosive device hidden inside, nor any trap designed to release toxic gas when triggered. After repeated checks, both teams confirmed that the trophy posed no immediate danger. The only thing found inside was a USB flash drive hidden in a small compartment at the base. Good. Next, it should have been time for the cybercrime unit to step in. Except it wasn't. Gordon casually borrowed a laptop from one of his subordinates and plugged in the USB drive. The file inside was a video. When he clicked on it, the Riddler appeared on screen. "Hello, people of Gotham, and especially everyone at the GCPD. Long time no see. Most of you should know who I am. I am the Riddler, Gotham's one and only Riddler." The Riddler introduced himself proudly to the camera. "However, I've heard that recently, a phantom thief who likes to design riddles has appeared in Gotham. Why would a thief use riddles to announce when he plans to steal something? It makes absolutely no sense. Obviously, he's copying me. A poor imitation. I cannot tolerate the existence of such a low-grade copycat, so I'm back. I will show you all once again what a true Riddler looks like." As he spoke, the Riddler stepped aside, revealing something behind him. It was a person. A girl tightly bound to a chair. Around the girl's neck hung something that shocked everyone who saw it. A necklace. The emerald necklace stolen by Kaitou Kid 10 days earlier. It was actually on the person the Riddler had kidnapped. "You should be watching this, Kaitou Kid. I don't know why you threw the necklace away and let it fall into the hands of this poor young lady. If I hadn't seen it on her, I wouldn't have kidnapped her at all." The Riddler leaned closer to the camera. "Her current predicament is entirely your fault, Kaitou Kid. Don't you think you owe her some proper compensation? Next, I'll give you a riddle. Kaitou Kid, and everyone else, even including that big bat, you can all try to solve it. The answer will lead you to this poor lady's location. But you only have 3 days. After that, this place will explode. Boom. Nothing will be left." 28. Chapter 28. The Riddler challenges Kaitou Kid. Meanwhile, the Riddler's video was playing on large display screens across Gotham City. In the central square downtown, Darren stood among the crowd, his expression grave as he watched the recording above. He had only planned to check whether a newly opened Italian restaurant was authentic, but instead found himself caught in the middle of something far more serious. Listen carefully, everyone watching this recording. You'd better not miss a single word of what I'm about to say, because I'm only going to say it once. On the screen, the Riddler finally got to the point. "The salesman of death hears the call of the waves. He shall be buried where 3 tilted crossroads meet, while the despicable murderer smiles before his tombstone. Go on, try to guess where the answer lies, and save this innocent girl's life." The Riddler stared straight into the lens, as if piercing through the screen to lock eyes with Darren. "Kaitou Kid, I know you're watching. I've left you a magnificent gift. Of course, you could also choose to be a coward and let this unknown, pitiful girl die because of you, showing Gotham your cold and heartless true colors. When that happens, all the cheers and praise you've received will vanish into thin air, never to exist again." The recording ended there, and the screen went completely black. The Riddler's sudden return and the kidnapping of a young girl immediately caused a massive uproar among the crowd. Damn it. The Riddler escaped from Arkham Asylum. Who knows what he's going to do this time? Fear was written all over the faces of everyone in the square. Darren had no interest in listening to their chatter. He quietly turned away and disappeared into the crowd. Elsewhere, at the Gotham City Police Department, Gordon and the others had just finished watching the video the Riddler had sent directly to them. "Commissioner, why do I get the feeling that the Riddler is issuing a challenge to Kaitou Kid this time?" a member of the bomb squad asked uncertainly. "Not exactly," someone from the hazmat team replied. "Didn't he include Batman and us too? I think he's challenging all of Gotham this time." But he's clearly singling out Kaitou Kid, another officer said. Everyone else feels like an afterthought, even Batman. Don't you find that strange? Someone added. The Riddler's been locked up in Arkham this whole time. He shouldn't even know who Kaitou Kid is. Yet just because Kaitou Kid used a few riddles on a notice, he kidnaps a girl and threatens to kill her. Why go that far? Strange? Of course it isn't, another voice snorted. Nothing is strange when it comes to the lunatics in Arkham. The only strange thing would be if you could actually understand how they think. Rule number 1 when handling cases in Gotham, don't ask why. Just then, Gordon, who had remained silent since the video ended, suddenly spoke. That girl, why did she have the necklace? The moment he said it, everyone present froze. That was right. The Riddler had kidnapped the girl because he saw her wearing the necklace stolen by Kaitou Kid. But the real question was, why was the necklace on her in the first place? Could it be that she was connected to Kaitou Kid, and that he had given it to her himself? Was that why he had never returned it? But if that were the case, the Riddler should have used her directly to force Kaitou Kid to reveal himself, not framed it as an innocent girl who died because of you. Moreover, by all logic, after capturing her, the Riddler would have interrogated her about whether she knew Kaitou Kid. Since he was now calling her an innocent bystander, there was a strong chance she had no connection to Kaitou Kid at all. At least, no connection to the criminal known as Kaitou Kid. Commissioner. Suddenly, an officer rushed over, shouting Gordon's name as he ran. Commissioner, someone just came in to report a case. He says the person the Riddler kidnapped is his daughter. What did you say? The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of Gordon and everyone around him changed. Take me there, quickly. Not long after, Gordon arrived at the reception room, where a middle-aged man sat sobbing uncontrollably. I'm the commissioner here, Jim Gordon. May I ask who you are? I'm Brendan Lawson, Commissioner Gordon. Please, I beg you, you have to save my daughter, Janice. Lawson pleaded the moment he saw Gordon, his voice shaking with emotion. It turned out that the girl kidnapped by the Riddler was named Janice Lawson. She had not returned home since 5 o'clock the previous afternoon. Lawson had initially thought she might have stayed over at a classmate's house. Things like that happen from time to time, so he had not paid it much attention. That was, until he saw the recording the Riddler broadcast across the city and recognized the kidnapped girl in the video as his daughter. Once he realized the truth, Lawson could no longer focus on anything the Riddler said afterward. All he knew was that his daughter was in danger, and if no one solved that cursed riddle within 3 days, she would lose her life. He rushed to the GCPD as fast as he could to ask for help. No problem. We will do everything in our power to save your daughter. For now, please calm down. I need to ask you a few questions. They concern your daughter's safety. After quickly understanding the situation, Gordon spoke in a steady voice, trying to ease Lawson's panic. I'm sorry, I lost my composure for a moment, but my daughter is everything to me. I can't lose her. Commissioner Gordon, ask whatever you need. I'll tell you everything I know. First, I need to know where the necklace your daughter was wearing came from, Gordon said, getting straight to the main point of suspicion. A trace of hesitation crossed Lawson's face, but he ultimately chose to tell the truth. That necklace, I found it by accident in the river while I was fishing 5 days ago. After that, I gave it to Janice as a gift. What? Gordon frowned. You're saying you found the necklace in the river, and that was 5 days ago. This necklace is stolen property, recently taken from the Vanafor family. Why didn't you turn it in to the police after you found it? I didn't think that far at the time. I just saw that the necklace was beautiful and thought my daughter would really like it, so. Lawson's face was filled with regret. If he had known back then that the necklace would bring such a terrible disaster upon his daughter, he would have thrown it away without a second thought. 29, Chapter 29, Will he show up? VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Ty, Nagra02, and Caesar Montemayor for joining the inner circle. Commissioner Gordon, I know what I did was wrong. You can even send me to prison if you want, but please, you have to save my daughter as soon as possible. The Riddler is a demon. Heaven knows what he'll do to her. Lawson pleaded with Gordon once more. You won't go to prison, Mr. Lawson. I promise you, the GCPD will use every ounce of its strength to rescue your daughter. We will not allow the Riddler to run wild again. Gordon made the promise solemnly. Commissioner Gordon, when you say you'll use every ounce of strength, does that mean? Hearing this, Lawson's face lit up as he asked eagerly, will you ask Batman to help? Gordon's expression twitched slightly. He had worked hard to improve the GCPD's investigative abilities, and more cases were now being solved without relying on Batman. Even so, whenever something major happened in Gotham, people still thought of Batman first rather than the GCPD. In truth, even Gordon himself did. The moment he learned of the Riddler's escape, he had already been ready to contact Batman at any time. That undeniable fact left a lingering sense of powerlessness deep in Gordon's heart. I'm sorry, Gordon said flatly. I don't know what this Batman you're talking about is. Although every Gothamite knew there was an unspoken connection between the GCPD and Batman, on the surface Batman was still treated as nothing more than an urban legend. Gordon could not and would not publicly acknowledge his existence. Please, Commissioner Gordon, you have to ask Batman for help. I know you will. I'm entrusting my daughter's life to all of you. Lawson was completely unmoved by Gordon's stiff attempt at distancing. Gordon had no words. He only nodded in silence. After that, he asked Lawson about his daughter's activities before her disappearance, hoping to narrow down where Janice might have been taken. Once the questioning ended, Gordon had someone escort the distraught Lawson home and officially launched the rescue operation. They split into two main directions. The first team focused all their efforts on deciphering the Riddler's riddle as quickly as possible to determine Janice's location. The second team investigated the places Janice often visited, hoping to find clues left behind when she was abducted. Judging by the time she went missing, the Riddler likely had not taken her somewhere too remote. As long as they could identify the kidnapping site, they could probably deduce where she was being held now. Meanwhile, at the Gotham Clock Tower, Tim and Barbara had made the same division of labor. Next, I'll hack into all of Gotham's surveillance records to track the girl's movements. You focus on cracking Nigma's riddle. Barbara summarized as her fingers flew across the keyboard. The Nigma she mentioned was the Riddler's surname. His full name was Edward Nigma. Hurry, Tim. We have at most 3 days, but Nigma is a sore loser. When he has the upper hand, he acts like a gentleman who keeps his word. Once he realizes he's lost, though, he flies into a rage. So in reality, we might only have 2 days. Maybe we should call Batman back, Tim suggested suddenly. It's too late. He's still dealing with things in Markovia, Barbara said, shaking her head. His last experience there left his relationship with the outsiders strained. Telling him about the Riddler now would only distract him. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about calling Batman back. After all, he was the one who had defeated the Riddler the most times. Batman was practically the Riddler's natural enemy. No matter how twisted or illogical the riddles were, Batman always managed to solve them. The problem was that the Riddler had chosen to resurface precisely when Batman was not in Gotham. It could not have been worse. By the way, Barbara, do you think Kaitou Kid will accept the Riddler's challenge? Tim asked after hesitating for a moment. Kaitou Kid? Probably not, Barbara replied without much thought. The person Nigma kidnapped and that necklace clearly aren't things Kaitou Kid values. He has no reason to put himself in danger to save someone. You have to remember, Kaitou Kid is still a criminal at heart. It's just that the harm he's caused so far hasn't been that serious. But Catwoman does good things sometimes too, doesn't she? Barbara's hands paused over the keyboard, and she turned to look at Tim. In your eyes, are Kaitou Kid and Catwoman the same kind of person? And what about Azrael? Tim went on. He started out as a deranged villain, but didn't he turn over a new leaf later? He kept listing examples. Maybe Kaitou Kid really isn't that bad. But because of that, I actually hope he doesn't fall into the Riddler's trap. Barbara turned back to her screen. Yeah, you're right. Hearing that, Tim nodded in agreement. He pushed the jumble of thoughts out of his head and focused on the riddle the Riddler had left behind. The salesman of death hears the call of the waves. He shall be buried where 3 tilted crossroads overlap, while the despicable murderer smiles before his tombstone. TCH, this is exactly why I've always hated the Riddler, Tim muttered, scratching his head in frustration. His riddles are nothing like Kaitou Kid's. Even if you can't solve Kaitou Kid's riddles right away, you can still see their structure. But this at first glance, it's just a complete mess. Salesman of death, call of the waves, tilted crossroads, a murderer smiling. What is all of this supposed to mean? Night fell over Gotham City. Central Square. A long time had passed since the Riddler issued his challenge on the giant screen. Logically, the crowd that had gathered earlier should have mostly dispersed by now. But that was not the case at all. Not only had the number of people in the square not decreased, it had grown even larger than before. Oh my god, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Someone in the crowd cried out in excitement. Kaitou Kid is so cool. Even if it's just words, it's still amazing. I knew I didn't admire the wrong person. Others cheered just as loudly. The reason for their reaction was the screen that had previously shown the Riddler's recording. All the colors and images had vanished, leaving only black and white. On the white background, several lines of bold black text stood out clearly. Edward Nigma, I accept your challenge. When NYX extinguishes the final torch, I shall come to take the hand of the Princess of Troy. Kaitou Kid. Beside the message was Kaitou Kid's familiar cartoon avatar. This was clearly his response to the Riddler. It was also a brand new heist notice. Only this time, unlike his past targets of priceless gems, what Kaitou Kid intended to steal was the hostage herself. 30, Chapter 30, Number XXXV. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Red Valstrax and the 3 Bs for joining the inner circle. In the night sky, a massive bat signal was projected onto the clouds, bright and striking, visible across nearly half of Gotham. It had to be done. In Old Gotham, on the rooftop of an abandoned building not far from GCPD headquarters, Gordon stood against the cold night wind, his yellow trench coat fluttering in the high altitude. Behind him, a towering searchlight, taller than a man, was already lit, its beam cutting straight into the sky. This was the bat signal, a sight that inspired both hatred and fear in countless criminals throughout Gotham. Gordon stood there in silence. He took out his pipe, intending to smoke to pass the time, but just as he was about to light it, he put it away again. From experience, he knew that once the bat signal was lit, the friend he was waiting for would appear in the most unexpected way, nearly giving him a heart attack. Several of his favorite pipes had been broken like that in the past. Forget it. It's not like I absolutely need to smoke. Batman will be here soon anyway. I wouldn't even get more than a few puffs in. Yet Gordon soon realized something was off. It's been almost half an hour. Why hasn't Batman shown up yet? What happened the last time he was late? Just as Gordon was lost in thought, someone finally arrived. Sorry, Commissioner Gordon. I'm late. Robin's voice sounded as he suddenly leapt out from the shadows. Robin, just you. Where is he? Gordon looked past Robin but did not see the tall figure he had been expecting. I have some unfortunate news, Commissioner, Robin said gravely. Batman is on a mission far from Gotham and won't be back for quite some time. I know why you lit the bat signal. I've already seen the Riddler's video. We'll have to handle this case ourselves. What? Batman left Gotham at a critical moment like this? Why now of all times? Gordon frowned deeply. Actually, he's been away for over 3 months. He didn't just leave recently, Robin corrected. But that did nothing to ease Gordon's concern. His frown only deepened. 3 months? What kind of mission keeps Batman occupied for that long? And it's still not over. Please don't ask for the details, Commissioner, Robin said simply. I don't know much either. You just need to know it's related to the other teams Batman works with. So it's them. Then I can understand why Batman is tied up. Compared to the crises those people deal with, even Gotham's lunatics almost seem normal. Gordon nodded in realization and stopped asking about Batman. Robin, you've seen the Riddler's video, so you already know the riddle he left. Any leads? A few, Robin replied, sharing his thoughts. The salesman of death hears the call of the waves. He shall be buried where 3 tilted crossroads overlap, while the vile killer smiles before his tombstone. In that passage, the so-called 3 tilted crossroads can be interpreted as 3XS. When stacked together, they become XXX. The vile killer part is a red herring with no real meaning. The key lies in the word smile. The letter that most closely resembles the shape of a smile is V. The salesman's grave links the crossroads with the killer's smile, forming the sequence XXXV. In Roman numerals, XXXV equals 35. Hearing this, Gordon nodded. Robin's reasoning was solid. In fact, he had arrived at a similar conclusion himself, since it was easy enough to imagine a tilted crossroads looking like an X. What he had not considered was the deeper connection between the smile, the V, and the final Roman numeral. As expected of Robin, he had solved in minutes what the entire GCPD had been struggling with for hours. Gordon looked at him expectantly. As long as they knew where the Riddler had hidden Janice, they could launch the rescue tonight. If they managed to rescue Janice on the very first night of the Riddler's 3-day deadline, the arrogant Riddler might still be at the scene. With a bit of luck, they could even capture him. But after deducing the number 35, Robin fell silent. He did not speak for a long time, only meeting Gordon's gaze in silence. There was a complicated look in Robin's eyes, filled with frustration, self-blame, and anxiety. It was hard to describe it with a single word, but one thing was certain. It was not an expression that put anyone at ease. So what does 35 mean? Gordon asked carefully. From Robin's expression, he already had a rough idea of the answer, but he still held onto a sliver of hope. And what about the salesman of death, and the waves, at the beginning? I'm sorry, Commissioner Gordon. I haven't completely solved those parts yet, Robin replied, his tone tinged with agitation. I think 35 might be pointing to coordinates, a house number, or something similar. But there are far too many places marked 35 in all of Gotham. Even if we mobilized every available officer in the GCPD, we couldn't search them all within the Riddler's time limit. As for the line about the salesman of death hearing the waves, I first suspected it was hinting at places where suicides by jumping into the sea often happen. So I went to Carmine Cape, but I searched everywhere nearby that could be connected to the number 35 and still found no sign of where the hostage is being held. Damn it. There are only 2 days left, and we're practically making no progress. Robin unconsciously clenched his fist. Don't blame yourself too much, kid. You've already done very well. At that moment, Gordon placed a hand on his shoulder. Even if the riddle isn't completely solved, you can't say there's been no progress. You've at least uncovered a key clue. Time is tight, but you have to stay calm. Don't let anxiety get the better of you. Robin took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his hand. Thank you, Commissioner. I've calmed down. While Batman is away, I'll protect Gotham, he said firmly. I promise you, I won't let the Riddler get his way. I believe you will, Robin, Gordon replied with a nod of approval, then shifted the topic. By the way, Kaitou Kid sent a reply to the Riddler a few hours ago. Have you seen it? Hearing that, Robin's gaze sharpened, and he nodded. Kaitou Kid wrote 2 lines in his message that were like a riddle, but the answer is pretty obvious. Even I understood it right away. The 2 lines Gordon was referring to were, when NYX extinguishes the last torch, I shall come to take the hand of the Princess of Troy. NYX is the deity of night. The extinguishing of the last torch signifies the arrival of the deepest night, midnight. The Princess of Troy is even easier to understand. It refers to the hostage, Janus. The Trojan War is the most famous conflict in Greek mythology. Troy was destroyed in that war, and its princess became a prisoner, losing her freedom and suffering greatly. Her fate perfectly mirrors Janus's current situation, so the overall meaning is clear. Kaitou Kid intends to rescue the hostage from the Riddler at midnight. 31, Chapter 31, The Final Piece. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Iolani Martin and Frank Gallagher for joining the inner circle. Kaitou Kid intends to rescue the hostage from the Riddler at midnight. It was already very late when Kaitou Kid sent his reply, so it won't be tonight's midnight. Robin continued his analysis, voice steady despite the exhaustion creeping into his limbs. The deadline ends at midnight on the third day, when the Riddler plans to kill the hostage. That means Kaitou Kid will make his move tomorrow at midnight. Tomorrow at midnight, Gordon echoed, rubbing the bridge of his nose beneath his glasses. For Kaitou Kid to give such a precise time, he must be very confident that he can find the hostage's location before then. It's even possible he already knows where she is. Otherwise, I can't imagine where that confidence comes from. Maybe, Robin said. Kaitou Kid seems like someone who enjoys solving riddles. Otherwise, he wouldn't design those elaborate puzzles for his heist notices. It wouldn't be strange if he shared some of the same way of thinking as the Riddler in that regard. Robin narrowed his eyes slightly, the green domino mask catching the faint blue glow of the bat signal. All right. I'll continue my investigation and try to decode the riddle as soon as possible so we can rescue the hostage. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Robin. Gordon's voice stopped him mid-step. Robin looked back over his shoulder. If you find the hostage's location, don't go alone. Notify the GCPD and let us handle the rescue, Gordon said, expression grave beneath the brim of his hat. Robin, there are things I couldn't easily say in front of Batman, but I've wanted to say this for a long time. Working alongside him, you could lose your life at any moment. In fact, one Robin has already died. He paused, the weight of the words hanging between them like smoke. I've watched all of you grow up, in a way. Even though I've never seen your real faces, I want you to stay safe more than anyone. Protecting Gotham is an incredibly heavy burden. That responsibility cannot and should not fall on your shoulders, and that includes Batman's. But Batman is already too far down that path to turn back, and Gotham as it is now cannot do without him. You're different. You're not in too deep yet. You can still walk away from this dangerous game. Gordon spoke with quiet, almost painful sincerity. Robin listened in silence. Only after the commissioner had finished did he respond. Commissioner Gordon, you really are a good man. That's why you've earned the trust of Batman and every Robin. I can tell your kindness comes from the heart. He took one step closer to the edge. But unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Robin was already standing at the rooftop's lip, cape fluttering in the night wind. Because right now I'm already in too deep. With those final words, he leapt straight off the roof into the darkness. Gordon did not step forward to stop him. He had seen this scene too many times before, too many silhouettes vanishing against Gotham's jagged skyline. Watching the direction Robin disappeared in, Gordon let out a long, bone-deep sigh. Gotham. He reached up and switched off the bat signal. The powerful beam died with a soft electrical whine. He pulled out his pipe, struck a match with practiced ease, and drew a slow, meditative puff. The faint orange glow briefly illuminated the lines etched deep around his eyes. After parting with Gordon, Robin wandered the city for a while longer. The Riddler's return had acted like a match thrown onto dry tinder. Thugs crawled out of every shadowed corner. Incidents of smashed storefronts, carjackings, and muggings spiked overnight. Robin wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but during the weeks Kaitou Kid had been active, petty street crime had noticeably dropped. Almost as if the flamboyant phantom thief's presence had forced the small-time crooks to lay low, or maybe they were simply too entertained watching the chaos he created to bother with their usual routines. Tonight, though, the streets had remembered their old habits. Robin dropped into an alley behind a row of shuttered pawn shops and gave three armed muggers a very thorough, very painful lesson with his bow staff. After leaving them groaning in zip ties, he pinged the GCPD tip line. He repeated the process twice more before the sky began to lighten at the edges. After the third group was bundled into a patrol car, Robin realized with some surprise that his earlier gloom had lifted slightly. Nothing dramatic, just a little less suffocating. But the moment the Riddler's name surfaced in his mind again, that fleeting relief evaporated like mist. That damn Riddler never should have been born in Gotham. Pulling himself together, he resumed patrol, mind still turning the half-solved riddle over and over like a puzzle box that refused to open. The Salesman of Death, The Waves 35. What's the connection between all of it? Time slipped by like dirty rainwater down a gutter. The sun rose. Robin had pulled another all-nighter. It was daytime now. There were things that had to be done whether he liked it or not, even if the sky were falling. Like going to school. I'll go grab a cup of coffee first. Tim quietly slipped into an empty alley near the school perimeter, shed the Robin suit in seconds, and emerged as just another sleep-deprived teenager in a wrinkled hoodie. He crossed the street to the familiar CAF, ordered the strongest black coffee they were legally allowed to sell, and paired it with a large breakfast sandwich, the kind of meal that exists when you've skipped dinner, stayed up all night, and are now eating both at once. So-called late breakfast. But then why wasn't it called early dinner? Damn it, why am I thinking about this kind of nonsense? Tim snapped out of it and shook his head hard, as if he could physically dislodge the absurdity. It must be because I've been forcing myself to think like the Riddler lately. Everything was that bastard's fault. After forcing down the food mostly for fuel rather than enjoyment, Tim shouldered his bag and headed toward the school gates. Just like every other morning, if everything went as usual, he would be the first student to arrive on campus. That was how it should have been. But after he passed through the main entrance, he noticed the lights were already on in one of the second-floor classrooms. Faint voices drifted down through the still morning air. Once the school filled with students and the campus grew noisy, those sounds would be swallowed completely. But right now the entire grounds were empty and silent. Even the quietest murmur carried. With hearing sharpened by years of training, Tim could make out the stumbling lines with perfect clarity. Several people inside were rehearsing, tripping over words and laughing nervously when they forgot blocking. I remember now. That's the drama club's rehearsal room. Tim had never joined any clubs himself, but he had gone to watch the drama club a few times with friends, so the space was familiar. Besides, he was well-read and had studied many classic plays. After listening for only a moment longer, he already knew what scene they were practicing. If I remember correctly, it's Death of a Salesman. That's a classic. At that thought, Tim's eyes suddenly widened. A connection snapped into place like a lock finally turning. The Salesman of Death of a Salesman. The author of Death of a Salesman is Arthur Miller. Waves the sea. I've got it. Miller Port. The Riddler hid the hostage in a container at cargo sector 35 of Miller Port. 32, Chapter 32, I hope Robin wouldn't fall for Riddler's trap. VIP shout out, massive thanks to Mohammed Abdullah and Silver for joining the inner circle. Linking the author of Death of a Salesman, Arthur Miller, to Miller Port, and then connecting three tilted intersections to Roman numerals were, in truth, two completely unrelated lines of reasoning. With ordinary logic, someone could probably think about it for 3 days and 3 nights and still never reach the right answer. Even Tim had only managed to piece everything together by sheer, ridiculous coincidence. Even so, the logic behind this interpretation felt like such a leap of faith that Tim himself wasn't entirely convinced. His stomach twisted with the familiar dread of being wrong, of wasting precious hours while Janice's clock kept ticking. But right or wrong, as long as there was even a single chance of being correct, Tim would not let it go. Besides, judging by the Riddler's past habits, the more far-fetched an interpretation seemed, the more likely it was to be the right one. That was practically the man's signature. The moment the realization hit, Tim turned on his heel and left the school grounds without a second glance back. The half-finished coffee cup was left forgotten on a windowsill. Oracle, I need you to hack into Miller Port's surveillance system. Focus on the area around Cargo Zone 35. After ducking into a shadowed alcove to change back into the Robin suit, Tim contacted Oracle while already moving at a brisk jog toward the nearest rooftop route that would take him east. No problem. Have you already figured out the answer to the Riddler's riddle? Oracle's voice came through crisp and immediate. Yeah. I suspect the hostage's current location is at Miller Port. At the clock tower, Oracle's fingers flew across multiple screens. Within moments she had the port's live feeds pulled up. After reviewing the footage for less than 2 minutes, she frowned. Robin, I just checked. There are nearly twice as many stevedores in Cargo Zone 35 at Miller Port today compared to other areas, but the amount of cargo moved there is actually below average. And, she paused, zooming in on several feeds. Several cameras between Zone 35 and Zone 36 are damaged. I can't get any footage from those angles at all. Hearing that, Robin's certainty hardened into something almost cold. If nothing unexpected happens, those stevedores are probably thugs hired by the Riddler. The cameras were most likely sabotaged on purpose. There's a very high chance the hostage is hidden in that area. He picked up his pace, cape snapping behind him as he launched across another gap between buildings. The sun had fully risen now, turning the hazy Gotham sky a pale, washed-out gold. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, a thin beam of sunlight slipped through the half-closed blinds and struck Darren Greer directly in the eyes. He raised a hand to block it. It's already this late. His gaze drifted to the conspicuously empty seat beside him. Tim's seat. Tim is late. That shouldn't be possible. Darren thought to himself, lips pressing into a thin line. It looks like he's already solved that riddle. He must have rushed to Miller Port without a second thought. If everything goes smoothly, the girl the Riddler kidnapped should be rescued soon, and I won't need to act at midnight tonight. Tim, I just hope you haven't fallen into one of the Riddler's traps. He turned his gaze out the window, staring into the distance where the faint silhouette of the port cranes could just be made out against the horizon. Just then, an elderly voice interrupted. Hello, Mr. Greer. Darren turned. It was their homeroom teacher. Don't stare out the window during class. And do you know where Tim Drake is? He's never been absent before. I called Mr. Drake, and he said Tim stayed at your house last night. The teacher first gave the standard reminder, then asked about Tim with a hint of concern. Darren's brow twitched. Since when had Tim stayed at my place? Couldn't this guy come up with a better excuse? Oh, Tim isn't feeling very well and couldn't make it to school today. I forgot to help him ask for sick leave earlier. After only a heartbeat of hesitation, Darren decided to cover for him. Is that so? So he's sick. The teacher exhaled, visibly relieved. I was almost about to call the police. It's a relief that Tim isn't in any danger. Under normal circumstances, a student missing a morning class wouldn't trigger that level of alarm. But after the Riddler kidnapped a teenage girl on live video, the entire city had grown brittle with paranoia. Everyone feared they or someone they knew might be next. Alright, then we can start the lesson now. A few hours later, Millerport. Robin lay prone atop a towering stack of shipping containers, cowl lenses zoomed in on the activity below. 50 workers packed into such a small area. No matter how you look at it, that's not normal. They're dressed like dock workers, but their movements are clumsy. I'm certain most of them are doing this for the first time. Robin made his judgment in silence, cataloging every awkward lift, every hesitant step. Even if the port hired a batch of new workers, it makes no sense to put all of them in the same container zone. If someone made a mistake and caused an accident, it would be a disaster. The proper approach would be to spread the newcomers out and have veterans guide them, not throw a group of inexperienced people together and let them figure things out on their own. In short, the concentration of port workers in this area was definitely suspicious. It's certain. The Riddler must have hidden the hostage here. The only question is. Robin's gaze swept across the endless rows of multicolored steel boxes stretching in every direction. Which container is she in? Let's start by looking for one numbered 35. Having made up his mind, Robin dropped silently to the ground and began moving through the labyrinth of containers. Just after he left his original vantage point, a faint glint flashed on an iron frame not far behind him, almost impossible to notice unless you were looking for it. A lens. A camera. Watching. After several careful minutes of searching, Robin located a solitary red container whose code ended in 35. It sat alone in a relatively open area, as though deliberately placed on display. The trap was obvious. He wasn't afraid. Robin drew a small pry tool from his belt, worked the lock mechanism in seconds, and slid the heavy door open just enough to slip inside. Empty. No hostage. No cargo. Just dust and the smell of old metal. Ring ring. The instant he stepped fully inside, a shrill alarm shattered the silence. Right after that, the rapid thud of dozens of boots echoed from every direction. No need to guess, every worker in the zone was already converging on his position. TCH. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Robin shook his head, almost amused, as if he'd expected nothing less. He extended his bow staff with a quiet snap and stepped back out into the open. Dozens of men now surrounded him in a loose semicircle, eyes hard and hungry. They were still wearing the orange high-vis vests and hard hats of dockworkers, but their hands now gripped weapons no ordinary laborer should possess: steel pipes, baseball bats, switchblades, and several handguns glinting in the midday light. I liked the way you looked earlier better, Robin said calmly, voice carrying across the sudden stillness. You weren't very good at the job, but at least it was honest work. He tightened his grip on the staff and settled into a low fighting stance, cape draped behind him like a dark wing. 1 against 50. Anyone could see the math was terrible. Even the world's greatest fighter would only dream of winning head-on against 50 armed men in the open. Yet there was not a hint of fear on Robin's face. Only focus. Can he win a fight against 50 people alone? 33, Chapter 33, The Person in the Silent Container. The answer, of course, was no. More precisely, he would not. So no one wants to sit this one out. Anyone. Fighting dozens of people head-on would drain a tremendous amount of energy. Robin had no intention of doing that. But he had no intention of running away either. Hee, look at this kid trying to act tough. You really think you can beat all of us? One thug taunted. Very well, violence it is. Bang. Robin flicked his arm and threw something in an instant. A small black cylinder hit the ground and detonated blinding flash, then thick, acrid smoke swallowed the yard. Robin disappeared into it. He moved like liquid shadow. Ah! A scream rang out. With his staff raised, Robin charged into the crowd under the cover of the smoke bomb. First thug, staff cracked his elbow, then temple. Down. Second, sidestep, redirect crowbar, but to the chin. Teeth shattered. Tim's close combat skills were not his strongest suit. Among all his abilities, direct hand-to-hand fighting was what he was least confident in. Third and fourth, low roll, ankle hook, face meets knee. Crunch. Gunfire erupted wild, panicked, useless. Robin flowed between bullets. But that was only compared to other members of the Bat family. He slapped one pistol down, snapped the wrist of another, then drove the staff's end into floating ribs like a piston. The man folded, coughing blood. Against this group of hired thugs, Tim's strength was so overwhelming that he barely seemed human. Not a single person managed to stand back up after being struck by his staff. For a while, in the entire area, the only sounds were the heavy thuds of Robin's staff hitting flesh, the sharp crack of bone, and the endless screams of the thugs. Damn it. This smoke, I can't see anything. Where did that kid go? One of the thugs holding a shotgun aimed wildly in every direction. His accomplice's screams echoed from all around, and he could not tell where Robin would strike next. He could only retreat slowly, finger hovering over the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. My position is way in the back, directly opposite the container Robin was in. No matter what, my rear should be safe. Once he moved out of the smoke, he could wait for the kid there. As long as Robin dared to show himself, he was confident he could turn him into a hedgehog with a single magazine. But just as he took a few steps back, he suddenly felt a slender, cylindrical hard object press against his back, stopping him from retreating any further. The last one. Smack. Those were the final words he heard before losing consciousness. Soon, the thick smoke completely cleared. 50 thugs lay scattered across the ground groaning, unconscious, or worse. Only Robin remained standing, and there was not a single drop of sweat on his face. Yeah, I'm really not good at fighting. It took a bit of time, but I've cleared out all the obstacles here. Now I can search this place properly without any worries. With that, Robin began checking the containers one by one at full speed. Zone 35 was neither too large nor too small. It would take about half a day to search every container. While Robin was fully focused on his search, some were hidden in the shadows. In a darkened room, the Riddler sat before a computer. On the monitor in front of him, every one of Robin's movements at the port was being broadcast in real time. Staring at Robin as he searched through the containers, the Riddler wore a strange, almost fond smile. Robin, oh Robin. In the end, you are nothing more than Batman's sidekick. You can't compare to him. Such an obvious trap. If it were Batman, he would have noticed something was wrong right away. Because in this world, only Batman's intellect can stand on the same level as mine. Of course, strictly speaking, I am still superior. As for that so-called Kaitou kid, he is probably just like Robin, charging off in the wrong direction without even realizing it. And he dares to claim he will rescue the hostage at midnight tonight. Ha, it's simply laughable. Thinking of this, the Riddler could not help but hum softly to himself, a tuneless little melody of satisfaction. Still, since only Robin came to the port and Batman did not appear, it seems Batman truly isn't in Gotham. Even if that takes away some of the fun, I'll just stir up a long overdue storm in this city for a while. On the other side, at Millerport, Cargo Zone 35. Not here. Not here. Not here. As time passed, Robin grew more and more anxious. He had already checked more than half of the containers in the area, yet there was still no sign of Janice. Could the hostage be hidden somewhere else, like in a warehouse instead of a container? Robin rubbed his chin as he thought. But this entire area is for container storage. There shouldn't be any other place that could hide someone. Or does 35 not refer to Cargo Zone 35, but to Warehouse 35 or Ship 35 instead? That doesn't make sense either. Millerport doesn't have a warehouse or a ship with that number. And this is the only area with thugs hired by the Riddler. There were no abnormalities anywhere else. Or did I get it wrong? Is the answer not Millerport at all? Robin stopped and carefully reviewed everything he had found so far, along with his earlier interpretation of the riddle. But no matter how he looked at it, he could not find a flaw. He lifted his head and glanced at the sky. The sun was already sinking. Dusk was not far away. There's no other choice. I can only keep searching. About another hour passed. Robin reached the boundary between Zone 35 and Zone 34. Since Oracle had reported earlier that several cameras between Zone 35 and Zone 36 were damaged, Robin had assumed from the start that the hostage would be hidden somewhere in that area. He had begun his search from that end. By now, he had worked his way forward little by little to the opposite side. Thump, thump. Suddenly, Robin heard a faint sound coming from a nearby container. It was as if something inside was tapping lightly against the metal. The sound was extremely weak. It would tap once, then pause for a long time before tapping again. Without careful attention, it would have been impossible to notice. "I've found it." A surge of excitement rushed through Robin. He immediately ran toward the direction of the sound. In the end, he discovered that the tapping was coming from the bottom of a stacked cluster of containers. It took him some effort to reach the door of the bottom one. After prying it open, Robin did not rush in. Instead, he cautiously peered through the narrow gap in the door. Then he saw a girl with a sack over her head, tied to a chair. Her waist was bound to the chair, and both her hands and feet were tied with ropes to keep her from escaping. Fortunately, only her feet and thighs were secured. Her knees and calves could still move a little. The sound earlier had been made by her tapping the floor with her feet. Seeing this, Robin did not hesitate. He stepped forward and began untying her. "Hey, I'm here to save you. You're safe now, UG." Before he could finish, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids grew heavier by the second. "What a pity. I'm not the one you came to save." The girl shook slightly, and all the ropes fell away on their own. She pulled the sack off her head, revealing a man's face. A face Robin knew all too well. The Riddler, Edward Nygma. 34, Chapter 34, Batman is here. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Andrew Bryant and Marcus Edvardson for joining the inner circle. I heard Kaitou Kid can mimic people's voices, so I made this little gadget too. The Riddler pulled a small, sleek voice changer out of the sack he had just removed from his head. He held it up like a trophy, turning it slowly in the dim light filtering through the container's narrow vents. The effect is pretty good, isn't it? Doesn't it sound flawless? He took a deliberate step toward Robin, stopping about a meter away close enough to gloat, far enough to stay safe. Robin was half sprawled on the cold metal floor, one arm trembling as he tried to push himself up. His palm slipped, and he collapsed again with a muffled grunt. The Riddler watched with clinical interest. Even though the boy had fallen perfectly into the trap and no longer posed any real threat, Nigma remained cautious. Robin hadn't completely lost consciousness yet. There was still that dangerous spark in his eyes. Moments earlier, when Robin had rushed forward to rescue the hostage, the Riddler had silently depressed a hidden plunger on the underside of the chair. A tiny needle had shot out from the seat frame and buried itself in Robin's thigh, a fast-acting cocktail of hypnotic and paralytic agents. The boy hadn't even felt the prick through the adrenaline. Now Robin's body refused to obey him. His limbs felt like lead soaked in molasses. His eyelids drooped against his will, heavy and burning. Damn it, I fell for it. The Riddler never hid the hostage here at all. That riddle was just bait to lure someone into a trap. How despicable. Robin forced his head up and locked eyes with the Riddler. Hatred burned in his gaze, pure, bright, and helpless. At that moment, he had only one thought: if he could just move, he would beat Edward Nigma senseless and make him choke on every smug word. But in his current state, even curling a finger felt like lifting a car. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at that stubborn glare, the Riddler said, voice dripping with mock pity. Let me guess. You don't happen to think I was lying to you from the very beginning, and that the answer to the riddle was never the hostage's location at all, do you? Noticing the way Robin's eyes narrowed further, the Riddler's smile vanished, replaced by a flash of genuine displeasure. I would never do something as underhanded as cheating, especially when it comes to riddles. He crouched slightly, bringing his face closer without stepping into striking range. Robin, do you really think you understood my riddle? You still don't realize exactly where you went wrong, do you? He tilted his head, voice thick with condescension. What? Robin was stunned. From the Riddler's words, it was clear he had gotten the riddle wrong from the very beginning. The answer was not Millerport, not Cargo Zone 35. Then why were 50 of the Riddler's thugs stationed here? Why had the Riddler himself been waiting inside this very container? Was the entire setup, the damaged cameras, the suspicious crowd of workers, the decoy container, all just an elaborate lure designed to trap whoever came looking? And if the hostage wasn't here, what was the real answer? Countless questions crashed through Robin's mind like static, but he no longer had the strength to voice even one. His vision blurred at the edges, thoughts fraying into chaos. All he could do was cling to consciousness with the last scraps of willpower he had left. Confused? You should be, the Riddler said, grin returning wider than before. My riddles aren't as easy as the ones certain people like to make. If it were that big bat of yours, there might be a slim chance he could see through the trap. But you, little bird, you're still a long way from that. The Riddler laughed, a sharp, triumphant bark that echoed off the steel walls. But just as quickly, the smile faded. Still, you coming here has caused me quite a bit of trouble, Robin. This trap was originally prepared for someone else. I didn't expect that before he arrived, you would step in first and ruin the arrangement I so carefully set up. The Riddler snorted, folding his arms. In that sense, you've actually impressed me. I thought you'd drag it out until the last day before cracking the riddle and making it to the port. The previous Robin would definitely have done that. It seems you're a bit smarter than him. Someone else. Robin understood instantly. He's talking about Kaitou Kid. This whole incident, the public riddle, the 3-day deadline, the baited trap, had been aimed at the Phantom Thief from the beginning. Kid was supposed to come here at midnight. I wonder if he's been misled just like I was. Relying on a thief to save someone might be unrealistic, Robin thought hazily, the words blurring in his mind, but he's the only one left with a chance to rescue the hostage now. Kaitou Kid, you have to find that girl's real location. Even in this moment, bleeding willpower second by second, what worried Robin most was not his own safety, but the innocent girl he had never even met. At least I've already triggered the traps here ahead of time. Even if you're fooled into coming here, you should still be able to get away safely. As he watched Robin's body sway more violently, until he finally collapsed face first onto the floor with a dull thud, the Riddler knew the boy's resistance had finally broken. This brat can really hold out. It actually took him this long to pass out. He cautiously nudged Robin's side with the toe of his polished shoe. No reaction. Only then did the Riddler fully relax, a slow, victorious smile spreading across his face like ink in water. Batman and Robin. For so many years, this duo has caused me endless suffering. Today, I can finally expose their true faces. He rolled Robin over with surprising gentleness so the boy's face was turned upward, then reached out with his right hand toward the green domino mask. First, Robin. Once I learn his real identity, I can deduce who Batman is. And then comes my sweet revenge. Oh, and those old friends from the past, they must be dying to know Batman's background. Penguin will surely be willing to pay a high price for that information. I might even make a fortune from it. Lost in visions of revenge and profit, the Riddler's fingers brushed the edge of the mask and began to lift it. Bang! At that exact moment, a loud metallic crash came from outside the container. What was that? Startled, the Riddler instinctively spun toward the sound. Then he froze. A thick, powerful arm had gripped the edge of the heavy iron door and was slowly pulling it open. That arm was clad in black bracers, lined with several sharp, bat-shaped fins. No, impossible. The Riddler's pupils dilated to pinpricks. He had seen that arm before in nightmares, in police reports, in every scheme that had ever gone wrong. At a single glance, he knew exactly who it belonged to. He shouldn't be in Gotham right now. Why? Why is he here? Why didn't he show up earlier? A flood of panicked questions crashed through his mind. As the iron door groaned fully open, the tall, dark figure he had already guessed yet desperately refused to believe stepped into the narrow rectangle of light. Batman. The Riddler's voice cracked on the name. Fear surged in his chest like ice water, but he forced himself to stay outwardly composed. So what if Batman is here? The traps I set aren't just for decoration. Gritting his teeth, the Riddler darted behind the chair and stomped hard on a small, concealed plate in the floor beside it. With a sharp click, the metal sank an inch. In the next instant, 4 concealed machine guns sprang out from panels in the left wall, right wall, and ceiling barrels swiveling and locking onto Batman at the entrance with mechanical precision. Die, Batman. Amid the Riddler's frantic, almost hysterical roar, the 4 machine guns opened fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. 35, Chapter 35, Batman's Abnormal Behavior. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to FMY 2018 for joining the inner circle. After a full minute of intense gunfire, the Riddler finally stopped the barrage. Gone. The Batman who had stood at the entrance was nowhere to be seen. The Riddler certainly did not believe Batman had been killed by the gunfire. There had been no blood, and he had not heard the sound of bullets striking a body. Batman definitely wouldn't die from that. He thought cautiously. In the past, Batman would probably have tried to circle around and launch a surprise attack from behind. But today, he can't use that trick. Inside the confined space of the container, there was no possible route that would allow Batman to get behind him. So Batman had to be outside. You think I won't know what you're doing just because you're hiding out there? Batman, you've gotten naive. The Riddler took a few steps back and stomped on another pedal. A display screen descended, showing a real-time, 360-degree view of the area around the container. What? How can he not be there? The Riddler stared at the surveillance feed in disbelief. There was no sign of Batman anywhere. Batman was not near the container at all. Impossible. I clearly saw Batman just now. The Riddler was certain that the one who opened the container door a moment ago was Batman. The wide-open iron door was proof that it had not been his imagination. So did Batman just leave? That made no sense. Batman could only have come here for one reason, the Riddler. He had even seen the moment when the Riddler was about to remove Robin's mask. With all that, how could Batman simply take a look and walk away? Could it be that he had been scared off by those 4 machine guns just now? If someone said that out loud, the Riddler would not believe it even if he were beaten to death. Wait, where's Robin? Did Batman take Robin away? Only then did the Riddler remember there was supposed to be someone else here. He hurriedly turned to look at the spot where Robin had been lying. The result, of course, was that Robin was still lying there, completely motionless. Not rescued. So Batman just abandoned Robin? This pair really isn't reliable at all. The Riddler found himself forming a new opinion of Batman and Robin. Strange. This is too strange. If Batman didn't come to catch me, and he didn't come to save Robin either, then why did he come here at all? It feels like he just wanted to scare me. Batman has never acted like this before. Batman's abnormal behavior kept the Riddler unsettled for a long time. He looked at the monitor again, then around the container, constantly forming theories about Batman's purpose, only to overturn each one himself. No. The Batman I know isn't like this. How could he just leave? The Batman from before would have appeared like a ghost in the place I least expected after the gunfire ended, right when I was smugly thinking I'd finished him off. While I was still shocked that he hadn't been shot to death, he'd say, "Because I'm Batman," in that low, raspy voice, then knock me out with a punch like a sandbag, tie me up, and haul me off to Arkham. That's Batman. At that moment, the Riddler felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Forget it. I'd better finish what I started. Batman may have changed, but no matter what he becomes, there will always be people in this city who want his life. And the identities of Robin and Batman will still be worth a fortune. After confirming that Batman had truly left, the Riddler returned to Robin, his interest noticeably diminished. But the moment the Riddler bent down to lift the mask, he froze, his outstretched hand hanging in midair. A second later, his body began to tremble slightly. Not from fear, but from rage. The Robin in front of him was a fake. The texture of the skin was close enough to human to fool someone at a glance, but up close it was obvious. This was nothing more than a lifelike doll. Because Batman had appeared so suddenly earlier, the Riddler had retreated to the far end of the container and never got a clear look at Robin's condition. Now he finally understood. Robin had been swapped out long ago. In an instant, everything became clear. The Batman he saw earlier must have been a fake too. So who exactly had he been outwitting this whole time? Kaitou kid. It's you, isn't it? Who else would use tricks like lifelike dolls? The Riddler spoke through clenched teeth. The timing of the swap was most likely in that second or two before the machine guns opened fire. To drag the real Robin away in such a short moment and replace him with a fake to mislead me is no simple feat. But you're despicable, Kaitou kid. You clearly announced you'd act at midnight, yet here you are before 6 in the evening. You lying cheat. After a long while, the Riddler finally calmed himself and began to rethink his next move. He had two core goals in kidnapping that girl. One was to prove that he was superior to Kaitou Kid when it came to riddles. The other was to lure Kaitou Kid out and eliminate him. Gotham did not need two Riddlers, but the current situation had completely diverged from his original plan. First, Robin had triggered the trap meant for Kaitou Kid. At the time, that had not been too serious. There was still plenty of time before midnight, and the Riddler could have set another trap. But Kaitou Kid's early arrival made that impossible. In this situation, eliminating Kaitou Kid in the short term is no longer realistic. Then I'll make his declaration fail instead. Since you broke your own notice and appeared early, the 3-day deadline I gave will have to be moved up as well. A murderous glint flashed in the Riddler's eyes. Meanwhile, in a warehouse near the port, Darren placed Robin gently on the ground. Phew. Good thing I wasn't late. You almost got unmasked, Tim. Skipping classes for a whole day without a word, I knew you were going to get yourself into trouble. He let out a quiet sigh, looking at Robin as he muttered to himself. Then Darren took off the badly fitting imitation batsuit and changed back into his own Kaitou outfit. This feels much better. Kaitou Kid made his grand appearance. Judging by the timing, the Riddler should be discovering the fake Robin by now. Once he loses his temper, he might even move the execution time forward. 36, Chapter 36, Next time we meet, try not to be in such a pathetic state. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Multiverse Right, John Garcia, and Jimmy for joining the inner circle. Why? Just as Kaitou Kid was about to vanish into the shadows, Robin's voice rasped out behind him, weak, but stubborn. The phantom thief paused mid-step. Robin struggled to rise, but the lingering toxin allowed only a painful turn of his head. His cowl lenses flickered faintly in the dim container light as he stared up at the white-caped figure. Kaitou Kid, why did you save me? You must know that taking me away from the Riddler will expose you. Right now, revealing yourself would be disastrous for both you and the hostage. Kaitou Kid tilted his head slightly, the brim of his top hat casting a sharp shadow across his monocle. You're right. Once the Riddler realizes it was me who rescued you, he'll decide I broke my own announcement. Who knows what he'll do next, move the hostage, accelerate the deadline, or worse. He nodded in calm agreement, as if discussing the weather. Then why did you save me? By all logic, we're enemies, aren't we? Robin's voice carried genuine confusion, edged with exhaustion. Huh, what kind of question is that? Kaitou Kid looked genuinely puzzled for a moment, then let out a soft, amused chuckle. Saving someone doesn't need a reason. I felt like it, so I did. Robin was left speechless. It was true that saving people didn't require justification. Heroes lived by that principle every night. But those words shouldn't have come so easily from the mouth of a thief, a phantom who danced through heists with a grin and a flock of doves. Kaitou Kid, what kind of person are you, really? The question lingered unspoken in Robin's mind, heavy and unanswerable. He forced himself to shift topics, voice rough. I searched this place thoroughly. The hostage isn't here. We were both wrong. The answer isn't Millerport, Cargo Zone 35. You need to hurry and find where the hostage really is. Hold on. Let me correct you. Kaitou Kid cut in smoothly. What do you mean, we were wrong? Robin blinked. You were the only one who was wrong. I knew from the start that Zone 35 was a trap. In that instant, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Robin's mind. His eyes widened beneath the mask. What do you mean by that? I mean, I already know where the Riddler hid the hostage. Kaitou Kid said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, casual as mentioning the time. Then why did you come here? Why didn't you go rescue her directly? Robin frowned, demanding an explanation despite the fog still clouding his thoughts. Because the place the Riddler chose is very special. Until a certain time, we can't reach it, so I can't extract the hostage early. What Kaitou Kid said was cryptic, almost maddening. Only reachable at a certain time. Did that mean the location appeared only during a specific window? Had the Riddler somehow borrowed Constantine's House of Mystery or something equally impossible? Still confused, little birdie. Kaitou Kid's tone turned lightly teasing. Use your head. You came to the port, which means you already linked the answer to the play Death of a Salesman. So why not dig deeper? Salvation lies within. He quoted the famous movie line with dramatic flair, gloved hand gesturing like a stage magician. Dig deeper? Other than connecting the playwright's name to Millerport, what other clue does it give? Robin fell into thought, forcing his sluggish brain to turn over the riddle again. As for why I came here, isn't the reason obvious? Kaitou Kid glanced down at him, expression softening just a fraction behind the confident smile. After I saw the trap hidden in the Riddler's riddle, I figured someone might rush in headfirst out of desperation to save the hostage. One hostage turning into two would be a disaster. Robin froze again. So you came here specifically to save me? He murmured the words to himself, barely audible. He had assumed Kaitou Kid just happened to stumble onto the scene while searching for the real location and intervened on a whim. Now it seemed the phantom thief had come to Millerport for his sake alone, had predicted Robin would fall into the trap, had seen right through his determination and haste. Robin felt shaken to his core. Still, even though it's a fixed time, after what just happened the Riddler might move it forward. I'd better get going. Will you be okay here by yourself? Kaitou Kid asked with a gentle smile, already turning to leave. Humph. As if I want to see you. Get lost. Robin snorted, waving a weak hand in dismissal despite the tremor in his arm. Next time we meet, try not to be in such a pathetic state. With that parting shot, Kaitou Kid turned fully away. Kaitou Kid. After only a few steps, Robin called out again from behind. The phantom thief paused without turning. Don't think saving me once means I'll go easy on you. Next time, I'll arrest you myself. He feel free to try. A phantom thief is never caught. Without looking back, Kaitou Kid answered provocatively. With those final words, his white silhouette blurred, cape fluttering like wings, and vanished completely from Robin's sight, leaving only the faint scent of smoke and playing cards in the air. I'm counting on you for that girl, Kaitou Kid. Don't lose to the Riddler. Watching the empty spot where the thief had stood, Robin whispered so softly that only he could hear. Just then, the residual drug in his system surged again. Overwhelming drowsiness crashed over him like a wave. Damn it, I can't keep my eyes open. With his last bit of strength, Robin fumbled for his communicator and pressed the emergency call button. The faint beep echoed in the empty container as his head finally dropped to the cold floor. In a dark, oppressive space far from the port, Janice Lawson slowly regained consciousness. She blinked against the blackness, disoriented. All she could see was inky darkness pressing in from every side. The air smelled of salt and rust-old metal, seawater, something faintly mechanical. The moment she tried to stand, she realized she was tied to a chair. Thick ropes bit into her wrists and ankles, a gag muffled her mouth. Any attempt to speak came out as pitiful, muffled whimpers. Good evening, sweetheart. At that moment, a screen dropped down in front of her with a mechanical whir. The face staring back was none other than the Riddler, green suit immaculate, Kane resting across his lap, that signature smug smile twisting his lips. The instant she saw him, the haze in Janice's mind cleared. Fear flooded her eyes, wide and glassy. Today, or maybe yesterday, or even longer ago at dusk, she had been wearing the new gift from her father, a delicate necklace that caught the light just right. She'd been heading out to meet her friends for shopping, excited despite the recent news about a stolen jewel. The necklace looked a lot like the one mentioned in the headlines, but her father had sworn it was only similar, a coincidence. She had dismissed the thought. After all, the thief who stole that necklace was the dashing Kaitou Kid. How could it possibly end up in her father's hands? Who was Kaitou Kid? He was currently Gotham's #1 choice for who I'd most like to sleep with this month. Even Bruce Wayne had to settle for second place. The idea that Kaitou Kid's true identity might be her own father was too absurd, too terrifying to even consider. What she did not know was that this very necklace had led to her current situation. That evening, on her way to meet her friends, the Riddler had suddenly appeared, stepping out of the shadows like a nightmare made flesh. He had abducted her without a word. After that, everything went black. Only now had she awakened. MMMPH. What do you want? Why did you take me? Janice tried to ask in terror, straining against the gag. But only muffled, desperate sounds escaped. Hey, relax, miss. Talking like that, even the greatest mind in the world couldn't understand you. The Riddler smiled, almost kindly. Actually, you don't need to speak at all. Just listen carefully. In about 20 minutes, you will die and be lost to the sea. MMMPH. Hearing the Riddler pronounce her death sentence so casually, Janice panicked. She thrashed against the ropes, trying to scream, to beg, but only muffled cries broke through. Shut up. Didn't I say you don't need to speak? The Riddler suddenly snapped, voice sharp as a blade. Janice immediately fell silent, trembling in fear, tears welling behind the gag. I took the Saturday off, sorry. Power stones and comments are much appreciated. 37, Chapter 37, he appears right on time. Oh, sorry. I lost my composure for a moment. Realizing his outburst had been inappropriate, the Riddler straightened his green suit with quick, precise tugs, smoothed his tie, and offered an apology with the polished courtesy of a well-dressed gentleman attending high tea. But no matter how refined he appeared, the cane resting elegantly against his shoulder, the smile returning to something almost charming to Janice, he looked like nothing less than a demon wearing a borrowed skin. First, let me make one thing clear. The person who got you killed isn't me. It's Kaitou Kid. The Riddler's words landed like a slap. Janice froze, eyes wide behind the gag. Kaitou Kid? Why would he bring up Kaitou Kid at a time like this? Then the pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. The necklace her father had given her, the one that sparkled just like the stolen jewel in the news, really was the one Kaitou Kid had taken. That was why the Riddler had targeted her. But how had it ended up in her father's hands? Janice's mind reeled. Surely her father couldn't actually be Kaitou Kid. The thought was absurd, impossible, terrifying. Kaitou Kid was a legend, a phantom who danced across rooftops, left calling cards, and vanished in clouds of doves. He couldn't be the quiet man who kissed her forehead every morning and asked about her day. If you hadn't been wearing the necklace Kaitou Kid stole, you wouldn't have been abducted, and you wouldn't be about to die, the Riddler declared grandly, spreading his arms as though delivering the final line of a play. So Kaitou Kid is your killer. Hate him, not me. With that, his image blinked out. The screen retracted with a soft mechanical whir, plunging Janice back into pitch-black darkness. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Only her own ragged breathing and the faint metallic creak of the chair filled the void. What do I do? The Riddler says I'll be dead in 20 minutes. Is anyone coming to save me? Does Dad even know I've been kidnapped? Has the GCPD started looking for me at all? Panic clawed at her chest, silent and relentless. What about Batman? Please save me. Suddenly, she felt something strange. The chair beneath her jolted a hard, jarring motion that rattled her teeth. Then came a familiar yet unsettling pull, the slow, steady acceleration of a vehicle. This weird room is moving. Am I inside a truck? She was right. If anyone had been looking down from above, they would have seen a heavy freight truck tearing down the empty highway, far beyond any legal speed limit. Its headlights sliced through the night like pale knives. Fortunately or perhaps suspiciously it was the only vehicle on the road. Otherwise, a terrible accident would have been inevitable. Then again, a highway with only one truck barreling toward the port at this hour might have been even more suspicious. You still lose, Kaitou kid. In just over 10 minutes, that truck will plunge into the sea. From the shadows of his hideout, the Riddler watched through multiple surveillance feeds, a crazed smile splitting his face. Neither Robin nor Kaitou kid could have guessed that I hid the hostage inside the truck itself. I planned to start the truck at the very end of the third day, but you showed up early, Kaitou kid. Don't blame me for moving the schedule forward, huh? Suddenly, something caught his eye on the main screen, a tiny white speck. It appeared in the distant sky, growing larger by the second. At first, it was smaller than the stars. Then it became the size of a grain of rice, still expanding rapidly. Soon, a white-clad phantom thief gliding on a sleek hang glider came clearly into view, cape billowing, silhouette sharp against the moonlit clouds. Kaitou kid. Why is he flying there? The Riddler stared, eyes bloodshot, fingers tightening around his cane. Is it just a coincidence? Or has he found the hostage? Impossible. If he had solved the riddle long ago, all he'd need to do was wait for me to start the truck. Why would he head for the port? Right, he's just passing by. He'll fly past any second now. Before Kaitou kid reached the truck, the Riddler quickly tapped a command. The vehicle's speed dropped to a normal, unremarkable cruise, no need to draw unnecessary attention. Under the Riddler's unblinking stare, Kaitou kid swept overhead in a graceful arc and continued on, shrinking into the distance. I knew he couldn't crack the riddle. He's just wandering around aimlessly. I worried for nothing. The Riddler scoffed, already turning back to his controls. Boom. At that exact moment, the Kaitou kid who had just flown past exploded in a brilliant burst of smoke and light. The feed went black. No commands responded. The camera on site had been destroyed in the blast. What? The Riddler stared in disbelief, mouth slightly open. The next instant, the communicator beside him rang a sharp, insistent tone. His expression darkened to something murderous. That device was linked directly to the truck's cab. If it was ringing, someone inside was calling him. And who else could it be? Kaitou kid. He answered, enunciating each syllable like a curse. When did you figure it out? The salesman of death hears the call of the waves. He shall be buried where three tilted crossroads overlap, while the vile murderer smiles before his tombstone. Kaitou kid calmly recited the Riddler's proud riddle, voice smooth and unruffled. Edward Nigma, that riddle is garbage. One look and I knew the answer. Veins bulged on the Riddler's forehead, his knuckles white around the communicator. Robin's direction was right. Death of a salesman leads to Millerport. Roman numerals point to Pier 35. But he stopped too soon. Your riddle keeps talking about death, Graves, the murderer. That means death itself is a clue. In the play, the salesman dies in a staged car accident. So the hostage isn't at Pier 35 in Millerport. She's in a truck numbered 35 that's about to drive from Millerport into the sea. Kaitou kid declared the true solution with quiet finality. Exactly right. I underestimated you, Kaitou kid. You're sharper than I thought. The Riddler spoke coldly, forcing composure through gritted teeth. But don't think you've won. There's a bomb on that truck. I can detonate it anytime. Oh, you mean that sleek rectangular device stuck under the chassis? The Riddler's breath caught audibly. Haha, I already tossed it. Thanks to the accidents you staged to block the road, blowing it up now won't hurt anyone. Kaitou kid chuckled light, almost playful. Kaitou kid, you win this round. But don't expect me to admit defeat. You announced midnight, yet you showed up 6 hours early. The Riddler's rage boiled over. Tisk, Nigma. Maybe you should give up the title of Riddler. Who said I came early? I arrived right on time. Kaitou kid replied mockingly, the smile audible in his voice. NYX extinguishes the final torch. What else could that mean but midnight? And you call that punctual? The Riddler laughed, angry, jagged, bitter. Then tell me this. NYX is a goddess from where? Kaitou kid asked like a teacher. Greece. Every kid knows that. The Riddler shouted. Exactly. Since NYX is Greek, midnight means Greek midnight. What were you thinking, Gotham time? There's a 6-hour difference between Greece and Gotham. Over there, it's midnight right now. Kaitou kid said in a disappointed tone, then laughed. Did it never occur to you why I chose NYX specifically? Was the riddle too much for the man who calls himself the Riddler? 38, Chapter 38. As always, I'm here to steal a gem. VIP shout out. Massive thanks to Juan Flores for joining the inner circle. No, 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 NOO. How dare you make a fool of me, Kaitou kid. I'll kill you. There must be a, you cheated. Yes. You gave a riddle with 2 answers. That's it. I'll kill you. The Riddler trembled with rage, his knuckles white around the communicator. His voice cracked on the last word, raw and unhinged. At last, he understood. From the very beginning, Kaitou kid had built the announcement with 2 possible times layered inside it. Whether one calculated by Greek time or Gotham's, both interpretations were correct. The thief could switch between them at will, depending on how his opponent chose to read the riddle. When the Riddler had assumed Kaitou kid would appear at Gotham's midnight and prepared his defenses accordingly, the Phantom Thief instead struck at Greece's midnight. And the moment the Riddler realized he should have used Greek time due to NYX being a Greek goddess, Kaitou kid would simply pivot back to Gotham's clock. Giving a riddle 2 correct answers is cheating. Kaitou kid, enjoy strutting while you can. Next time, I'll show you what real terror is. The Riddler snarled into the communicator, spit flecking his lips. Kaitou kid's reply was simple and merciless. Beep, beep. The line went dead. All that reached the Riddler's ears was harsh electronic static, mocking and final. Bang! Blinded by fury, he slammed his fist down on the metal console. Instantly, searing pain shot through his hand and up his arm. Arg, damn it, my hand. He cradled the throbbing knuckles, cursing under his breath while helpless frustration boiled inside him. Meanwhile, the truck Kaitou kid was driving barreled toward the entrance of Millerport. The vehicle showed no sign of slowing. If anything, it kept gaining speed, the engine roaring like an angry beast. Sure enough, the Riddler had modified the truck thoroughly. No amount of stomping on the brake pedal made the slightest difference. The speedometer needle trembled near the red line. The truck would only stop when the massive fuel tank finally ran dry. Kaitou kid glanced at the still full gauge and grimaced beneath his hat. At this rate, it'll take hours to burn through all that. He made up his mind in an instant. No choice. It's risky, but I'll have to pull that stunt. I was hoping to save some effort, but that's not happening now. Good thing the steering still works. Let's take that route. He fixed a sharp gaze on the farthest straight pier in the harbor, a long, narrow concrete tongue jutting out over the black water, and aimed the truck directly for it. Not that far meant much at this velocity. At the truck's current speed, it would shoot off the pier and plunge into the sea in less than 10 seconds. He had exactly those 10 seconds to free the hostage, leave the cab, get into the cargo box, and get her out before the truck sank. Once it hit the water, the pressure and the angle would make opening the doors nearly impossible. Tight window. I'd better start as far from the edge as I can. He had considered driving somewhere safer, but the Riddler had sealed every other exit from the port the moment the truck started moving. Staged accidents, overturned cars, scattered debris, fake construction barriers now blocked every alternative route. Any other direction meant plowing straight into one of those crashes. At a speed the gauge could barely register. Who knew how many innocent people he would kill? To be honest, even forcing the speeding truck through a controlled turn already demanded every bit of his focus. The wheel fought him like a living thing. The tires screamed against the asphalt. Only his extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes, along with finger precision far beyond normal, allowed him to manage it. An ordinary driver would have died the instant he touched the wheel. Ha ha ha, with skills like this, I could probably win a racing championship. He chuckled to himself, a short, breathless sound lost in the roar of the engine. Then he yanked the wheel into an insane high-speed U-turn, tires smoking, chassis groaning in protest as the truck whipped around and raced straight from the opposite end of the pier. Now. His eyes flashed with focus. He flung open the cab door mid-turn, vaulted onto the roof in a white blur, sprinted toward the back with perfect balance despite the violent motion, hooked his legs over the rear edge, and went to work on the cargo lock with both hands. Damn you, Riddler. What era are we in? Still using mechanical locks? Couldn't you install an electronic one with a button in the cab so I could just press it open? Then I wouldn't have to pick this thing while hanging off a speeding truck. Inside the cargo box, Janice was still tied to the chair. Darkness and the increasingly violent jolts filled her with terror. The truck was going faster and faster. The floor vibrated under her feet, metal groaned with every bump. Where is the Riddler taking me? He said he'd kill me in 20 minutes. How long has it been? 5, 10, or almost 20. Just now we skidded around a huge bend. If I weren't tied down, I would have been thrown off. Does Gotham even have curves that wide? Trapped in pitch blackness, Janice had no idea she was only moments away from plunging into the sea. As her thoughts spun in chaos, a metallic clatter suddenly rang out from outside, sharp and deliberate. What was that? She jerked her head in panic. The echoes bounced through the hollow cargo box, and she couldn't tell where the sound had come from. Clang. The doors flew open. Light poured in. It was night outside, but after 2 days in total darkness, it felt like daylight. The sudden brightness seared her eyes, leaving her momentarily blinded. That was only natural. Eyes accustomed to endless black needed time to adjust. In that brief moment of blindness, someone untied her restraints with swift, practiced movements. Before she could even react, strong arms lifted her up. It felt like a single second, yet also like an eternity. A loud splash echoed below as the truck hit the water, and her vision finally cleared. She was in the air. Beneath her, the entire layout of Millerport spread out like a map, cranes, containers, the dark expanse of the sea swallowing the sinking truck. She did not understand what had happened, but she knew one thing. She was alive. She saw the truck disappearing beneath the waves, without a doubt the very place where she had been trapped moments earlier. Careful, Miss Janice. If you flail around up here, you'll fall. A refined, pleasant voice spoke beside her ear, calm, almost amused. She looked up. A monocle glinted over his right eye, a tall white silk hat sat at a perfect angle, and although she could not make out every feature in the rushing wind, the face was undeniably handsome. Kaitou kid. Janice gasped, voice trembling. What are you doing here? Am I dreaming? Of course this isn't a dream, Miss Janice. As always, I'm here to steal a gem. Kaitou kid smiled faintly, the expression soft but unmistakable. A gem. At those words, Janice lowered her gaze in conflicted silence, her eyes falling on the necklace still around her neck, the very reason she had been taken. You mean this necklace? I'm sorry. My father got it from who knows where and swore it wasn't the one you took from the Vanafor family. He lied after all. Aha, sorry, but you're mistaken. 39, Chapter 39, A Kiss for a Thief. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to James31292 and Caleb Gallipo for joining the inner circle. Hey, I never steal the same prize twice. To me, that necklace is nothing more than a trinket now. Kaitou kid gave a small, dismissive shake of his head, the motion elegant even as wind whipped past them both. If not that, then what gem? Janice asked in confusion, brows furrowing. Could there have been another jewel hidden inside that truck? Some secret compartment she hadn't noticed in the darkness? The gem I want is right here in my arms. There was a deeper, almost teasing meaning in Kaitou kid's words, his voice soft against the rush of air. In your arms, then that would be me. Realization dawned on Janice, and a shy blush spread across her cheeks, warming her skin despite the cool night wind. Her heart gave a quick, fluttering beat. So Kaitou kid called me his gem. Does that mean he? A swirl of sweet, dizzy thoughts filled the young girl's mind, fantasies she'd only ever entertained in secret while scrolling through fan forums late at night. She felt suddenly very aware of how securely he held her, one arm strong around her waist, the other supporting her shoulders. Come to think of it, Kaitou kid's chest is really warm. By now, Kaitou kid had already flown well beyond the borders of Millerport, the sprawling cranes and shipping containers shrinking into a patchwork of lights below. The hang glider carried them smoothly through the sky, the only sounds the faint creak of fabric and the distant hum of the city. On the ground, several patrol cars sped toward the port, red and blue lights slicing through the darkness. In one of them sat Jim Gordon himself, trench coat collar turned up against the night chill. Moments earlier, he had received a flurry of reports, multiple serious traffic accidents, all clustered near the port entrances, overturned vehicles, scattered debris, suspiciously precise blockades. Such an obvious anomaly might as well have been a neon sign screaming Millerport is in trouble. Gordon had immediately gathered his men and rushed out, tires screeching as they peeled away from headquarters. But they had left too late. The crisis had already ended before they arrived, and now they were actually crossing paths with the rescuer returning with his hostage. Hey, look up, isn't that Kaitou kid? Static crackled over the radio, followed by an officer's excited shout. Gordon craned his neck toward the sky, squinting through the windshield. Sure enough, he spotted the thief's distinctive triangular glider, white against the black night, with a girl cradled carefully in his arms. Looks like he's carrying a girl. Gordon recalled Kaitou kid's bold reply to the Riddler's challenge, the promise of midnight, the cryptic reference to the Princess of Troy. Could he have already rescued the hostage? Stop the car. Turn around. Realization struck, and Gordon barked the order to his driver. He grabbed the radio and addressed the other units, voice calm but firm. One car follows me after kid. The rest head to the port and assess the situation. Secure the area, look for the Riddler or any remaining traps. Yes, Commissioner. Gordon's cruiser peeled away from the convoy with a sharp squeal of tires and roared after the phantom thief. We oh. Hearing the sirens below, Kaitou kid glanced down, monocle catching the flash of emergency lights. I thought they'd all head for the port. Someone actually doubled back. Miss Janice, he said gently, tilting his head toward her, I was planning to drop you at the GCPD. Your father has been waiting there for a long time. Looks like I don't need to anymore. Your escort has arrived. He smiled at her, warm, reassuring, the kind of smile that made headlines and broke hearts. We'll part on that rooftop ahead. Huh, you're leaving already. Janice's face fell, a small pang of disappointment tightening her chest. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, the show goes on. We'll meet again. Even as he spoke, he banked the glider in a smooth arc and touched down lightly on the flat rooftop of an old brick warehouse. He set her gently on her feet, steadying her with one gloved hand until she found her balance. Kaitou kid. Janice called softly, voice barely above a whisper. Yes, miss. The moment he turned, she rose on tiptoe and brushed a quick, shy kiss against his cheek, soft, impulsive, grateful. Thank you for saving me. I'll always be your fan. Ah, the honor is mine. I'll strive for an even grander performance. He blinked once in genuine surprise, then gave her a graceful, theatrical bow, hat sweeping low. With that, he leapt from the rooftop without hesitation. Gordon's cruiser screeched to a halt on the street below. Commissioner, look, Kaitou kid just jumped. No glider. He's going to hit the ground. The driver pointed at the falling figure, eyes wide. Idiot. Kaitou kid would never let himself splatter. Look behind us. Gordon snapped, already scanning the sky. Huh, there's another Kaitou kid back there. When did he get past us? An officer spotted a second glider slipping away in the distance, white cape fluttering like a ghost. The one who jumped was just a decoy. The real kid has already escaped. As expected of you, Commissioner. You saw through his trick right away. The officer stared in admiration. Gordon picked up the radio, voice steady. He's alone. The hostage is on that rooftop. Get her and take her to the GCPD. Make sure she gets medical attention and reunites with her father. The officers hurried out and escorted Janice away, wrapping her in a blanket against the night chill. Gordon, meanwhile, continued the pursuit of the elusive thief, though he already knew the chase was more formality than possibility tonight. Gotham. A nondescript shed about a kilometer from Millerport. The Riddler stared at the new riddle he had just finished writing on a cracked whiteboard, the green marker squeaking faintly. A sinister grin spread slowly across his face. Kaitou kid, this time you won't beat me. I'll make you beg for death. He stood, joints popping after hours hunched over plans, and looked around the dim warehouse, empty crates, flickering fluorescent lights, the faint smell of rust and old oil. The hostage is gone. The GCPD will turn Millerport upside down. They'll find this place sooner or later. Time to move. He rubbed his chin in thought, already calculating new hideouts. Oh, relocating? I know the perfect place for you. A voice suddenly spoke behind him, low, calm, edged with dark amusement. It's called Arkham Asylum. Every hair on the Riddler's neck stood on end. Who's there? He spun around, cane raised like a weapon. Smack. A black baton smashed into his face with precise, practiced force, sending him crashing to the floor in a spray of blood and shock. Hitting from behind really is a different kind of fun, don't you think, Nigma? Only then did the Riddler see his attacker clearly through watering eyes. A young man in a black suit with bold blue stripes across the chest and arms, a blue domino mask over his eyes, twin Escrima sticks in his hands, one still humming faintly from the impact. Nightwing. The Riddler gasped the name in disbelief. 40, Chapter 40, Peace Aura. VIP shout out, massive thanks to Kaitou Aki and CPT Cluckles for joining the inner circle. Long time no see, Nigma. Too bad you haven't changed much. Nightwing greeted the Riddler with a friendly smile that didn't reach his eyes, the kind of smile that promised consequences rather than warmth. Goodbye. Smack. A minute later, Nightwing walked out of the warehouse carrying the bruised and unconscious Riddler slung over one shoulder like an old sack. Edward Nigma's green suit was rumpled, his question mark cane left cracked on the concrete floor behind them. Outside, a sleek, pitch-black Batmobile waited at the entrance, engine idling with a low, predatory purr. Nightwing secured the Riddler tightly with reinforced cuffs, shoved him into the trunk without ceremony, and slid into the driver's seat. The canopy hissed shut, and the vehicle accelerated smoothly toward Arkham Island, cutting through Gotham's fog like a black blade. Nightwing, did you catch the Riddler? Oracle's voice came through the comms during the drive, crisp and professional despite the late hour. Already on my way to deliver him to Arkham Asylum, Nightwing replied, eyes fixed on the road. But I didn't see Tim. Don't worry. He sent a tracking signal to the Batcave not long ago, and Alfred has already gone to pick him up. Nightwing exhaled quietly, tension easing just a fraction from his shoulders. You really should have called me earlier, he said softly. With Batman gone, Tim still isn't mature enough, and Azrael has always been a loner. You must have been under a lot of pressure lately. I know you've been busy, Oracle replied. No obvious emotion colored her voice, but Nightwing knew her too well. The slight flatness was a tell. Haven't you settled down in Bloodhaven? Things there aren't much more stable than Gotham, and you still have your own team to manage, don't you? She didn't need to say the name. The silence after your own team carried enough weight. Nightwing's real name was Dick Grayson. He had been the original Robin. Back when Barbara had not yet been confined to a wheelchair and was still active as Batgirl, the two of them had fought side by side countless times. Even Barbara's first Batcycle had been a gift from Dick, custom painted, faster than anything the GCPD had at the time. Naturally, the two of them grew close. However, the relationship did not last long. Not long after that, Dick, who was still Robin at the time, formed the Teen Titans with several other young heroes. And within the team, he developed feelings for one of them, codenamed Starfire, the Princess of Tamaran, who stood over 1.9 meters tall, radiant and fierce. In short, Dick and Barbara parted on good terms, and he began dating Starfire, even reaching the point of planning a wedding at one time. Before that wedding, Dick sought out Barbara after a long separation. One night of old feelings and bad decisions later, he told her he was getting married and that what had happened between them was a mistake, too impulsive, too late. Although the wedding was ultimately called off due to various complications, Dick's actions that night left Barbara with a resentment that lingered for a long time. Perhaps she had once foolishly believed he had come to reconcile, never expecting what followed. Now, Robin had become Nightwing, the Teen Titans had dropped the word teen to become the Titans, and his relationship with Starfire had settled into something relatively stable. Well, stable in the sense of repeatedly breaking up and getting back together. Gordon did the same, chasing after the decoy without hesitation. The cruiser's lights painted the streets in frantic red and blue as he pursued the falling figure only to watch it crumple into smoke on impact, revealing yet another perfectly timed illusion. To maximize the Silver Cat ring's effect, Darren made sure his feet hit the ground first. Under normal circumstances, his legs would have snapped the moment he landed from that height. But since Darren did not die on the spot, the Silver Cat ring activated instantly, negating the damage he should have taken and leaving his feet unharmed. At the same time, an indescribable wave of intense pain erupted from his knees and spread throughout his entire body like liquid fire. The sensation was strange. It did not come from his physical body. After all, Darren was not injured at all, and his nerves were not transmitting pain signals. The agony he felt was deeper, more like pain of the soul, raw and existential, as if something essential inside him had been briefly torn and stitched back together. It lasted for several agonizing minutes before finally easing a little. During that time, his entire body lay stiff on the cold rooftop gravel, every attempt to move feeling like a knife twisting deep within. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the night chill. His breathing came in shallow, controlled gasps. TCH, this is brutal. Looks like I'll have to train regularly to get used to the pain of landing. Otherwise, being stuck on the ground for several minutes every time before I can move again is going to cause trouble. Darren slowly flexed his fingers, then his wrists, testing the return of control. He silently drew up a training plan in his head: controlled drops from lower heights first, building tolerance, maybe some meditation to dull the mental edge. Pain in the mind had a clear advantage over physical pain. No matter how intense it felt, his body remained intact. As long as he could endure it, he could still move freely without being affected. Real physical injuries were different. Endurance alone could not prevent a loss of mobility. What's more, high-intensity activity on an injured area would only make the injury worse. The Silver Cat ring can only negate damage that isn't instantly fatal. If the fall is enough to turn someone into pulp the moment they hit the ground, then the ring probably won't work at all. However, with a fall from that height, there should still be enough time for me to take other measures and land safely. With today's work finished, Darren brushed the dust off his clothes, adjusted the brim of his hat, and headed home, the city lights blurring below as he slipped into the night. Congratulations to the host for completing the objective, steal Janice Lawson. What? A look of shock crossed Darren's face. He stopped mid-step on the empty sidewalk. He had not expected the system to issue the mission settlement at this moment. Although the system never restricted what he had to steal, although this mission target was chosen by Darren himself, although he had responded to the Riddler with a notice saying he would save the hostage, and although he had even told Janice personally that the gem being stolen this time was her, Darren truly had not expected the system to treat saving Janice as completing a mission. In other words, as long as I designate something to steal through a notice, any person, object, or matter can count as a mission target. If that's the case, the range of choices just became a lot broader. While Darren was still lost in his thoughts, the system's announcement continued, voice unchanging. Completion difficulty, medium treasure. Quality, common. Style index, flashy enough. Overall rating, D. Random reward draw starting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Peace Aura LV1. Peace Aura LV1, within the range of a neighborhood, moderately reduces the violent tendencies of all nearby living beings. The effect fluctuates based on each individual's mental state. Commentary, and you, my friend, are the true white dove. 41, Chapter 41, The Lupin of the New Century. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to Toterzumki and Samuel Tajani for joining the inner circle. Hello everyone, this is the Gotham Gazette. Recently, the kidnapping of a young girl by the Riddler shocked the city and caused widespread panic among citizens. Fortunately, the hostage was rescued last night, and the perpetrator, the Riddler, was successfully captured and is now under tight police control. The anchor paused for dramatic effect, adjusting his glasses as the camera zoomed in slightly. However, the person who rescued the hostage was neither the GCPD nor the rumored Batman, but a criminal Kaitou kid. A murmur of surprise rippled through the studio audience. We can't help but ask, why would Kaitou kid take on the Riddler's challenge to save a girl who has nothing to do with him? Is it because he still possesses a precious conscience, or is there an inside story hidden behind the scenes that we don't understand? This morning, a reporter from the Gotham Gazette had the honor of interviewing the kidnapped girl. Let's see how the person involved answered these questions. The live broadcast shifted to a pre-recorded segment. Janice appeared on camera, sitting upright in a simple chair, her face bright and animated. There was none of the expected sorrow or lingering fear of someone who had just endured a kidnapping. If anything, her eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. The dark-eyed reporter beside her looked almost exhausted by comparison. Kaitou kid is definitely a great person. I've never seen anyone as elegant and gentlemanly as him. I really want to be held by him and fly in the sky again. By the way, Kaitou kid's chest is super warm. The screen quickly cut back to the studio, the anchor clearing his throat awkwardly. In short, through the victim's statement, we have gained a completely new understanding of Kaitou kid today. He never steals out of greed for wealth, and he will also lend a helping hand to others in danger. Perhaps just like the saying that has recently emerged, rather than a thief who lives by stealing people's money, Kaitou kid should be called the Arsène Lupin of the new century. The video on the phone finished playing. Darren pulled off his headphones, a small, secret smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he slipped the device into his pocket. He stepped through the school gates with a quiet feeling of satisfaction blooming in his chest. Overnight, Kaitou kid's reputation in Gotham had improved at least tenfold. Online forums were exploding. People who had once dismissed him as a flashy show-off were now forming fan clubs offline, printing posters, and debating his true nature in coffee shops. Previously, the admiration had been shallow close-up photos of his monocle and cape earning a chorus of "wow, so handsome," and nothing more. But now people had suddenly discovered that Kaitou kid seemed to have more than surface-level appeal. He was also someone who would stand up for others when no one else could. Yes, some had already begun to consider Kaitou kid a hero just like the other masked vigilantes who haunted Gotham's rooftops. As for his habit of stealing things only to discard them, well, that was just his unique way of executing justice, wasn't it? Whenever Darren scrolled past those earnest, serious-sounding remarks online, a warm, almost giddy comfort settled in his stomach. He had no grand intentions of becoming a hero, not really, but the feeling of strangers spontaneously defending him, rationalizing his actions, speaking up for him without him ever asking it was extraordinary. Just as he walked into the classroom, the familiar morning hum of chatter greeting him, Darren spotted Tim waving from the seat next to his own. Tim's expression was unusually solemn, almost grave. Darren walked over, ready to toss out his usual casual greeting, but Tim spoke first. "Darren, thank you for saving me yesterday." The words hit like a bucket of cold water. Darren froze mid-step. How did Tim know he was the one who saved him? Had his identity been discovered? But how could Tim have seen through him as Kaitou kid? He replayed the events at Millerport in his mind, the smoke, the decoys, the careful distance. He shouldn't have left any flaws. Don't panic. Stay calm. Poker face. Poker face. Huh, what are you referring to? Darren decided to play dumb, keeping his tone light and confused. "I mean you covering for me by calling the school to ask for leave yesterday." "Sorry, I used coming over to your house to play as an excuse without telling you first." Tim said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, already pulling out his notebook. "Phew. Oh, that. It's a small matter. Besides, it's not the first time I've covered for you." Hearing Tim's explanation, Darren felt the knot in his chest loosen instantly. Relief washed over him in a quiet wave. So that's what he meant by saving. Not the rooftop rescue, just the sick leave alibi. Speaking of which, what exactly were you doing yesterday? You were nowhere to be found all day. Usually, when you ask me to cover for you, it's at night. To think you'd skip school this time, that's quite rare for a straight-A student like you. To avoid saying too much and accidentally letting something slip, Darren immediately turned the question back on Tim, leaning casually against the desk. "Ah well, there's not much to say. It's just that secret Wayne Enterprises training class I mentioned to you before." This time, it was Tim's turn to look embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his neck, avoiding eye contact. "Hey, is this training class you're talking about called the Batcave?" Darren knew full well, but on the surface he maintained an obviously disbelieving expression, one eyebrow raised. "The last time I heard you mention this training class was when we just graduated from elementary school. After all these years, you're still taking classes there. They have teaching content for everything from elementary school to university. But you skipped an entire day of school. Shouldn't the training class hours be separate from school?" "That's because something unexpected happened, and they had to temporarily change the time. It'll go back to normal in the future." "Why doesn't your father know about this training class?" "I told you it's a secret training class, so of course it can't be disclosed casually. I was only admitted as an exception by Lucius Fox, the CEO of Wayne Enterprises, after I won a big award in elementary school. It's not like I didn't tell you back then. If it's so mysterious, why did you tell me about it?" After just a few short questions, Tim's back was already covered in cold sweat. He stared down at his notebook as if it might suddenly offer him an escape route. Thought this FIC got deleted for a second there because of a "whoops, work not found" error. Literally the scariest 5 seconds of my life. Anyway, we're back in business. Enjoy the chapter. 42, Chapter 42, Two best friends, one lie each. Tim felt like he couldn't keep the story going much longer. The excuses were starting to pile up like bad alibis, and every additional detail only made the whole thing sound more suspicious. If he kept talking, he was sure he'd end up contradicting himself. "That's because I initially thought you might also be recruited by the training class, so I told you." "Oh really?" Darren asked suspiciously, tilting his head just enough to make Tim feel the weight of the stare. It wasn't an aggressive look, but it was sharp, the kind that made people instinctively want to explain themselves better even when they already had. "Really?" Tim nodded, trying to keep his expression earnest. He could practically feel the sweat bead at the back of his neck, and he resisted the urge to wipe his palms against his pants. So, what you're saying is that your training class didn't take a liking to me in the end, which is why I wasn't recruited. What exactly do you guys train in anyway? Oh, why do you have to ask so clearly? It's confidential. Stop asking, I can't tell you. Tim said helplessly, spreading his hands in a classic "don't shoot the messenger" gesture. His voice came out steadier than he felt inside. Fine, look at how troubled you are. You're acting like I'm conducting an interrogation. If you won't say, you won't say. Darren waved his hand dismissively, though the corner of his mouth twitched upward in amusement. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, clearly enjoying watching Tim squirm just a little. The classroom around them was slowly filling up the usual morning chaos of backpacks thudding onto desks, friends greeting each other, the scrape of chair legs on the floor. Somewhere near the window, someone was laughing too loudly. The bell would ring any minute now, but neither boy seemed in a hurry to end the conversation. The momentary noise gave Tim a small sense of relief. At least the room's bustle made his nervousness less obvious. Darren, do you have time this weekend? At that moment, Tim suddenly spoke up. The jump in topic was so abrupt that Darren blinked, caught off guard. What do you want? Darren asked back, narrowing his eyes slightly. Just say whether you're free or not. You tell me what we're doing first, then I'll decide if I have time. Tim looked at Darren speechlessly for a second, then sighed, pushing his chair back a fraction. I want to thank you for covering for me yesterday, so I'm planning to treat you to a meal. My father also says that I'm always running over to your house to play but rarely see you at our place. He's been asking me when I'm going to invite you over. It's that simple. Darren studied Tim's face for a long moment, searching for any telltale sign of a deeper motive. But Tim's expression was open, almost earnest, the same look he'd worn since they were kids whenever he was trying, and failing, to hide something small. If that's the case, then I do have time. Come to think of it, it has indeed been a while since I've seen Uncle Jack. I should pay a visit. Darren nodded understandingly, his tone softening. Tim's father, Jack, had helped Darren a lot when he was a child. All the matters that a minor had no right to handle independently: paperwork, school permissions, even the occasional emergency call when Darren's guardian was unavailable. Jack had stepped in without hesitation. He was almost like half a guardian to Darren, the kind of adult who never made a big deal out of doing the right thing. Then it's a deal. Tim finally let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and added, almost casually. Right, I might have a few friends coming that day as well. Do you mind if they join us for the dinner? This casual sentence fell into Darren's ears and instantly stirred up a ripple in his heart. Tim's friends. And friends close enough to have dinner together at home. Besides Darren, his childhood friend, could there possibly be any? With Tim's daily free time being spent either honing his skills in the Batcave or running off to fight crime as Robin, where would he have the time to make normal, everyday friends? But he said there would be other friends coming. So who could these few friends possibly be? The more Darren thought about it, the more it felt strange. Unless Tim had paid to hire a few people to act as friends to prove to his parents that he wasn't socially anxious, but that possibility was far too low, even for Gotham's weirdest standards. Don't tell me. Could this be a hangman banquet? Intentionally waiting until after I agreed to mention that friends are coming. Tim, you rascal, are you setting a trap for me? Darren sucked in a breath of cold air, the thought flashing through his mind like a warning light. Although he was very certain he hadn't left any flaws at Millerport yesterday, the smoke, the decoys, the careful timing, and although Tim had no logical reason to suspect him regardless, the Bat family's traditional virtues came to mind: paranoia, contingency plans, and an uncanny ability to sniff out secrets. If this dinner really involved people like Bruce or Alfred, then even a harmless invitation could turn into a subtle interrogation. At this point, backing out would likely only increase suspicion. It would be too stupid to go looking for trouble when there was none. Anyway, no matter what, I won't leave any evidence on me. Even if they plan to lure me away and search my house while I'm at the banquet, they won't find any traces related to Kaitou Kid, because there are none in my house to begin with. Darren made up his mind, steeling himself internally. Let them try. I'm ready for whatever comes next. Whatever move they make, I'll already have an answer. Why? 'Cause I am Batmeme, just kidding. 43, Chapter 43, Meeting Oracle and Nightwing. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Jordan Gray and Armin for joining the inner circle. While Darren was lost in a frantic brainstorm, Tim's heart was surprisingly calm, with no special thoughts popping up at all. Indeed, he had never once suspected that Darren could be Kaitou Kid. That went not only for him, but for Nightwing and Oracle as well. To be honest, none of them had even seriously considered the possibility that Kaitou Kid's true identity might be a high school student. Let alone someone like Darren, who spent most of his days either performing magic on stage or quietly attending classes like any ordinary teenager. The only thing Darren and Kaitou Kid had in common was that they both knew magic. But that alone meant nothing. There were plenty of magicians in the world. Even if the scope was narrowed down to Gotham, there was still the famous Zadara family, whose reputation in the field of magic far surpassed that of most performers. Furthermore, most of the time, the magic skills displayed by Kaitou Kid were hardly different from real sorcery. Smoke manipulation, instant displacement, illusions that bent perception itself. Compared to that, Darren's public magic performances looked like something from a completely different category. Looking at them side by side, the gap in strength between the two was obvious even to an outsider. Under such circumstances, if someone could still suspect Darren, their reasoning skills would truly be on par with Kogoro Mori. The reason Darren was so nervous, in truth, had little to do with reality. It was simply the stereotype of the Bat family from his previous life at work. In his mind, they were always hypervigilant, always 3 steps ahead, always capable of sniffing out secrets no one else could detect. Without realizing it, he had unconsciously overestimated their investigative abilities. Many times he forgot that even Batman, the man who always seemed to win in the end, was often played like a puppet by villains in various incidents. He was not some omniscient god who could see through everything at a glance. And so, amidst Darren's preparations as if facing a great enemy, the weekend finally arrived. The day came quietly, without any dramatic foreshadowing or ominous signs. "Long time no see, Darren. You've gotten tall, my boy." In the Drake mansion, Jack, Tim's father, happily patted Darren on the shoulder, his tone warm and relaxed. "Haha, and you've gotten younger, Mr. Drake. Don't tell me. Did you find a cure for aging?" "Ha ha ha, quirky as always. Well, let me introduce you to a few new people." 3 people were already waiting in the living room. One of them was Tim. The other 2 were a handsome young man standing by the window and a woman sitting in a wheelchair beside the sofa. "This lady is Barbara Gordon. Her father is the commissioner of the GCPD, Jim Gordon. I originally wanted to invite Commissioner Gordon as well, but because of the recent Riddler incident, he's been quite busy and couldn't make time. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Gordon. I've always admired your father." Darren stepped forward naturally, his voice sincere. In Gotham, it's not easy for a police officer just to maintain themselves without being corrupted. And he has not only held his ground, but also gradually changed the GCPD. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Darren reached out his hand to Barbara. "I'm honored as well, Mr. Greer. If my father heard those words, he would be very happy to know his efforts haven't been in vain. Also, please just call me Barbara." Barbara shook hands with Darren, her smile gentle but confident. "You know me?" Darren raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Haha, you're joking, right? Everyone in this house knows you. Gotham's most famous genius magician. I've even seen your live performances before." She leaned back slightly, recalling it with amusement. "Those tickets were so hard to get. I ended up spending several times the price on a scalp ticket." "Really? Then next time you want to see a show, remember to let me know in advance. I'll give you a free pass." "Then I'll say thank you in advance." After the 2 exchanged a few words, Jack turned and introduced the young man standing nearby. "This is Dick Grayson, the Wayne family's foster son. He's currently a police officer in another city. Speaking of which, he actually has some history with you from the past." "History?" Darren asked in surprise. He had history with Nightwing. This was truly the first time he'd heard of it. Jack glanced at Dick but didn't immediately answer, seeming hesitant, as if weighing whether this was the right moment to bring it up. "There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Drake. It's been so many years. I moved on long ago." At this point, Dick spoke up. "Darren, my biological parents, and your biological father used to work together." The words immediately caught Darren's attention. It turned out that before Darren's father, Phil Green, became famous, he had initially learned magic in the Harley Circus. Dick's biological parents also worked there at the time. Back then, their popularity was much higher than Phil's. After all, the magic props used in the circus were basic, with very few variations. By comparison, the Flying Graysons, with their Olympic-level gymnastics performance, were obviously far more eye-catching. Yet despite the gap in popularity, their relationship had always been good. No unpleasantness ever arose because of it. Later, Phil felt that there wouldn't be much room for development in the circus, so he resigned and transitioned, eventually becoming a generation's king of escapology. After becoming famous, Phil's relationship with the Graysons remained close. He would occasionally return to the Harley Circus as a special guest, helping draw crowds to the increasingly declining venue. Until over a decade ago, the Graysons were murdered. Dick became an orphan and was adopted by Bruce Wayne. And a few years after that, Phil also died in a performance accident. Just like that, the thread connecting the 2 families was severed. Darren was only a few years old at the time. Naturally, he had known nothing about this past. "I didn't expect there to be such a layer of connection." Darren paused, then suddenly realized something and widened his eyes slightly. "Wait, so now, not only am I the childhood friend of the third Robin, but I'm also the descendant of a good friend of the original Robin and Nightwing's biological father." He couldn't help but suck in a breath. Isn't the composition of my background a bit too batty? 44, Chapter 44, Hiding in the Spotlight. Something's not right. Something's very wrong. At the dining table, Darren quietly observed Tim and the others as they chatted and laughed while eating. The clink of silverware against plates, the low hum of casual conversation, the rich aroma of grilled steak and fresh herbs filling the room, everything seemed perfectly normal. So far, not a single word has been meant to test me. It's like they're really just here to have a meal. So, was I just overthinking things? It looks like my disguise is really flawless. Darren thought to himself, though a small thread of caution still lingered in the back of his mind. Hey, Darren, is your stomach bothering you? At that moment, Jack looked at him with genuine concern, fork paused halfway to his mouth. You haven't really eaten much since we sat down. Oh, no, I'm fine. I've just been managing my physique lately, so I'm eating a little slower. Darren came up with an excuse on the spot, offering a small, polite smile. Their brief exchange drew the attention of the others at the table. Heads turned, eyes curious. Darren, your physique is already great. There's no need to go out of your way to manage it, is there? Barbara said, a hint of playful envy in her voice as she glanced at his slender frame. Barbara's right, Jack added. You're even more slender than a woman, especially your hands. They're as white and soft as tofu. If you ask me, your physique management should be about building muscle. You need to eat more meat. Dick nodded in agreement, gesturing with his fork toward Darren's plate. You don't have to take Darren's words too seriously. He's probably just joking. Tim swallowed the bite of steak in his mouth and chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. Then you really must be feeling unwell. Or maybe the food just isn't to your taste. Jack continued to ask with concern, his brow furrowed in that familiar fatherly way. Neither. Actually, I was just thinking, with the GCPD commissioner's daughter and the eldest son of the Wayne family both here today, is there something important you need to discuss with the Wayne family and the GCPD? Would my staying here be an intrusion? Darren answered with a mix of truth and deliberate misdirection, keeping his tone light and curious. Oh my boy. Ahaha, then you've clearly misunderstood, Jack said with a laugh of realization, shaking his head. Barbara and Dick are also Tim's friends. They were invited by Tim as well. We don't have any official business to discuss. So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved, Darren said, letting a small breath escape. Tim, why didn't you tell me that in the first place? He turned and accused Tim with mock indignation. Hey, don't go making false accusations, Tim protested immediately, cheeks flushing. I clearly told you a few more friends were coming. Did you? How come I don't remember? Of course I did. Think about it again. Don't tell me you really forgot. Anyway, you definitely didn't say the friends coming were this high profile. You made me worry for nothing. Darren snorted, crossing his arms for effect. Tim's face flushed deeper as he stammered, caught between embarrassment and exasperation. The others watched their bickering with amused expressions, Barbara hiding a smile behind her hand, Dick chuckling softly, Jack shaking his head fondly. Alright, the steaks are getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Jack finally said, waving a hand to end the teasing. After the meal, everyone moved to the living room to sit and chat. The atmosphere remained relaxed, soft lamplight, the faint crackle of the fireplace, the occasional clink of coffee cups on saucers. Darren, there's something I've been wanting to ask you since earlier. Dick suddenly spoke up, tone casual but eyes sharp with genuine curiosity. What is it? Have you looked into Kaitou Kid? At those words, Darren's heart tightened instantly. So here it is. The test, late but inevitable. I've looked into him a little, but only through the news and what Tim has told me. I haven't seen him in person yet. That's enough, Dick said. What I really want to ask is this. Can what Kaitou Kid does still be considered magic? He looked genuinely curious, leaning forward slightly. Tim asked me the same question before, and my answer is still the same. Kaitou Kid's methods are certainly miraculous, but they are still within the scope of what magic can achieve. It's just that they would be extremely difficult to pull off. Darren answered as he always did, calm, measured, professional. Then, in your opinion, across all of Gotham, or even nationwide, how many magicians are on a level comparable to Kaitou Kid's? Dick followed up smoothly. At once, Tim and Barbara both turned to look at Darren, their expressions suddenly attentive. That was right. With Kaitou Kid's level of magic, he definitely was not an amateur. Wouldn't investigating professional magicians reveal some clues? Even if they could not judge which magicians matched Kaitou Kid's level, someone else could. Darren Greer. With such a professional right here, having him help identify candidates would greatly narrow the scope of the investigation. Why had they not thought of something so simple all this time? It must be because I subconsciously didn't want Darren to get too deeply involved. I should have thought of this from the very beginning. Tim thought to himself, a flicker of self-reproach crossing his mind. Well, that's hard to say. Facing Dick's question, Darren put on a thoughtful expression, fingers tapping lightly against his coffee cup. Even though I'm a magician, I don't really mingle in the magic community. After all, I'm still a student. My understanding of those senior magicians isn't much different from yours as members of the audience. It's hard to judge a magician's true level just from a few performance recordings, but, at the end, his tone shifted slightly, drawing their full attention. To be honest, in all of Gotham, no, even across the entire country, I believe there's only one person who could pull off the same methods as Kaitou Kid, and perhaps even more exquisitely. Who? The moment he finished, Dick, Barbara, and Tim spoke in unison, their eyes lighting up with surprise and excitement. If there was only one suspect, then it was almost certain that Kaitou Kid was that person. They already knew Kaitou Kid's magic skills were impressive, but they never expected them to be so outstanding that even a magic prodigy would say he stood alone in all of America. Wait, you're not talking about yourself, are you? At that point, Tim seemed to realize something. He raised an eyebrow and stared at Darren. Hey, don't take me for someone that narcissistic. I'm not arrogant enough to think I'm number one in the world. Darren rolled his eyes, the gesture light and playful. I'm talking about Master Giovanni Zatara, a descendant of Da Vinci and the world's foremost stage magician. No matter how miraculous the trick, he could perform it. Although he has passed away, his daughter Zatanna and his nephew Zachary are both top-tier masters of magic. They shouldn't be inferior to Kaitou Kid. As Darren spoke, the disappointment in Tim's and the others' eyes steadily grew. Because they knew all the people Darren had mentioned, and knew them quite well. Especially Zatanna. One of the most powerful witches on Earth, the Justice League's primary magician, and Batman's ex-girlfriend. Giovanni and Zachary were also legitimate magicians, but not in the misleading sense. They almost never used magic to deceive their audiences during performances. Aside from their knowledge of magic, their technical skill alone was already world-class among magicians. None of these people could possibly be Kaitou Kid. So, other than the Zataras, you don't think any magician could do what Kaitou Kid does? Dick asked with a frown, leaning back in his chair. I wouldn't put it that way. Given enough time and thorough preparation at a specific location, I believe most famous magicians could pull it off, myself included. Darren smiled as he pointed a finger at himself, the gesture light, almost teasing. He's playing with fire. 45, Chapter 45, Two-Face. But Kaitou Kid doesn't have those conditions. Darren shook his head gently, the motion, calm and deliberate. And I'm only talking about the magic aspect. As for Kaitou Kid's miraculous disguise techniques, very few magicians are capable of that. Alright. That's all I wanted to ask. Dick let the topic drop, leaning back into the sofa with an easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The living room felt warm and comfortable, the low crackle of the fireplace, the soft glow of floor lamps, the lingering scent of coffee and grilled steak still hanging in the air. Yet Darren couldn't shake the faint sense that every word had been weighed, every glance measured. Dick, are you particularly concerned about Kaitou Kid? Jack, who had been watching the exchange from the side with quiet interest, asked curiously. In a way, yes. I am a police officer now, after all. Even though Gotham's cases aren't my responsibility, I'm still quite curious about a unique criminal like Kaitou Kid. Dick smiled and admitted it freely, the answer sounding perfectly natural. After that, the group chatted about a few other trivial topics: school gossip, the latest Wayne Enterprises charity event, Barbara's new accessibility project. The conversation flowed easily, almost too easily, and Darren let himself relax just a fraction. It's getting a bit late. I should head home, Darren said as he checked the time on his phone. Uncle Jack, thank you for the hospitality today. Let's get together again when we have the chance. Yeah, it's about time for us to go too, Dick said, as he and Barbara also prepared to leave. You're welcome to come over anytime you want to hang out, Jack said happily, already standing to see them out. Tim walked the three of them to the door. Darren stepped outside first, pulling his coat a little tighter against the cool Gotham night air, then headed home down the quiet residential street. Watching his retreating figure disappear around the corner, Dick casually remarked, "Do you think it's possible that Kaitou Kid is Darren?" Darren. Tim and Barbara looked at each other, brows furrowing in near-perfect unison. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tim shook his head firmly. Anyone could be Kaitou Kid, except Darren. We may not understand Kid's motives behind those strange actions, but they can be explained as a desire for attention. He wants to be in the spotlight. That's his motive. But with Darren's status, he can get massive applause from any performance. He has fans all over the world. The attention Kaitou Kid gets might not even be 1/10 of what Darren already has. Why would he want to become Kaitou Kid? And I don't think Darren could unload the bullets from dozens of police officers in half an hour without being noticed. I've known him for many years and understand his abilities pretty well. This alone is enough to prove he can't be Kaitou Kid. Based on that, I actually think those down-and-out magicians with great skills but no chance to show them off are more likely to be Kaitou Kid. They're the ones who want to prove themselves the most. Tim laid out his reasoning logically, each point delivered with quiet conviction. I agree with Tim. With Kaitou Kid's abilities, he couldn't possibly be a high school student. Barbara nodded in agreement, arms crossed thoughtfully. Hey, why are you two taking this so seriously? I just brought it up in passing. I don't really suspect Darren, Dick said, spreading his hands helplessly. I'm not Batman, biting everyone I see. Gotham, Bailey's district. A jewelry store inside a high-end shopping mall welcomed a strange customer that day. He wore a gentleman's hat split cleanly down the middle into blue and black. The brim was very wide, and since he kept his head lowered while examining the jewelry in the display case, his face remained hidden in shadow, making his features impossible to see. The man's clothes were just as unusual. The fabric clearly marked them as expensive custom-tailored suits, but like his hat, they were divided precisely down the middle into blue and black, giving off an oddly striking and deeply unsettling impression. "Excuse me," a clerk said cautiously, voice trembling just slightly. "May I help you with something?" Seeing him stare down at the counter without saying a word for several long seconds, the clerk took the initiative to speak again. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "Sure." The customer in the two-tone suit raised a single finger in a silencing gesture. The clerk swallowed hard. The man's aura was so unsettling that terrifying thoughts crept into the clerk's mind, images of sudden violence, of headlines he'd read too many times in Gotham. He wanted to press the alarm button beneath the counter, but every time his hand so much as twitched, he felt a sharp, predatory gaze lock onto him. The bone-chilling pressure forced him to freeze in place, heart hammering against his ribs. "All right, I've made my choice. I'll take all of these." At last, the customer finished selecting. A thunderclap went off in the clerk's heart. To him, those words sounded no different from "I'm robbing you." Ping! A crisp sound rang out. A silver flash shot up from the customer's hand and fell back down a few seconds later. He caught it with the back of his hand, covered it with the other, then slowly opened his palm. It was a coin, with the Statue of Liberty's head facing up. "You're lucky, Mr. Clerk," the man said softly. "Now tell me, how much is this entire case of jewelry worth?" The customer slowly lifted his head and spoke in a low voice. "Oh yes, sir. You're." The clerk collapsed to the floor, staring at that face in pure terror. Half of it was normal, handsome, almost familiar from old campaign posters, while the other half was a grotesque mass of scarred flesh, as if it had been burned and melted in some unspeakable accident. It would have been horrifying even in a horror movie, let alone standing in the bright fluorescent light of a jewelry store. "Two-Face." The clerk cried out the name in fear. Two-Face, Harvey Dent, former Gotham District Attorney, now a fugitive with a split personality. "Calm down, sir," Two-Face said evenly, voice flat and emotionless. "Now tell me, what is the total value of the jewelry in this case?" Ignoring the clerk's panic, he repeated the question. "I'm sorry, I haven't calculated it." The clerk answered with his eyes squeezed shut, voice barely above a whisper. "Fine. I suppose this should be enough." Two-Face placed two heavy bags from beneath his feet onto the counter. When he unzipped them, they were packed full of green bills, crisp, stacked, and clearly real. The clerk stared blankly at what he was doing, completely unable to understand his intentions. "They're yours." Two-Face had no intention of explaining himself. He left those words behind and turned to walk out of the shop. The money remained on the counter, but not a single piece of jewelry had been stolen. This is real money." The clerk pulled out several bundles of bills and fed them into the money counter. A look of shock and delight spread across his face as the machine whirred and confirmed the authenticity. "Even if the money Two-Face gave me is probably stolen, as long as I use it carefully and don't tell anyone." Just as a greedy smile began to creep onto his lips, Two-Face suddenly returned from outside. "I also quite like the jewelry in those other display cases over there." He pointed toward several rows of cases in the shop and smiled a smile that was anything but warm. Then, under the clerk's horrified gaze, Two-Face flipped the coin again. This time, the eagle emblem, representing tails, landed face up. In an instant, Two-Face's expression changed. The half-normal face twisted into something cold and vicious. "I'm afraid, sir, your luck has run out." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the clerk collapsed to the floor. The next day, an emergency bulletin swept through the streets and alleys of Gotham. Emergency bulletin. At 10:49 last night, the fugitive Two-Face, Harvey Dent, appeared at a shopping mall in the Bailey's district. He robbed a jewelry store, 4 restaurants, and 2 supermarkets, resulting in a total of 13 casualties. 46, Chapter 46, For My Next Target. I choose you. On the outskirts of Gotham. Beneath Wayne Manor. Inside the Batcave. Tim stared at the report detailing Two-Face's crimes on the screen, his expression heavy. Just then, footsteps sounded from above. A tall, slender butler descended the stairs, carrying a tray in his hands. "Tim, would you like something to eat? I made you a pizza." "Thanks, Alfred. Just leave it on the table. I'll eat it later." Tim replied without turning around. Harvey has been overtaken by his darker side once again. He used to be the best man in this city. We all believed he would become Gotham's savior, even Master Bruce did. And now he's become one of Gotham's most notorious supervillains. How did things end up like this? Alfred walked over, set the pizza down beside Tim, and spoke with a sigh. "The bottle of acid Maroni threw at him, the one that disfigured him? No, that was merely the fuse. It ignited the darkness that already existed within him. His second personality may have been there long before that." Tim picked up the thread of Alfred's words. "I often wonder, if Two-Face had never been born, if Harvey had remained the same Harvey, would Master Bruce be less distrustful of the world? Would life have been a little easier for him, and for all of you?" Alfred lifted his gaze toward an unseen point in the distance. "Perhaps. But there are no ifs in reality. Harvey Dent, who once embodied justice, ultimately became Two-Face. While I don't entirely agree with some of Bruce's views, I understand him. If even a man like Harvey could fall, then who in this world is truly incorruptible? That is why Batman chooses to remain skeptical of everything." Tim stretched his arms, leaned back in his chair, and grabbed a slice of pizza, stuffing it into his mouth. Either way, Two-Face, who's been missing for a long time, has resurfaced and resumed his crimes. What we need to do now is catch him. Everything else can wait. Is there anything I can help with? Alfred asked. Of course. Please make me a cup of coffee. Thanks. Meanwhile, in the Bailey's district, at the shopping mall robbed by Two-Face the night before, Gordon arrived with a group of officers, sealed off the entire mall, and began investigating the shops that had been attacked. Jim, how long has it been since Harvey last showed his face? A slightly overweight middle-aged detective walked up to Gordon and asked in a familiar tone. His name was Harvey Bullock, sharing the same first name as Two-Face. He had been Gordon's partner when Gordon first joined the GCPD, and the two had worked together for over 20 years as colleagues and friends. 2 years. It's been a full 2 years. The third Robin appeared around that same time. Gordon recalled the timeline. Yeah, if I remember correctly, that kid's first opponent was Two-Face. Hard to imagine a teenager going up against someone that dangerous and actually winning. Bullock nodded. Harvey was originally defeated by Batman and Robin, but while being transported to court, the prison van was attacked by unknown assailants who broke him out. After that, there was no word of Harvey until yesterday, when he resurfaced. Gordon turned to Bullock. Bullock, how's the investigation inside? Bullock shook his head grimly. Probably the same as always. Not many useful leads. Two-Face isn't an ordinary criminal. He knows police procedures inside and out, and he deliberately erases any traces he leaves behind. Gordon had to admit Bullock was right. That was exactly what made Two-Face so difficult to deal with. Sure enough, when the search concluded, they came up empty-handed. In fact, there was one small discovery. One of the officers found a bullet that had pierced the clerk's forehead in the jewelry store. A ballistic analysis might yield some clues. Even so, the lead was unlikely to be of much help in catching Two-Face. We just dealt with the Riddler not long ago, and now Two-Face is back to stir things up, Gordon said. I've got a bad feeling about this. It feels like something big is about to happen in Gotham. He took a pipe from his coat and lit it. The pressure weighing on him made it hard to resist taking a few puffs. Jim, you still keep that precious pipe of yours? Bullock said with a grin. Aren't you afraid your daughter will confiscate it again? Seeing Gordon smoke, Bullock pulled out a pack of cigarettes of his own, lit one, and teased him. I hide it in my office every day, Gordon said with a sigh. All the tobacco at home was thrown out by Barbara. In last year's physical, your lungs weren't in great shape, were they? It's fine. The doctor said there's no risk of lesions for at least a few years. But that's assuming you start quitting, right? Gordon fell silent for a moment. If you've got the energy to lecture me, why haven't you quit yourself? I'm sure your health isn't any better than mine. Can't quit. The only reason I haven't gone crazy yet is because this stuff keeps me going. If I really quit, I'd probably be in Arkham by tomorrow. Living in Gotham was no easy thing, and being a police officer in Gotham meant standing on the edge of a breakdown every single day. The turnover rate at the GCPD was exceptionally high. It was rare to see an officer with more than 3 years on the force. And it wasn't only because of deaths in the line of duty. Most people resigned simply because they could not withstand the pressure. Recruitment, on the other hand, was just as frequent. Wayne Enterprises donated large sums to the GCPD every year, making the benefits for Gotham police officers several times higher than the state average. With rewards like that, there were always people willing to risk their lives. As for veterans like Gordon and Bullock, who had served for over 20 years, without tobacco to relieve the stress, even if they had not truly gone insane by now, they would certainly be far more mentally exhausted. We probably won't find any more clues at the crime scene, Gordon said after taking one last puff, his expression resolute. Starting today, I'm increasing patrol numbers across Gotham and paying special attention to any locations or vehicles related to the number 2. We absolutely cannot let Harvey keep going down this path. Meanwhile, on a street in one of Gotham's neighborhoods, Darren was strolling down the street at an unhurried pace. It's been a while since the Riddler incident. Time to think about the next target. Last time, I accepted a challenge from the Riddler. This time, I'll take the initiative. What should I steal? A giant diamond, pearls, or a famous painting? Lost in thought, Darren walked up to a newsstand and was immediately drawn to the front page of today's newspaper. Two-Face. Two-Face, missing for 2 years, has resurfaced and robbed a mall in the Bailey's district. He picked up the paper and read it carefully. Got it. I've got a great idea. I've decided. For my next target. I chose you. 47, Chapter 47, Iceberg Lounge and Casino. VIP shout-out. Massive thanks to Ari Rapolino, Devine Satanis and LTS Shawboy for joining the inner circle. Gotham at night is usually very quiet. Few people venture out at this hour. On streets that are crowded during the day, only the occasional passerby can be seen. Of course, there are also small groups of homeless thugs lurking in dark alleys, always waiting for prey to wander too close. But in certain areas of Gotham, things do not slow down even late at night. If anything, they are even livelier than during the day. Like most major cities in the country, they never truly sleep. Take the Iceberg Lounge and Casino, for example. This legally licensed casino is built on a small island in Gotham Bay. Its roof is covered by a massive, glacier-like structure, making the entire building look as though a casino has been constructed atop an iceberg. Inside, the noisy bustle feels worlds apart from the deathly silence outside. Slot machines chimed endlessly, roulette wheels spun with a soft whir, and the low murmur of voices mixed with the clink of chips and the occasional burst of laughter from winning tables. At that moment, an expensive car pulled up at the casino entrance. The door opened, and a young man stepped out, wearing a red suit jacket and white trousers. His features were striking. His face was long and narrow, resembling that of a monkey. "Welcome, sir. Is this your first time at the Iceberg Lounge Casino?" Seeing a new guest arrive, the attendant at the door immediately greeted him with a smile. "Yes." The man nodded. "Then you can apply for a membership card. When you exchange money for chips using the card, you'll enjoy a 5% discount. Since this is your first visit, you can also receive a newcomer discount of 20%. The attendant promoted the card as he led the man inside. "Oh, so once I get a membership card, I can use $80,000 to get $100,000 worth of chips. And if I don't gamble with them and just exchange the chips directly for cash." "Hee, you must be joking, sir. Chips obtained through the membership discount can only be used as chips. When exchanging them back for cash, the discounted portion isn't counted. Of course, any money you win using those chips can be cashed out." "That sounds reasonable. So how much does a membership card cost?" The man seemed quite interested. "Please rest assured, sir. It's very affordable. Only $10,000. The attendant spoke with a broad smile. $10,000 for a membership card does sound like a good deal. I'll get one, then. With more chips in hand, I'll be able to win faster." After thinking it over briefly, the man decided to take the attendant's advice and apply for the card. At his words, a faint, almost imperceptible glint of joy flashed in the attendant's eyes. "Please come this way, sir." The man followed the attendant toward the VIP counter. "By the way, every membership card at the Iceberg Lounge Casino requires the cardholder's name to be registered. May I ask who you are?" "Lupin. Lupin III. The monkey-faced man introduced himself. "P.S. Lupin the IIRD is a manga series created by Monkey Punch. And I don't want to hear any racist comments. His being monkey-faced is a running joke since it was created by Monkey Punch with that intention. Get it?" The top floor of the Iceberg Lounge Casino was a luxurious suite closed to the public. It served both as the casino owner's office and his private residence. At this moment, the owner of the casino, Oswald Cobblepot, was lying on a sofa, half asleep. He was short and stout, with a sharply pointed nose, dressed in a black suit and black top hat, a monocle resting over his right eye. Ignoring the difference in physique and looking only at the outfit, he was almost a color-inverted version of Kaitou Kid. Despite his rather unsightly appearance, he was the most terrifying underworld boss in all of Gotham. People usually called him the Penguin. Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, jolting him awake. "Boss, something big has happened." "What is it? Is Batman here?" Penguin was instantly alarmed. "No, boss. Someone in the casino is winning money." The subordinate shook his head repeatedly. Hearing that it wasn't Batman, Penguin let out a sigh of relief. "If he's winning money, then he's winning money. What's the problem? Why open a casino if you're afraid of guests winning?" "No, boss. He hasn't lost a single round since he came in. He's already won a total of 37 million, and all of it is the house's money." The subordinate spoke anxiously. "If he keeps this up, our losses are going to be enormous." "What?" Penguin's eyes flew wide open as he roared. "Where is he now? Don't tell me you let him get away." "He's still in the casino. In the time we've been talking, he's probably won quite a bit more. If he was still inside the casino, then he wouldn't be touched for now." Penguin valued his reputation in business. Blood was never spilled inside the Iceberg Lounge and Casino. At least, not on the surface. What happened after someone stepped outside was another matter entirely. "So who is this person who dares to take my money?" Penguin asked, his expression settling back into calm. "A man calling himself Lupin III. We haven't found any background information on him in Gotham yet, but he has a Parisian accent, so he might be a foreigner." The subordinate answered. "Lupin III, did you activate the hidden mechanisms?" Penguin asked, his eyes narrowing. "We activated everything that could be activated. Even so, he's still winning every hand, as if everything we do is completely transparent to him." "Any evidence of cheating?" Penguin pressed. If they could catch him cheating, there would be no need to wait for him to leave. They could take action right there in the casino, openly and without issue. The subordinate shook his head helplessly. "We had multiple people watching him, and the surveillance cameras are focused on this Lupin, but we haven't seen a single suspicious move. Not even Lombus noticed anything." The Lombus Penguin referred to was the Iceberg Lounge Casino's most skilled card sharp, brought in specifically to deal with situations like this. In his own words, Lupin III isn't cheating. In that case, he's quite the talent. Hearing this, Penguin's mind immediately began to turn. "Go. Have Lombus gamble around with him. If he wins, bring him to see me." The subordinate did not fully understand Penguin's intentions, but once the order was given, he had only one option: to obey. Not long after, he returned, accompanied by a monkey-faced man dressed in red. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Cobblepot." Lupin 3 took the initiative to greet Penguin the moment he entered. "You came sooner than I expected. Did Lombus lose that quickly?" Penguin sounded mildly surprised. "Boss, he exposed Lombus's cheating right in front of everyone. Lombus has already been taken away to be dealt with according to the rules." The subordinate standing beside Lupin explained. "Very few people can see Lombus's hands. You're quite the talent, Mr. Lupin. Would you be interested in working for me?" Penguin extended an olive branch. "I'm honored by the offer, Mr. Cobblepot," Lupin 3 replied with a faint smile, "but I'm not here looking for a job today. The 42 million I just won, I can leave all of it behind and give it to you. All I want is to buy a piece of information." "That money was mine to begin with," Penguin said flatly. "Most of it, yes, but a good portion came from chips I won off other gamblers. You'd still be making at least 10 million extra. That should be a fair deal, don't you think?" 48, Chapter 48, The Deal. VIP shout-out. Massive thanks to Lee Smith, Ryan and Hassan Albouzeli for joining the inner circle. "Oh, and what information are you looking for?" Penguin stared at the man in the red jacket for a long, measuring moment. The thin cigar between his fingers had burned down to a stub, but he hadn't taken a single pull since the stranger sat down across from him. "Two-Face," the man answered without flourish. "I want to know where I can find him." Penguin's small eyes narrowed behind the tinted lenses of his monocle. "You're looking for Harvey Dent. Why?" The stranger Lupin 3, or so he called himself, gave a small, almost playful smile. "That doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it, Mr. Cobblepot?" "Of course it does." Penguin leaned forward slightly, the tip of his umbrella tapping once against the polished floor. "Harvey is an old friend of mine. How could I possibly hand over his whereabouts to someone whose origins and intentions are completely unknown?" The indignation in his voice was practiced, theatrical, but not entirely fake. In Gotham, old alliances still carried weight, even crooked ones. True. Then what will it take for you to tell me?" Lupin asked, tone light, as though they were discussing the price of a drink. Penguin's lips curled into something that was half smile, half sneer. "It's simple. We just need to become friends." Lupin's eyebrows lifted just enough to show he understood perfectly. Friendship, in Penguin's dictionary, meant leverage, employment, a favor owed. "How about this?" Lupin said smoothly. "I can help Mr. Cobblepot solve a small problem right now. Consider it proof of my sincerity." Penguin snorted, genuinely amused. "What kind of trouble could I possibly have that I haven't already handled?" "Not long ago, while I was playing cards in your casino, the dealer quietly activated the secondary electromagnetic pulse trigger under the table. Unfortunately," Lupin spread his hands, "it was completely ineffective against me. Aren't you the least bit curious what flaw I found in that mechanism, Mr. Cobblepot?" The amusement vanished from Penguin's face. The Iceberg Lounge Casino had been running its hidden systems for over 12 years. Millions had been spent on consultants, engineers, and crooked technicians to make sure the house always won quietly, invisibly, and legally deniable. The idea that a complete stranger had spotted a flaw in under an hour was insulting, and therefore, probably true. "You're telling me," Penguin said slowly, "that you can point out the flaw and fix it? If I can do both, will you give me what I want?" Penguin studied him for another long beat. "Very well. Show me. But understand this, you fix it tonight. You breathe a word of what you saw to anyone, and you'll wish you'd never set foot in Gotham." Lupin only smiled wider. "Naturally." 40 minutes later, in the dimly lit underground control room beneath the casino floor, the bank of monitors flickered with live feeds from every table. The air smelled faintly of ozone and cooling electronics. The security manager, a thin, perpetually nervous man named Kessler, stared at the open panel Lupin had indicated, mouth slightly open. So the secondary sensor array was picking up interference from the overhead LED chandeliers on a specific frequency band. Because the calibration never accounted for the new lighting upgrade 3 years ago, the system was occasionally misreading the dealer's hidden pulse as ambient noise. That's why it didn't fire properly tonight. Kessler blinked several times. "We've been running this configuration since 2013. Not a single audit ever caught that." "Of course not," Lupin said cheerfully. "It only manifests when someone is winning consistently enough to trigger the secondary layer. Most people lose long before that point." He stepped back and gestured at the console. "Shall we?" After 10 minutes of recalibration of frequency filters, a slight adjustment to the sensitivity threshold, and a quick firmware patch, the system was tested. 3 consecutive perfect hands were dealt. Each time the mechanism should have activated, the indicator light stayed dark. "Clean." Kessler looked almost reverent. "Mr. Lupin, truly impressive." Lupin gave a modest little bow. Penguin, who had been watching silently from the doorway, finally stepped forward. He extended a gloved hand. "Pleasure doing business with you." Lupin shook it once, firmly. "Then I believe you owe me an address." Penguin chuckled, low and dry. "You'll have it before sunrise. My word on it." Outside the Iceberg Lounge, the Gotham night was damp and restless. Lupin III walked with the relaxed stride of a man who had nowhere urgent to be. Behind him, shadows moved two of Penguin's quieter trackers, keeping pace at a careful distance. As expected, Lupin murmured under his breath, "That sinister old bird never trusts anyone." He turned left at the next intersection, then abruptly picked up speed and slipped into a narrow service alley squeezed between two high-rises. The trackers followed seconds later, and stopped dead. The alley was empty. No doors, no fire escapes, no open manholes. Just wet brick walls rising smooth and sheer on both sides. What the hell? They sprinted the length of the alley and burst out the other end onto 47th Street. Nothing. No red jacket. No cocky grin. No trace. "I swear I saw him duck in," the taller one muttered. "Unless he can fly." They both looked up instinctively. The buildings loomed 30 stories high, windows dark. "Impossible. We lost him," the shorter one said, voice cracking slightly. "The boss is gonna skin us." The taller one rubbed his face. "No point running. In Gotham, you don't hide from the Penguin. We go back, we tell him exactly what happened, and we hope he's in a forgiving mood tonight." They turned around, shoulders slumped, already dreading the conversation. 1 block over, in a different, even narrower alley, a figure dropped lightly from the low rooftop overhang. He landed without sound, knees bending to absorb the impact. After a quick glance in both directions, he reached up to his neck, pinched the edge of the skin, and peeled upward in one smooth motion. The exaggerated, almost cartoonish monkey-like features came away like a rubber mask. Underneath was a young man with messy black hair and sharp blue eyes. Darren exhaled once, rolled his shoulders, and tucked the mask carefully into an inner pocket of his jacket. The Lupin persona had done its job. That's right. The Lupin III who had appeared at the Iceberg Lounge casino earlier was none other than Darren himself. And the purpose of the disguise was, of course, to obtain Two-Face's whereabouts from the Penguin. He pulled his hood up, stepped out of the alley, and melted into the late-night crowd of Gotham's never-sleeping streets. "My sleep cycle is cooked. Gonna delete League of Legends." 49, Chapter 49, ACE Chemicals. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Ade and Mutwo the Pokemon for joining the inner circle. A few days earlier, Darren had been sipping cheap coffee in a dingy diner when the morning newspaper landed on the counter in front of him. The headline was small, tucked below the fold, but it hit like a gunshot. Two-Face resurfaces armed robbery at East End Savings and Loan, coin decides fate of guard. The grainy photo showed the familiar scarred profile, half in shadow, half in sickly light. Darren folded the paper neatly, paid his tab, and walked out into the gray morning. That was the moment he designated Harvey Dent Two-Face as his next target. But after that single, violent appearance, the coin-flipping criminal vanished again. No sightings, no new crimes reported in the tabloids, no whispers on the street. Two-Face had gone to ground. Darren tried investigating on his own. He lacked the Riddler's theatrical compulsion to leave taunting clues scattered across the city like breadcrumbs. He also lacked a partner like Oracle, someone who could crack databases, tap cameras, and feed him real-time intel from a keyboard in a hidden basement. Without those advantages, his options were painfully limited. He couldn't predict where Two-Face would strike next. He couldn't monitor Gotham's endless streets around the clock. All he could do was wait for the man to resurface. Waiting, however, was unreliable. By the time a crime made the evening news or the police scanners, Two-Face would have already collected his winnings and disappeared into the night. Darren would arrive at the scene hours later to find only broken glass, bloodstains, and the faint smell of gunpowder. Too late to issue a notice. Too late to do anything meaningful. After several frustrating days of dead ends, Darren came to a clear conclusion. If he wanted to confront Two-Face on his own terms, he needed to find the man's current base of operations. And since he couldn't locate it himself, the logical step was obvious. Ask someone who could. Gotham had no shortage of underworld information brokers, but only one fit the bill perfectly: Oswald Cobblepot. The Penguin maintained one of the most extensive and reliable intelligence networks in the city. He sold secrets the way other men sold liquor, freely, discreetly, and at whatever price the market would bear. Darren had no intention of handing over a briefcase full of cash, though. That was why the Lupin III persona had been born. The casino stunt had worked better than expected. He walked away with several $1,000s in winnings, and left a few high rollers considerably poorer, but more importantly, he had forced Penguin's hand. The flaw he'd planted in the cheating mechanism, originally just a personal safeguard against losing, became the perfect bargaining chip when the greedy bird demanded more than simple gratitude. In the end, Darren obtained the location of Two-Face's hideout without spending a single real dollar. He just hadn't expected the answer to be that place. "Well, I just didn't expect Two-Face's base to be in a spot like that," he muttered as he stepped out of the alley. By now, he had already shed the previous hoodie and swapped it for nondescript dark clothing suitable for night work. Hood up, gloves on, he moved through the city toward the address Penguin had slipped him on a folded slip of paper. The Audiosburg district had once been the beating industrial heart of Gotham. Long before the glittering towers of the Diamond District rose, nearly a quarter of the city's population had lived and worked here. Factories churned day and night, smokestacks painted the sky gray, the rumble of machinery was the city's heartbeat. Today the district was a ghost town. Mile after mile of cavernous warehouses stood empty, windows shattered or boarded, steel beams rusted the color of dried blood. Weeds pushed through cracked concrete. The wind carried the faint metallic tang of decay. Officially, the story was clean and palatable. If you asked a city council spokesperson, they would deliver the prepared statement with practiced sincerity. The Audiobook industrial zone was phased out due to severe environmental contamination. 10 years ago the air over Gotham was unbreathable, the sky permanently overcast. Aggressive cleanup efforts and relocation of remaining operations to newer facilities allowed the city to reclaim its blue skies and healthier future. It sounded almost noble. A government that cared about its people. But if you stopped a long-time Gothamite on the street, someone old enough to remember the before, and asked the real reason, their face would drain of color. They might glance over their shoulder, lower their voice, and tell you to drop the subject. Only if you pressed hard enough, long enough, would the truth finally slip out. It wasn't pollution. It was one man. A man who walked into the ACE chemical plant as Jack Napier and walked out as something else entirely. A creature who could no longer be called human. He called himself the Joker. One person. One madman. And yet he had been enough to make an entire industrial district too dangerous, too cursed, to keep operating. Entire companies pulled out overnight. Workers quit without collecting their last paycheck. The city simply abandoned the place, drew an invisible line around it, and pretended the ruins didn't exist. Only in Gotham could one lunatic's laughter empty a district the size of a small town. At this moment, the ACE chemical plant, the very cradle of the Joker's rebirth, a place he had returned to again and again like a grotesque operating theater, received a new visitor. Darren paused at the edge of the overgrown perimeter fence. Rusted chain link sagged under its own weight. The famous sign, half its letters missing, still read ACE Chemicals in peeling paint. Thinking about it, he said quietly to himself, I've been in Gotham for years now, and this is somehow my first time standing in front of the famous ACE chemical plant. Does this count as a pilgrimage to a holy site? He allowed himself a dry, humorless smile. Then he slipped through a gap in the fence, careful not to rattle the metal, and disappeared into the long shadows of the abandoned factory. According to Penguin's information, this was where Two-Face had chosen to hide. 50, Chapter 50, a calling card for the scared. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to Melamelin, Achilles, 66835, and Akira for joining the inner circle. I always thought the ACE chemical plant belonged exclusively to the Joker, Darren muttered under his breath. I didn't expect other villains to set up shop here as well. He crouched low behind a stack of rusted barrels near the perimeter fence, eyes sweeping the desolate grounds. No movement. No silhouettes in the broken windows. No faint glow of cigarettes from hidden lookouts. If that old Penguin didn't lie to me, then Two-Face must be very confident that no one would think to look for him here. He doesn't even have lookouts posted. Darren considered the possibilities. Two-Face had only recently clawed his way back into Gotham's underworld. The mall attack, the one that made the papers, had reportedly been carried out by Harvey Dent alone. No crew, no backup. Maybe he simply hadn't had time to reassemble his old gang yet. Or maybe he didn't need them for whatever he was planning right now. Either way, the lack of guards was an opportunity. I'll sneak in and take a look first. He spent several careful minutes studying the exterior of the plant. The main entrance gaped half open, one heavy metal door hanging crooked on its hinges. Beyond it lay only blackness. Whatever lay inside was hidden from the moonlight. Walking straight in through the front would be asking to be spotted. He needed something quieter. After circling the building once, Darren found what he was looking for around the rear, a massive waste discharge pipe, easily 4 feet in diameter, jutting from the foundation like a forgotten artery. It had once carried toxic runoff straight into the Gotham River. Now it was dry, crusted with years of sediment and flaking rust. Not elegant, he whispered, but it'll do. He slipped on a pair of thin gloves, pulled his hood lower, and ducked inside. The pipe smelled like death remembered. Even though the chemicals had long since evaporated or hardened into harmless crust, the ghost of them lingered, a sharp, acrid bite that clawed at the back of his throat. Rust and mildew layered beneath it, thick enough to taste. Darren breathed shallowly through his mouth and moved forward in a low crouch, knees and palms pressing against the cold, uneven metal. Every few feet he paused to listen. Only the distant drip of water somewhere deeper in the plant answered him. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, the pipe opened into a wider maintenance junction. From there, a narrow ventilation duct branched upward. Darren tested the grate. It came away with almost no resistance. He pulled himself inside, wriggling until he could crawl on elbows and knees. The duct was cleaner than the pipe, at least. Cooler, too. He followed it slowly, guided by faint sounds drifting through the metal, the low murmur of voices, the scrape of a chair leg, the soft pop of wax from burning candles. Eventually the duct widened into a horizontal run that passed directly over what had once been the manager's office. Darren eased himself into position above a loose ceiling panel and peered down through the narrow gap. The room below should have been a ruin coated in decades of dust, littered with overturned furniture and broken glass. Instead it was tidy, almost disturbingly so. Someone had swept the floor, wiped down the surfaces, even arranged a few items with care. Several candles burned steadily on the wide desk, their flames throwing long, wavering shadows across the cracked walls. No electric lights. The plant's power grid had been gutted years ago. Restoring it would require weeks of work even for professionals. Behind the desk sat an old swivel chair, its back turned toward the room. "Boss, we've contacted everyone," a deep voice said. "They'll be returning to your command soon." Two large figures stepped into the candlelight. Twin brothers, identical in build and features. One wore a red jacket, the other blue. The one in red, the older of the two, spoke again. "Good. At least they still remember their master." The chair turned slowly. Half the face revealed in the flickering glow was handsome, almost aristocratic. The other half was a nightmare of scar tissue, burned flesh pulled tight over bone, one eye milky and blind. "Two-Face." "Boss," the younger brother in blue asked, voice thick with something close to worship, "once everyone is gathered, what do you plan to lead us to do this time? During the 2 years you were gone from Gotham, we waited every single day for your return. What do we do?" Two-Face answered, voice flat and cold. "Revenge, of course." He leaned forward slightly, the scarred side catching more light. 2 years ago, because of a moment of carelessness, I was ambushed from behind by that brat in the Robin suit. Otherwise, Batman would have died by my hand long ago. Because of that disgraceful defeat, I was mocked by the Joker." The name hung in the air like smoke. A jolt flickered across the twins' faces. Above them, Darren also smirked. Being bitter about getting mocked by the Joker, yet hiding here. In the very place that had birthed him. "Boss," the red-clad twin ventured carefully, "could it be that the people who hijacked the prison transport back then were? It was the Joker's men who rescued me." Two-Face spoke through clenched teeth. The admission clearly cost him something. Being saved by him was a humiliation I still haven't repaid. He paused, then changed the subject with brutal abruptness. "Is the task I gave you finished?" "Don't worry, boss," the blue twin answered quickly. "The court has been set up. You can begin the trial at any time." "Very well." Two-Face's good eye gleamed. "Then it's time to capture the sinner." Whoosh! A single playing card sliced through the air and buried itself an inch deep into the wooden desk. "Who's there?" Two-Face and his men snapped toward the sound. "The vent." The twins bolted, heavy footsteps pounding toward the duct opening. Two-Face remained seated. He reached out with deliberate calm and plucked the card free. In the candlelight, he could clearly read the elegant, mocking script written across its face. "The twins who lost themselves fall into darkness, carrying out a hypocritical trial upon the world. When the gavel of fate falls for the 7th time, silver white wings shall descend with the moonlight, bringing redemption to that tainted soul. Sincerely, Kaitou Kid."
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.